Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to January the 24th. Welcome to... I've given up just saying it's still cold again, because it is still cold again. There's a World War veteran, 103, frightened to turn the heating on, so wraps up with a duvet, a blanket. I thought they were on a picket or something, something, but it turns out they were sitting at home. Hat on, gloves, scarf, the whole business. It's ridiculous when it gets to that stage in the country, isn't it? It really is. The mobility scooter user left to die in a freezing car park. A woman has been charged. She stole it and other various issues. The railway line blocked after somebody decided to park their Mercedes on the track. I mean, you seriously can't believe the mentality of some people. The disgruntled chef caught on CCTV tipping cockroaches out of a plastic box into a pub. So off to prison for him. These people are so stupid. And what's the other one? 41,000 people have signed a petition not to fire Jeremy Clarkson from ITV. Don't worry, he's perfectly safe at ITV. They're not going to fire him. Why would they? Well, yeah, because he made a comment. We are in the land of free speech, are we? I thought that's what we were in the land of. He's allowed to make his comments in the same way that, in theory, they should give old Watson his job back on the television in the morning, Piers Morgan, because he was fired for saying, I think the weatherman decided to stick his sixpenneth in, whoever he was, and so Piers left, but he said he could happily go back there. Which is good. Little Mix's singer Jessie Nelson, I say singer because we haven't heard her singing for ages and ages, keeps quiet about her new boyfriend. But don't worry, when the time is right, she'll sell the story. Sorry, give the story away. Sorry, submit pictures. That's how it works, isn't it? Also, Frank Lampard has been sacked. Out you go, matey. Out you go. Because obviously he's not good enough. And... Britain ravaged by sub-zero temperatures. I mean, it really, yesterday I thought was cold. It's when you walk out the front door here, because we have like an airlock. You come in the front door and then you've got to either be buzzed into the next bit of the building, and then you've got to go through a barrier, and then you've got to go through an electronic door. It's like Fort Knox in here. You think I was carrying gold bars in. But Courtney was in the bit in the middle. So you come through the front door with freezing cold outside, and you're hit by this blast of hot air because it's so hot in the airlock, and they've got these fan heaters above you. It's lovely. Seriously, I opened the door yesterday. I said to Courtney, I say to her, I opened the front door. I went, bloody hell. Shut the door again. I said, I'm quite happy staying in the warm. You don't want to go outside when it's miserable. When it's cold, it just doesn't inspire you to do anything. But I did do things yesterday. What did I do? I seem to remember I got the car out at some point, and I can't remember why I got the car out. I seem to pootle about. Oh, that's right. I went to Costco. And I went to the supermarket because they've got a Coinstar machine up the road from me at Sainsbury's, and I empty all my money into it, which I've saved up. Every day I empty my pocket and the money goes in my jug. And then when the jug gets past 60% full, I empty it into a carrier bag, trot off down the supermarket and change it up. You have to pay for the privilege. I could pay it into the Metro Bank, but it's a bit of a trek for me for the Metro Bank. So I wasn't over keen on that idea. And then I use that as sort of spending money. And I've generally saved up in the course of a month and a bit about 250 quid in change. And yesterday was just under 250 quid, so that'll see me out for a little bit. We get paid tomorrow, so that's quite good. But luckily, I'd had a tax rebate. So, in fact, the money that we would pay into my account for spending, I've already got it in there. Because I decided not to sort of move it into a different account, which is much easier. Talk about managing your money in this day and age. It's a nightmare trying to do all these little bits and pieces. But we manage it. And so then I went to Costco. They've got some really big satsumas, easy peel, very nice, very tasty actually. So I bought 2 bags of those. Then I came back, bought some sandwiches for the boys, and then I bought some. What did I buy as well actually? Oh, some chocolate Lindt bunnies. I bought some. Did you get some chocolate Lindt bunnies? Did you get 2, or did he? You got 2, yeah, I thought so. I nicked those out of the box anyway. They come with all sorts of different bits and pieces there. They're nice, aren't they? They're cute. Save them for a rainy day. And Love Island in crisis. They're just trying to drum up some interest in this dreary programme. These ghastly people. One of them has been filmed in the real world as opposed to in the pretend world of Love Island, filmed flooring a rival, beating the living daylights out of him. They pick such classy people, don't they, to go on to Love Island. They really are. The 2 girls have been effing and jeffing all over the place, and that sort of marks them down as basic. And this is without booze. I can understand if somebody has a load of booze and then even the Housewives of Beverly Hills, all over the place. What a revolting bunch of moggies they are, ladies and gentlemen. Eamon Holm hopes to be able to walk again. It's funny, isn't it, really, because he was only advertising one of those things where you put your feet on it and it vibrates a short while ago. And then, of course, he did something to his back. He lost weight on a juice diet and then, strangely, started getting back problems. Far be it from me to start advising you on dieting, but you don't really have to exist on a juice diet. It's not for somebody the size that he is. And he's only 63. It's not like he's old. You know, he should be walking around. But the trouble is he eats. And I know everybody was talking about earlier on being fat and all this kind of stuff. And then, of course, you get the usual people who, for them, fat is an illness. Because if you have certain illnesses or if you've had certain medication and things like that, it can make you put on weight. But for a lot of people, the majority of people who are fat, it's called overeating. You know, you see them. They've got 3 bottoms walking down the street. You walk behind them and you're thinking, I didn't know they made stuff that big. But they do. And you see them sitting in KFC and you think, that's the problem. The problem is KFC. The clue is in the fried bit. You know, you can have it every so often. It's like having fish and chips every day. You wouldn't have fish and chips every day. But some people will eat pizza, really fattening. KFC, really fattening. There's all these things out there. Burgers, really fattening. Chips, really fattening. Whether they leave the skin on or not, it's just some sort of feeble little bits and piece, isn't it, to make you sort of believe that you're eating healthily. And so I think that they started doing in McDonald's, they started doing salads. You know, it's a bit much, isn't it, when a fast food takeaway, which specialised in burgers, had to start doing salads. Whereas, in fact, all we really want is potato waffles and a milkshake. I could be quite happy with potato waffles and a milkshake. What else do we have? The 70-year-old pensioner who sent poison pen letters to the Quakers. And she was a Quaker. She's obviously got some illness. It's called, you know, missing the brain. And the Queen's consort, Camilla's bodyguard, makes the Queen's new head driver. They've decided to elevate him, and that's very good, isn't it? And they found another Egyptian mummy. This is a teenager, around 4 foot 2 inches tall, and between 14 and 15 years old, buried with 49 lucky charms. Literally 49 lucky charms. I always think it's a bit ignominious, isn't it? You find a sort of a grave and then we start digging these people up and going, oh, look, this, and they x-rayed his mummy to find out, you know, exactly what age he was. And they've worked out through his height, although they've got no explanation as to what caused his death. In many of the mummies' cases, they can find out if they died of an illness, or in the case of they find different pit. There was somebody who was found in a peat bog years and years ago, and the peat preserved the body. And I believe that the Aztecs used to put their bodies out, and they were basically freeze-dried. Or was it somebody else? I think the Eskimos might have done it, and the body would be left out in the cold air. And in India, of course, they burn them on the pyres by the side of the Ganges. I've seen loads of those bodies there. So, Ice Cream Ian suggesting mint choc. I'm not a mint choc chip person, Ian. Can I be a pain and have something else? The boys will eat that. You know what they're like. They'll eat anything like that. They don't care. Mint. Well, have we had mint choc? We might not have had mint choc. All right, I'll go mint choc. I'll go mint choc. Yeah. I mean, put it this way, if you've got another one, I'll go another one. But if you haven't, I'll go mint choc. Because I don't think we've ever had that. I've had double choc. This is chocolate ice cream, by the way. This is the man who supplies all the West End theatres. So when you go to a theatre and you order your Haagen-Dazs in the interval, he's supplied it. He's supplied it, which is lovely, isn't it? I'm going to have a slurp, I think, this morning. I feel like I'm wine tasting. Oh, that tea is just delicious. That's about my 3rd cup of tea this morning. I'm alternating between drinking loads of water, which is very good for you, and cups of tea, which probably isn't so good for you. But at least I'm not sort of overweight, which is good news, actually, because I went to the hospital the other day because they have to check for, you know, what your numbers are doing and this and that. And my cholesterol is bang on the money, without me even trying. Probably to do with the amount of water I'm drinking as well, actually. Stella says, I actually miss Piers Morgan on breakfast. Yeah, I don't like Ed Balls. I'm not interested in ex-MPs or people who've sort of been in government and then they go, oh, I think I'll be a celebrity. You know, I find that a bit dreary, I'm afraid. Sitting here in Temple Street Children's Hospital in Dublin. with my 6-year-old daughter after her surgery, wide awake due to the unbearable snoring from another dad across the ward. But at least I can listen live, says JP. Oh dear, that's the problem with snoring, isn't it? Can't really get your life back. It's very difficult. It's very bad for you. Very, very bad for you. You need to turn them on their side or just keep them awake. Wake up. Wake up. Don't have to worry about things like that. And Steve, this afternoon, says Shane, I left my bag at was it Wally Creek railway station in Sydney South. I got it back though. I was very lucky. Very, very lucky. Blimey, most people don't get their sort of bags back, do they? But have you tried pork chops? I don't really do pork chops, I'm afraid. Decent price, good size. A whole roast chicken is normally $4.99. A bit cheaper than that. I didn't pay $4.99. They're much cheaper. Makes you realise how much Nando's are making when they sell a whole chicken for about 16 quid. You know, Costco, it's already cooked for you. You just pop it in a bag and take it. You could just sit in the car and rip it apart and eat it. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Right, let me just have a... Oh, dear. And also the Cold War. They asked the question in the newspapers today. I'll have to read further into the story. Could China be spying on us through our fridges? I mean, slightly disturbing, isn't it? You know, many's the time you've opened the fridge door in your pants. Funny place to have a fridge door. But anyway, you know, you do things like that and you think, are China spying on us? I'm not sure about that at all. Anyway, we take a short break because it's 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Tuesday, January the 24th. You are very welcome to the programme. It's the only bit of warmth and crumb of comfort that we get nowadays, isn't it, really? When you wake up in the morning and think, oh, it's another day. I was so warm in bed, it was almost a bit of a disappointment to get out of it. But then I sort of nip into the sitting room and put the little blanket over my legs. Honestly, I'm beginning to look like a pensioner. It's ridiculous. Sales of cosmetics that contain fungi are mushrooming. Apparently, they use all sorts of ingredients in makeup. And I've still not used my foot cream. I did buy it. It did arrive, but I haven't got round. I must do it today, actually. I've got to nip out and see some people I've not seen for a little while. But, so they've got these cosmetics, some of the very expensive ones. Shiseido, I think, was one of them. And they use mushrooms because there's essence in all sorts of plants, in seaweed and things like that they actually put in there. Paul Sinner, you know, from The Chase, he's told snowflakes not to go to his shows if they're easily offended. Well, all snowflakes are easily offended. That's the trouble. That's why they're called snowflakes, because they are, you know, quite a number of sandwiches short of a picnic. And they would be easily offended. I can't imagine why his show would be offended, you know, or offending anybody. And yeah, I turned on the television the other day and there's a quiz show on. Whose quiz show was it? I can't remember. He's on Everything and his wife, and they do a double-headed show together. And they're very good. And they had on the bloke out of, can't even remember now, that group, Duncan James, with his boyfriend, which seems so funny because it was only a short while ago that Duncan James was a bit sort of, you know, closeted to people who didn't know him. Now he was sitting there with his Brazilian boyfriend and they kissed at one point. I thought that'll prompt complaints. You could just tell somebody's bound to complain about it. You know, people are never happy with these things. Sunak orders the epic scrutiny on the HMRC route. He's going to be out, isn't he? Not Sunak, the other one. He's definitely going to be out by the end of the week. I can't see whether it just isn't going to go, I'm afraid. An officer accused of groping and found guilty may lose part of his pension. Good. And they had a couple. It was a very interesting programme the other day. I've never seen it before. It's Incredible Families. And this was, in fact, they had two families on. One was a couple who've got a tour bus, which they've converted, and they live in this bus, and they move on to sites, and the kids go to school and all the rest of it. They've got 4 children. I think they've 4 children and a young couple, and they were very interesting. But the other couple, who were even more interesting, was two brothers, and they decided to set up, because where they live, it is legal, they set up a cannabis farm. And they grow cannabis. Their stepdad invested $150,000 in the building. They used to do it in their cellar at home, and now they've got a proper plantation of it. They grow the plants. They make all the different tablets and creams and ointments and everything else that go with cannabis. And their turnover is about 40 million a year. I couldn't believe it. And the whole family is involved in the manufacture. And they said, we make tablets for people who can't sleep. These are tablets made with marijuana. And apparently people were coming back going, oh, that's the best night's sleep I've ever had. And the mother, who'd never taken marijuana before, took some without realising how strong it was there, particularly because they do so many different grades of marijuana. I mean, it's all beyond me, as you can well imagine. You know, me, I start getting excited over a paracetamol or something like that, you know, double anodine extra. But the mother took it. She said, I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, crawling across the floor. She said to get to the bathroom. She said, never again. Never again, which seems like, you know, the sensible way forward. Ian says, look how warm it is in Falkirk. Thank you. And although I can't read that a little bit, but I should have met Falkirk. It doesn't say actually how warm it is. Whatever. What is considered a warm temperature at the moment? Anything above freezing, I should imagine. Anything above freezing. I slept in a sweatshirt last night. Because I deliberately keep the bedroom cold because it helps me sleep more. And it means you can pull the duvet up round your chin. And it's really nice. It's really comfy, it is. Rob says, whatever happened to Tutti Frutti ice cream? Oh, they don't bother with that, do they? They don't bother with Tutti Frutti. It's probably beyond you, isn't it? You probably don't know what that is. It's like, you like Tutti Frutti ice cream? Oh, right. I didn't think you'd know what it was. I mean, you can't really buy it now, can you? What's that one that I like? Oh, I like a Viennetta. That's quite nice. That's not too expensive. A Viennetta, and it's all ripples. And I saw the factory where they make it, and I remember watching them make it on the television. They did one of these programs on how do they make that, and I remember thinking that looked really good. I could eat a Viennetta now. I really could. I'd have no trouble in eating that. There it is. Oh, Tesco do a Tutti Frutti ice cream. Oh, it's currently out of stock. Well, that's ridiculous. How can it be? So it's got strawberry and mango flavoured ice creams with tropical flavour sauce and sugar shapes. Oh, not sure. When you look at the ingredients, it's quite frightening, isn't it? You really wouldn't touch anything at all. It's even got guar gum and locust bean gum, sodium citrate, palm oil, palm stearin, citric acid, apple concentrate, spirulina concentrate. What in God's name is spirulina? What is that stuff? And yet it's tropical sauce, strawberry and mango ice cream topped with sugar, pineapple and palm trees. Tropical sauce, strawberry and mango ice cream topped with tropical sugar pieces. I still don't care. I could still eat it. But they say you have to keep it at minus 18 degrees. I've never seen a thermometer on my fridge. Never seen one. I mean, you can keep certain things in there depending on what sort of freezer you've got, isn't it, really? Apparently, Craig says it's 10 degrees in Kyle of Lochalsh. As I'm out driving the police car on the night shift. How fab. 10 degrees. 10 degrees. God. I mean, you're doing really well. I mean, my car the other day went bing, bing, bing. I thought, oh, God, what's that? And it turns out it was flashing up the temperature, and it was -6 in Twickenham. By the way, I was right. Our Lloyds Bank's closing. They've decided it's one of the ones. To be honest with you, I hardly ever saw people in there, but I should imagine for local people of a certain age, it will be a bit of a pain because that leaves us with no banks at all. We'll have to go to Richmond, and they're on the decline in Richmond. God knows where you go after that. I've got no idea. Maybe for another country, I should imagine. 23 minutes past 4. I don't know why I'm telling you that, actually. It's of no interest to any. Have I taken a break? I have taken the break. Oh, thank God for that. I couldn't remember, actually. I'm sounding like Richard Spur. He can't remember half the time, you know, whether he's done the break, whether he hasn't done the break, and all the other bits and pieces. And Steve says, Mike, it's been very challenging, to say the least, on the narrowboat in this cold ice on the inside of the bedroom portholes, and wearing 2 pairs of socks in bed, and then I bought a hot water bottle. Heaven. My neighbour, who owns the boat next door but lives in Berlin with his wife and 80-month-old son, he's 57, looked tired and said he used to work with you in the Gough Square days. They all say that. They're all just trying to latch onto my fame. People go, yeah, I used to work. I get my producers doing. They go, oh, yeah, I was out the other day. And so I said, what you doing? They go, I work with Steve Allen. You know, they go, no, you don't. They go, yeah, I do. And they go, no, you don't. They don't. People just make it up. People make it up. I've had people making up all sorts of things about me. It's quite interesting. Jennifer from Hemel Hempstead said, how icy is it out there this morning? Well, actually, I went to Costco the other day, and it's in Sunbury down the road, and it was obviously so cold, every single tree looked like it had been dusted with frost. Literally, as far as the eye could see, all the trees were white frosted. Tall trees, little trees, medium-sized trees. Every tree was full of this ice crystals all over the place. It looked beautiful. I nearly stopped and took a picture, but it was on the motorway, so I can't really. You can't just stop in the middle of the road and sort of, abandon the car and say, I'm just taking a picture, all right? Make a big fuss about it, for God's sake. You're only supposed to be doing 50 miles an hour anyway. And then when I got into Costco, all at the top there, it was all white and crispy underfoot. It just goes to prove if you're out in the air, it's a little bit nippy. But luckily, the car park at home was fine. We didn't have any ice on the car, apart from on the windscreen. But I managed to get rid of that very, very quickly. I'm not one of these people who gets out there with a credit card and starts scraping it off. That is just so pretentious. It's like people who go, boil the kettle. We could, absolutely not. Very dangerous. There is a chance of the glass cracking or something. Steve, says Tony, Tibetan sky burials for me, consumed by the eagles. That's what happens. They leave them out, don't they, on ledges, I believe. And the eagles come. I don't think I'd fancy that. Just in case you weren't dead. Just in case you weren't dead. And they sort of go, there's an eagle. Oh, my God, there's an eagle coming down. They were doing a programme on the television. What was it about? It was about something, might have been monkeys or something like that. Whatever it is, wherever they are in the world, they eat sheep's afterbirth. That's their main source of food. Well, I can't, unless the sheep are having sex all the time. They like that sheep. Have you noticed? They're absolutely obsessed. They put a ram in a field. I saw them doing it on somebody's farm. Might have been Matt. And on his parents' farm, which is now his farm, I think. I might have got that wrong, but it doesn't matter. And they bring a ram in, and they put coloured dye on the ram, on the sort of, so that when they have sex with the sheep, they can see which sheep they've had sex with, because the dye rubs off. It's quite a clever system. I was thinking of recommending it to Essex, but, you can't have everything, can you? And I thought, what a brilliant idea. And they do that automatically. Just so you know, because if you pay to have a ram in there, at least you want to make sure it's doing its job. Scientists claim the idea of a giant eel in Loch Ness is unlikely. Well, of course, there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. There is no Loch Ness monster. These people are lying to you. They can't help it. They just... it's a very nice story, and we all think, what a brilliant idea if there really was such a thing as the Loch Ness monster. But there never has been. There never has been. Then, going back into... No, it's not real. Don't start. Don't upset me on a Tuesday, You wouldn't like me if I get upset. There is no such thing, because this thing has got to breathe, unless it's discovered some new aqualung, which I think is highly unlikely. In which case, they go, oh, there it is. Oh, it's another piece of wood. Do you know there's a little Japanese man who's been camped by the side of the loch for God knows how many years, lives in a little caravan in the hope of seeing it. He is as dim as a broom. Seriously, there is no chance of finding anything. And they go, but of course there might be hidden caves. What a load of codswallop. There's no hidden caves in Loch Ness. It's very deep and it's very mucky. But this thing you think I want to come out and play. Come on, sit there with a little bit of bread dangling in the water. I mean, it would be lovely if it came up and swallowed you whole. That would be a fantastic thing. Oh, we managed to catch it. It eats human beings. Every so often, a Loch Ness monster investigator gets eaten, which I think is quite a nice idea, but no, they don't exist. It's just one of those things. It was a good story in the same way. What were they doing a short while ago in space? Were they trying to find out the nearest planet to us, whether or not it's got people living on, or there were signs of life? And like at Mars, isn't it, or a place like that? I can't remember which is the nearest planet to us. Moon, and that's right, Jupiter. But Jupiter's got the rings, hasn't? No, Saturn's got the rings. What's Jupiter got? A McDonald's, Burger King, KFC, and no customers. Every 500 years they go and drop some stuff off there. Yeah, Jupiter. I think, if memory serves, I think it's the largest planet in the solar system. And I think Galileo found it all those years ago. And let's face it, he was sort of fun. It looks so pretty, doesn't it? When you actually look at it, you think, I'd love to go out there and just land on it and see what it is, whether or not it's habitable for us, whether or not you could breathe the air. What are you shaking your head for? Not going to happen in your lifetime, is it? Well, you don't know you might be able to breathe the air on the planet. Goodness sake, honestly. Nothing worse than being a defeatist. Jack's back, you can tell, can't you, really? It's a case of, here we go, Mr. Doom, Gloom and Despondency. Oh, you can't breathe, Steve. You'll be dead instantly. That's how he talks. Seriously. He puts on a posh voice for the programme. Hello, LBC. You know, yeah. He comes off the phone and goes, hey, I tell you, it was just like... Oh, God, honestly. Seriously. That's a university education for you. A university education. We love it. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But news time. The latest LBC News headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 28 minutes to 5. It's a Tuesday morning. It's chilly. It's just miserable. It's just miserable. It's January the 24th. The D-Day hero, which we mentioned earlier on, and a seagull which mugs a man in a car park. Have you seen seagulls? They always do a thing about seagulls, and you look at them and you go, because we seem to have different sized seagulls in London. I mean, they're miles from the coast, but I suppose because you've got the Thames, that works. I mean, some of them, their wingspan is like 8 foot across. They're huge, and some of them are a little bit smaller. Either way, we've got too many of these sort of feral birds who sort of eat everything. I've seen even seagulls eating pigeons that have expired. They eat literally anything, and seagulls, and pigeons will eat just about anything, which is quite interesting. Plus, Boris hitting out at the nonsense loan claims he says. And how many migrants crossed the channel in one day the other week? 442. I wonder how many of them will be genuine asylum seekers. Because I thought if you were genuine, you just fly into Heathrow and go, asylum. Why would you bother wasting your time giving money to these people who run these ghastly little boats? I just don't understand why you want to risk your life when you can just get an aeroplane like anybody else. Stephen Hendry appears on The Masked Singer. They can't find anybody to appear on this programme at all, can they? And Jimmy Page... Yeah, Jimmy Page pops into a cafe for a full English. And the paper's making a big deal. They're going, he's worth 150 million quid. And you thought, yeah, that's why. He's popping into a cafe for a full English fry-up. Why not? That's the best place to go for them. You don't want to go to these posh places. They charge you an absolute fortune for sourdough bread and, scrambled egg. And you go, is this real eggs? Because you never hear them beating them in the kitchen. You think to yourself, I bet that's powdered egg. Can't tell the difference, really. And he went in for a full English. And they go, oh, he's worth so much money, he could afford to go somewhere else. Well, he obviously doesn't want to, does he? He obviously just wants to go to the cafe where you get the best fry-up. Thomas Bosch does the same. He goes for his favourite cafe, and they'll do chips and egg and sausage and bacon, and that kind of fills him up for the day. And I should imagine Jimmy Page probably thinks exactly the same. I would. Even if I had 150 million, I mean, 149 doesn't count, I realise. But, if you had 150 million quid, you'd be going somewhere where you feel comfortable. That's how it works. I see old Everton manager, Frank Lampard, shocked. Out you go. Basically, because they haven't done anything, have they, really? And a bit of a shame, little bit of a shame. There's also a plan to raise the retirement age in the budget. Till 68, they're saying. Phew, thank God for that. I'm still past retirement age, 65, 64, 65, something like that. But if they raise it to 68, they think that might sort of make a difference. Not to me. Won't make any difference at all to me. I'm still of retirement age. A bank is offering £200 to anyone switching to one of its accounts. Now, I've warned people in the past about things like this. You have to be very careful. Once they've got your business... and you've gone through for a few hoops and jumped over hedges and everything else, and they've got you in to give you 200 quid, then they might change the goalposts and move them a little bit. So my advice is stay where you are. Santander, current account, using the current account switch service. To qualify, you've got to switch within 60 days, set up 2 direct debits, deposit at least £500 a month, and use online or mobile banking. All of that for 200 quid. I don't think so. I'm always very dubious of any of these people. If they're offering you something, they're not doing it for free. They want something in return. It's like every time I go into, I don't know, I've been into a couple of places recently, they go, oh, do you have a What's-It card? You know, and no, I don't. No. Would you like one? No, I wouldn't. No, I don't want one. You can get 10% off. Oh, whoopee-doo. Like I really care. Here's an asylum Afghan, 21. I remember Nick Ferrari being on the television with somebody, and he was talking about these, in many cases, Afghans, asylum seekers, pretending to be children. And they had one in a school. In a school of, in the particular class he was in, they were 13 and 14. He was 36. But he lied. They obviously think we're really stupid. This one, to get into the UK, said he was 14. But he wasn't. He was 21. He killed 2 people in Serbia. He was on the run, and he ended up here. In fact, he'd been in here twice. He texted pupils with sex texts, posed with a machete. He was left free to stab an aspiring Royal Marine to death. And the MP has asked how the hell he was ever let in. Because there's a load of people who go, oh, no, he's 14. They go, no, he's not. You can see he's not 14. Don't be so stupid. This one claimed to be 14 when he arrived on a ferry, but was 4 years older. He'd already gunned down 2 other Afghans with an assault rifle in a clash over people trafficking in Serbia. And you can tell straight away how old he is. He certainly ain't 14. How many 14-year-olds you know that sort of look this old? And that's what Nick was arguing about. I think it was on This Morning. I seem to remember there was somebody there who'd set up a group and said, no, many of them are children. He went, look at the pictures of them. Look at the pictures. Surely you cannot be that blind. These are adults, you know, thinking that we're stupid. And obviously we are, I'm afraid, in an awful lot of cases. They're having the same problem with brick and mortar branches closing over the water, says Graham. And on one hand, online banking is convenient, but there are other times you must visit a branch in person. What times? What do you have to do with your bank that you cannot do by yourself? You don't need to pay a check-in. You just scan it on your phone if you've got online banking. And it's so easy to do. You don't. Why would you need to? You can arrange loans over the telephone. You know, you've got all your password. Well, if it's a large amount of money, you just have to do it over a course of days. I can also transfer large amounts of money. I've got a little machine at home where my brother will say, right, okay, put the card into the machine. It's an RBS machine, and type in this number. You put your password in, and it generates a number. And that authorizes me to transfer. In the case we did a short while ago, we had to pay some bits and pieces, £6,000, and it authorised it. So you don't need to go into the bank at all. You know, if you need just suppose you need £1,000 in cash, you have to ask the question, why do you need £1,000 in cash? What drugs are you buying? You know, and most people have got sort of, you know, you can do transfer. People will tell you now. I got a thing yesterday from Thames Water saying we've decided to go paperless. And so if you tap on here, then we can all do it, and we can do it online, because I pay all the other things online. It's just on Thames Water. I tend not to. I don't know why. It's always been like that for ages. So I'll probably change it. So in theory, you don't need the bank. Come on, think of something else, Freddie. Come on, try and justify it. Come on, think of it. Yeah, you think. Well, you can do it all on the telephone. You can do a Zoom call. I mean, I'm doing Zoom calls with sort of doctors. I've got one coming up with my doctor, and so they don't necessarily need to see me in person. They can see how gorgeous I am just by tapping on Zoom, and ta-da, hello, you know. And I'm shot in sepia, and I dim the lighting down so I look a little bit more exciting. But yeah, no, you don't in theory need to go to the bank. I couldn't think of any reason why I would need to go in. The only problem was somebody thought the other day about paying money into your bank. You know, if you've got a little shop, you need to go to the bank every so often to pay your money in, because you don't want to sit on a bus, do you, with a load of your money ready to... You've never been to a bank? Well, you're barred. Of course you've never been to a bank. Once they see your face, they're going, we've got him, he's in, he's in now. Oh, yes, sir, can we help you? Get the police, get the police. That's what they do. The man with 7. You've got online banking. Yeah, everybody's got it. No, oh, have you not? Oh, well, I used to go and see people in the bank. They go, hello, Steve. I go, hello. But no, not now. I mean, I don't need it. which is fine for me, because I had to go into my branch. Well, it wasn't my branch, it was another one, but they were closing it because I wanted to get a document from them, and they were really, really, really good at RBS. And but nowadays you just don't find them on the high street. You really don't. In fact, a friend of mine went into a branch a short while ago, and he went up to the counter and he said, 2 skinny lattes and a cappuccino. And she went, "It's a bank." He went, "Is it?" Looking at it, because they don't look like banks anymore. Before they might as well sell coffee. Exactly. They don't sit behind bulletproof glass anymore, handing the money out which they've taken out of their drawers. Well, their drawer which they pull out. It all comes up automatically. And it does look like you're sitting. I mean, to be honest with you, I wonder how they'd feel if you went in there, started pouring your coffee out and sat there reading a book. Well, in the case of Lloyds Bank in Twickenham, not for much longer, I don't think. They won't take. And yet it's a big branch. It's very big. Very, very big. So what people are going to do, I do not know. Bit of a pain, really. But I did predict it. It had been clinging on, I think, for a number of years. And then they finally got to that stage where they went, I don't think so anymore. I think we're going to have to lose it. Mark Cavendish was on the television yesterday. He says his family will never forget their ordeal at the hands of knife-wielding thugs. He was beaten and had a Rambo knife held to his throat, and his wife, Peta, was threatened before the masked intruders got away with watches worth £700,000. By the way, I better tell you now, that's 2 watches, £700,000. He'd been on the internet. I realise it's not an excuse. And he was posing with this watch. Well, any self-respecting robber is going to go, he's got this, whatever the make of the watch was. I can't remember, actually, if I can find it in here. And the watches, 400,000, 300,000, and their Mercedes E220 was tracked by the police because it had a tracker in it. And so they've got 2 people. Both will be sentenced on Feb the 7th. Because, to hold a knife to somebody's throat, he was dragged out of bed naked, and they held a knife to his throat, and you think to yourself, an ordeal like that, these people need long, long prison sentences. And he said the torment will, I should imagine they'll probably have to move. I should imagine it'll just be too much, because they'll worry about it all the time. 84850. Debbie says, it might be a balmy question, but if I turn on just before 4 a.m. because I'm up earlier, will I still be part of the spike? Yeah, the spike rises. It's a sharp rise. So it doesn't matter if you come in a little bit before, because within a matter of seconds, it's like climbing Everest, like climbing a vertical wall. It's very impressive. And Steve, I went to see the guy they found in the peat bog. It was on a school trip many, many years ago. He was nicknamed Pete Marsh. Says Pete the Pool Man. One of the many reasons I love your show is the way you say it as it is and don't hold back. A hero of free speech. Well, I was always told by my mother, tell the truth. I was always told by my mother, tell the truth. And if you tell the truth, you sail through life. You can only be honest. And people suss it out. You listen to somebody on the radio, you can tell if they're genuine. You can just tell by their voice and things like that. We were talking about this earlier on. It's the way it goes. You've got to be honest. And the more honest you are, the more successful you will become. And you can never complain. We'll take a short break, and then more shenanigans going on Love Island, and little Maya Jama, who spends most of her time wearing outfits nobody else can afford. I think she was wearing one the other day. It was about £3,000. So it's a bit of a shame, really. Over made up and over here, which is the way it goes. But they say she is the franchise's biggest draw. I bet the last one must be spitting blood. Must be absolutely furious. She never got the coverage. But mind you, she was a dreadful presenter. Can't help it. It's 4:45.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to another freezing cold day, and apparently February's going to be even worse. 12 minutes to 5 is the time. So Love Island plunged into crisis. Video footage has emerged of Haris Namani flooring a rival in a street brawl. He's a violent person. They say, how was this lout allowed on the show? They'll let anybody on. There's no vetting. There's no vetting. There can't be. There really can't be. He was, he lives in Doncaster, and it shows him squaring up to another reveller with his fists raised in a boxing stance. And then he launches his attack. He throws 2 punches whilst yelling, I'm not a bully. I'm not a F-word bully. He then stands over his motionless victim and, snarling, continues his rant. Very bizarre, isn't it? But how these people get on television programmes, I've got no idea. I mean, most of them, they all look as though they've got previous. You know, I sort of watch them, and I always think, no. And what do you do for a living? Trainer, mate. Personal trainer. Yeah, of course you are, love. Of course you are. Okay. What do you do normally for a job? Trainer. Personal trainer. I unfortunately managed to catch a little bit of The Only Way is Essex the other day. I can never tell whether they're current or whether I'm watching something about 15 years old. They seem to have found another gay in the village. I think it's been on a few of them because we don't put Bobby Cole Norris on anymore because, frankly, he fell out with Gemma and then he fell out with this, but he fell out with everybody, actually. Bit of a creep. And I was sort of watching it, and the girls were sort of discussing about people arguing. And I mean, really, you struggle to actually pick up on the English language. Yes, so I said to him, like, you know, he said, like, you're mugging me off, you're mugging me off. And I said, don't mug me off, because I went out with him, but I wasn't going out with you at the time, was I? So that's all right, innit? Because he was mugging me off, you know, and you's done this and you's done that. And all the time you was mugging me off. And I thought, is it another language? Perhaps it's another language. I just haven't picked up on it. Perhaps I need to go out and get some education. So Pete Marsh, we can Google. This is the bloke they found in a peat bog, says Pete the pool man. I like the idea of that, actually. I like the idea. Pete Marsh. Can you ever look for Pete Marsh? Have we got any pictures of him? He's another one of these people that they find in a bog, which has got loads of peat in it, and it seems to preserve the bodies. And I thought, you know, it'd be quite. I've seen a couple of pictures, and I look weird. Mind you, if you've been stuck in a bog for years on end, you'd be also thinking it was a bit bizarre. Then what they do is they reconstruct the face. There you go. Lindo Man, there's another one, and Pete Marsh is Lindo Man, and they go, how did he die? And they try and work out how these people died. I mean, they might have been executed, and then they this is a 2,000-year-old mystery. 24 years after he was pulled from the peat near Moberly, Lindo Man has returned to Manchester Museum in a new exhibition. He was clubbed over the head, garroted, his throat was cut, and his body dumped in a bog. That's all I can tell you about him. He was about 25 when he died. He was 5'7" and he weighed 9.5 to 10 stone. His torso, head and arms were discovered in the peat bog, though his body below the waist is still missing, apart from his right leg. Oh dear, he was leaning to the... So, in other words, he'd had all of these things done to him. They've clubbed him over the head, slit his throat, and then he was missing something below the waist. Poor soul. He was lying on his back, leaning to his right with his head on his shoulder. It didn't actually make any difference, because he lived, I think, during the Iron Age, close to Lindomos, near Moberly in Cheshire, in the mid-1st century. That was the same time as the Romans had established their fort on the banks of the River Irwell, which was 78 AD, and radiocarbon dating shows he died between 20 AD and 90 AD. That's about as accurate as they can get. But he's been freeze-dried for preservation, and he's in a cabinet. So his skin, hair, and many of his internal organs were extremely well preserved. The appearance is a leathery skin with what is dead, with a yellowish hue and wrinkles clearly visible. He apparently, there was no evidence he was unwell when he died, but he was suffering a severe case of parasitic worms. And he had nodes in his back, which may have been from a fall from a horse. His last meal probably included unleavened bread, cooked over a fire, made from wheat and barley. He consumed a drink containing some mistletoe pollen, said to be sacred to the Druids. But he suffered this violent and brutal triple death. It's amazing how they can work these things out. He was struck on the top of his head twice with a heavy object, perhaps a narrow-bladed axe, driving a sliver of bone into his brain. He had a thin cord tied around his neck, which was used to strangle him and break his neck. By now he was probably dead, but then they cut his throat. Not a good day for him at all, was it, really? But the last thing, he was probably thinking, I'll pay a trip down, you know, go and have a chat with some druids or something like that. He must have done something really bad if they sort of, you know, hit him on the head and then threw him in the bog. So he obviously didn't sink straight away, so he must have floated on the top for a little bit. As I say, he was obviously dead. You know, and you think to yourself, my God, I thought we were violent. Steve, says Brendan. After a few sherbets, that's alcohol, by the way. That's called alcohol. People call it sherbet nowadays. I applied for Love Island, hoping to find a new boyfriend. because I give up on everything else. How on earth did I think I would ever find a real person on that show? I never watched the show either. A weak moment, Steve, says Brendan. Well, I mean, listen, I've got no sympathy whatsoever. Seriously, I've got no sympathy at all. You go on a programme like that, and then you come away from it, you're probably dreadfully unattractive. And that would be a very good reason that you wouldn't find anybody. Because what they're looking for sort of people with personality. How this current lot ever got on there, I've got no idea. Personality is the one thing they don't have. You go on there and you sort of go, hey, woo, am I hot? Do you want to be hot as well, with me? Do you want to get it together? Should we share a bed? And then, so you go, what for? And you go, well, because I want someone to read me a bedtime story before I go to sleep. That's what I like, Because you have to, if you're a very quiet person, there's no point in going on that programme. You've got to be outgoing. Your boobs got to be hanging out your bra, because that's it. That's my what are you doing with my tea in there? What would be the point of you sitting in there holding my cup of tea? Or have you learned some new David Blaine trick or something where you pass it through the glass and I just take it and it appears in my hand? What is going on in your life? God in heaven, honestly. A couple of sandwiches later and all of a sudden he's gone completely mad. And then he holds it up to the glass like I'm supposed to go, I wonder what that is.
I was waiting for the right time.
Well, the right time is when you've made it. Now it'll be cold. I bet it's cold. I bet it... Don't argue. Nothing worse than arguing, I told you. The moment they argue, short shrift to nothing, I'm telling you. Wait a minute. Well, it's barely lukewarm. Barely lukewarm. Yeah. I'll suffer with it, though. Hope all is well, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. He is over in Minnesota. And today is Bree's birthday. He said it's still Monday here in MN. I love it, MN. She turns 34. Oh, finally. He said, I finally got my new Ford Maverick pickup that I ordered 15 months ago. He said, cold as usual here, but now with the element of fog. We had the fog really badly the other day. I wonder if it drifts over the world. I wonder if that does happen, because we had, it was really bad. Out of town, it was, you could barely see in Twickenham where Lloyd's Bank was. And it was cold, and it's whenever you get fog, the cold seems to linger about your face. And I got back to the station yesterday. That was all. I was doing all right, and my train was not in. And there's a load of people standing there. You all stand there looking up at the boards like that. Nobody says a word. You just stand there looking at the board. And so I thought, if I start walking down the platform, on the platform that my train normally comes in on, just supposing they move it, I'm going to have to run up and then swap platforms. So I walked slowly. And then I saw the train coming in, so I thought, well, it's got to be mine. There's no other trains expected in. And so I started walking down, and lo and behold, it was my train. And there's this old man who gets on at Vauxhall. I think he's Polish or something like that. He insists on listening to folk music on his phone. He's old and decrepit, and he wears the same clothes every day. He really is and he came and sat right in front of me. And all of a sudden you get this ghastly folk music. It really is the most dreadful stuff I've ever heard. And everybody around him looks at him, but he's so ignorant, he fails it. He's obviously a builder or something like that. Warren says, I've got trigger finger in my thumb. What's that? What's trigger finger in your thumb? I don't know what it is. He says it's very, very painful. Anybody else any of your listeners had this? I'm falling apart. Trigger finger, and it's in your thumb. I don't even know what that is. Here we go, trigger finger. It affects one or more of the hand's tendons, making it difficult to bend the affected... Oh, I've got that, but it's not trigger finger. And it's also known as stenosing tenosynovitis. I've never even heard of it. Eventually, it may not fully bend or straighten. Oh, I've got that. But I don't think that's trigger finger. I think it's something else I've got. But apparently, it affects your finger or thumb when you move it or press on it, and stiffness or clicking when you move the affected finger or thumb, particularly first thing in the morning. Oh, right. So apparently, what causes it? Tendons are tough. No, trigger finger. Apparently, there is a problem with the tendon or sheath, such as inflammation or swelling. I've got that. I've got swelling on my hand. And it's this thing, and apparently the finger... Oh, I don't think it's the same, actually. I don't think it's the same. My one is sort of something so your hand bends over. I've only got it on one side, on the right-hand side. So what you have to do, several options are available. Rest, avoid certain activities. Medication, taking steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs may help relieve it, and splinting, where the affected finger is strapped to a plastic splint to reduce it, or a steroid injection. Wow. They can do wonders now, can't they? They can actually straighten things out. You know, you've got a stiffness, and they sort of inject it, and then all of a sudden it goes back to normal. My one doesn't. It's sort of, I mean, to be honest with you, it's not going to make any difference to my life at the moment. Steve, I'm in your old stomping ground of Ilford and Gants Hill, and it's 2 degrees, says Ibrahim. Do you know, I was at Waterloo Station yesterday, I have to be, and there's an Asian lad sitting on one of the benches opposite one of the shops. And he's listening to LBC, because he's got the LBC app up. And I thought, I wonder if he was listening to me earlier on. Because if you were, that was me that walked past you. Not that you'll remember, but I mean, I did. Yeah, I should have gone, hi. I was going to go up to him and go, good choice, mate. But I thought, no, it looks a bit naff, doesn't it? We don't do things like that. That would be silly. That's like hanging on to somebody's cup of tea until he gets stone cold. That would be a silly thing to do, wouldn't it? Just try to set the presenter. Anyway, we'll take a short break. We've got the news, and we'll be back with you in 3 minutes. More of your texts and emails, or you can just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. That'll do the trick.
Manual data entry, manual data entry, manual data entry. It's as boring to listen to as it is to perform. That's why at MHR, we've built software and services that automate your HR, payroll and finance processes. So now you can focus more on growing your business and less on painfully repetitive admin. Show boring admin who's boss. To find out more and book a demo, visit mhrglobal.com.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome. Thrice welcome if you have just joined us. One of my ex-producers is in a band. I say in a band. You've heard us talk about it before. He's also coming to our one-man show. It's beginning to sound a bit like stalking. And so he's coming along to the show in February, but he's in his band, and apparently a group of aficionados from LBC will be going along to watch him playing. And then my AP, Jack, you know, the one who talks like that, Steve, and then he's on the phone and he goes, hello, LBC. It's all very posh because he went to university, and it was on a grant. And so apparently a load of them are going to this thing, and he said, I'll take some pictures and send it on to you. I said, please don't. Please don't. I mean, I feel that's a form of abuse. You know, you take pictures of somebody. I think I can imagine what it's like because he plays bass guitar, and apparently it's sort of like heavy metal. What am I not into? Heavy metal. Or Romanian folk music, the lesser of two evils, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I'm light-ent. I do Tamla Motown, soul music, reggae. I do stuff like that. I do sort of teeny bop music, bubblegum music. Anything that involves shaking your hair about all over the place is just ridiculous. Yeah, or ABBA as well. Yeah, what's the matter with ABBA? Got a thing about ABBA, have you? Yeah. Popular little tunes, super trooper, things are gonna find me, like that. Yeah, I think ABBA are good. I think they're very, very popular. Little beat combo. I was watching them the other day, actually, at Eurovision. Waterloo, how does it feel you won the war? And I think they made a bit of money, didn't they? In fact, they made quite a bit of money. Won't find them moshing anywhere, I shouldn't imagine, or whatever they call it. Aaron does moshing. But he only does it when he's drunk, apparently. That's my other AP. Honestly, spare me from these people. I'd never heard of half this language. They come up with all these different bits and pieces. They go, oh, yeah, Steve, we're going off to this club, you know. And then, apparently, after we've seen Elliot play in his band, they're going off clubbing. I mean, I ask you, at their age, I thought clubbing was for sort of young people, as opposed to sort of people who think they're young, you know. You're not that young. You're a bit old for clubs, aren't you? You know, what sort of clubs do you go to? Because you don't dance. We've already established this. So what do you do in clubs? You just sort of prop up the bar and go, hello, darling, do you want a tomato juice? You know, do you pretend to dance? Yeah. Otherwise, you just sit in the corner looking a bit lonely. Little Billy no mates. They go, Jack, do you want to dance? I've hurt my leg. I can't. I can't. I would, but can't move on the leg. I feel a bit like Eamon Holmes at the moment. I can barely move. My back's just clinging on in. I remember years ago I came up to London to go to a big nightclub that I ended up working in Richmond, which is still there, but it's now another building. But in my day, it was a huge nightclub, and I was with a friend of mine who came up who was very much into pulling girls, and so he said, look, there's a couple of girls over there, Steve. My heart dropped. And he said, should we go and ask them to have a dance? Oh, all right, if you must. So we go over to these two girls who are standing there looking like sort of something off a television programme. So my mate Rick goes, you want to dance? So she goes, yeah. So I said to my one, do you want to dance? She went, no, my leg hurts. I don't, thank God for that. I was able to go back to the bar. I never even bothered with the conversation. It was so much easier. There's a little lad in the paper today. He's 5 years old. Do you realise that he has never, ever had his hair cut in 3 years? His hair has been growing, and he's had it cut off now, and he's raised money, because hair is worth money. And they were able to cut it all off. He's got very, very long hair. His mum says we're beyond proud of him. I don't know how on earth they let it ever grow that long. Seriously, I've seen people on The Only Way is Essex with less hair. But it's the first time in 3 years. And so now he's got a decent-looking haircut, but his hair has made £300, and he's given it to the Little Princess Trust, which will turn it into wigs for children being treated for cancer. It's good, isn't it? What a clever little boy. The other day we had somebody who was in Mensa who was 4 years old, and they spoke languages, and they could count to 100 in Mandarin, German, French, Italian. They did all the languages at 4. I really felt useless. Absolutely felt useless. What else we got? Oh, it's a mum snapped a picture of a bird of prey sitting on a promenade railing, and then found it was a missing falcon worth £330,000. And it came from London, but this was down in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. That's a long way to go, isn't it? Because do you know that a lot of the people who do falcons in Saudi and places like that, they have special aeroplanes which are equipped with, as opposed to seats, they've all got perches inside it, and they put the birds on the perch with their hoods on so they can't see anything, and they take them and they race them and do whatever else you do with falcons or things like that. Or I don't think it's eagles, I think it's falcons. But they've got these huge aircraft that take them, because they might have 50 or 60 of them. And I remember seeing a picture of where people would be sitting. There's a perch, and that's where they put them all, which I think is quite clever, actually. You've obviously got loads of money. They just look evil to me. There you go. Saudi prince bought airline seats for all 80 of his falcons. But there you go. And they all just sort of sit there. I've seen actually different ones. These ones just appear to be sitting on bits of wood or something like that. But if you've got 80 falcons, I suppose, people want to transport them from A to B. Interesting, isn't it? I've never been falcon racing or whatever they do with them. It just doesn't interest me. Also, a disgruntled chef was caught on CCTV. His name's Tom Williams. He's 25. He released the insects into the kitchen of a pub where he used to work following a dispute over holiday pay. He had sent messages, including a threat to cockroach bomb the Royal William IV in Lincoln. He pleaded guilty at the city's Crown Court to burglary with intent to cause criminal damage. The pub lost 22 grand as it had to close for a deep clean to clear the infestation. He got a 17-month jail term, suspended for 2 years. They should have sent him to prison for 10 years. The pub lost £22,000. Just remember the name Tom Williams. Fall out with him, he'll sabotage your business. These people, what is it with these suspended sentences? 22,000 quid the pub losing. They go, oh, naughty boy, naughty boy. You'd be suspended. I'd have had him in prison. I'd tell you, he'd have been on bread and water. I've definitely sorted out things like that. I had a thing on the television the other day about Pete Doherty, that waste of space. And he went to prison for something a short while ago. When he went into prison, they were determined to get him off drugs. And so they said, we'll do so. He went, yeah, whatever. He's just totally dismissive of the work that they did. What a waste, honestly. Really quite dreadful. And Carol Vorderman recently revealed she had 5 secret lovers. And they might have all felt a little jealous as she larked about with this fella the other day, because up popped Mr. Blobby. Blobby, blobby, blobby. Blobby, Blobby, Blobby. He was very good. I worked with Mr. Blobby on a few occasions. His name's Barry Killerby. And he was just great. But he had to put on the legs, and they go like a harness over him, and then the top bit goes on. I thought it was a brilliant character. Appeared with Noel Edmonds and caused mayhem. Absolute mayhem. Wherever he went, he would fall into things. He would fall over. It was just very, very clever. I can't imagine. And the original Blobby costume has been listed on eBay. Currently, it's up to 61,000 quid because it's lovely. And I thought Barry was great. I thought absolutely great. I thought it was such a clever thing to do, very clever thing to do. But you kind of some people didn't like it. It's like some people don't like clowns and stuff like that. And I quite like clowns. Some people they're a bit frightening, I think, for some people. And there is a name for it if you're clown phobic. Whereas I never sort of worried about things like that. I mean, I used to quite like the white-face clown. Who was very good, but I liked all the other ones. There was one called Pierre Picton, and he had the car. I think he bought Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh, you pretty Chitty Bang Bang. And he had it, and this thing used to blow up, and the side bits would fall off it, and everything else, because he used to bring it to the New Year's Day parade, and very good it was too, very good. But I think he sold it, or it was certainly up for sale. Lovely. Gen 2 it was. Was that him, or is that the person who bought it? It's a lovely car, it really is. So he became a fixture on television, and it had a seat that shot up in the air and all the rest of it. But it's quite tough being a clown, I think. I think it really is very tough, because you have to, you're on all the time. In Zippo's Circus, they had a couple of clowns. I think it was father and son, or it might have been father and somebody who wasn't a son but had worked the Blackpool Tower Circus. And they were very good. And I remember thinking, you come out and maybe the circus isn't as full as you would like it to be. And you have to make, the kids laugh and do silly things. And the kids laugh at very silly things, believe it. I get the same here. You can do something really stupid and they'll fall apart next door. Seriously. Yeah, they go, yeah, so funny, Steve, very funny, in a sort of a snidey kind of way. It's never sort of genuine, ha, 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 It was the nightclub in Richmond, the Black Cat. Oh, God, no, definitely. What, that place by the bridge? No, thank you. No, Cheeky Pete's I was. Steve, my late brother, says Janet, was a falconer to the Saudi Crown Prince. Every year, they went in an aircraft to the desert where they had tents and lived the old Bedouin life for a few weeks. He used to tell some amazing stories, I bet. Didn't they used to eat camel? Somebody said they used to roast camel. I mean, that's one hell of a barbecue, I would think. Roasting camels. And they used to... Yeah, the Saudi, yes. I mean, I think so. It's just meat, isn't it, really? And Ibrahim says, Steve, the Perch aircraft you referred to was a special one for a particular Saudi prince, but all of the Gulf country airlines such as Qatar, Emirates, Etihad allow you to bring Falcons on board on the regular commercial flights. Well, there you go. Look at us knowing stuff like that. What's the name of the band that Elliot's in? Says Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales. Tidy. What is it? I don't know what his band's called, actually. Does it have a name? What's the band called? Come on, wake up, love. Small Boy? Full Boy? As in Full? Full Boy? What am I supposed to mean? Do they have pictures of themselves on the internet? Go on, show me. I shall just lovely. Didn't Bonnie get you a clown book? Says Warren. No, she got me British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith, an absolute classic for people who love British Circus Life. Really beautiful, old photographs and everything. It was a touring circus up in the Midlands. It was fantastic, really fantastic. It's the best condition one I've ever had in my life, and I've had a few of them. It was always said by the owner of one circus. He said, this is the definitive circus guide. It just takes you back to another time. Takes you back to another era, when they called the site they pull onto the Toba and things. Have we got photos or... Oh, we have to log into Instagram. Oh, God, it sounds even more bizarre, doesn't it? Not sure about that. It's 5:15, though, and that means we can travel to the travel department and we'll get the latest update from Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I don't think we look at any more photos from the band. I think it's probably safer that way. Oh, Lord above. It's so they're a fun-infested jam session they were on. And well, there you go. There you go. So it's Fool Boy, not Fool Boy Band. What a bizarre name for a band, isn't it? Mind you, I used to think Fun Boy 3 were fairly exciting, but that's in my lifetime. Do you remember a Blackpool clown called Charlie Caroli? Yes, he played Blackpool Tower Circus, and he was a bowler-hatted man with a little moustache. Yes, Charlie Caroli, very famous. Sean says Noel Edmonds had Mr. Blobby Land at Happy Mount Park in Morecambe during the 1990s. Yes, I can't remember if it worked or it didn't work. Mark says, did Chris Evans own Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? I don't know. I know Pierre Picton sold it, but I don't know where it went in the meantime. I mean, Chris bought a lot of cars. It's the sort of car he might buy, actually. It is the sort of car he might buy, but we shall no doubt find out very, very shortly. I think he did buy it. He sent it to be restored. I think he paid $500,000 for it. So we found that on the internet. So he buys Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I mean, that's quite iconic, isn't it? I'm not sure and then he sold it as part of an £11 million auction. I should imagine he was probably disappointed to discover it didn't actually fly. That would be the disappointment. You spend £500,000 and you go, excuse me, is there a button for it taking off or something like that? Imagine if you really, really wanted that to happen. That would be lovely. But I think he donated everything to the Children in Need appeal. Because that's quite an iconic thing to do, isn't it? Very. Steve, says Kathy. No, I can't believe you just gave away Mr. Blobby was played by a man in costume. I thought he was real. Well, he was real. He was really a man in costume. Well, you didn't think it was a woman because I think there was a Mrs. Blobby at some time. I'm sorry to ruin that for you. I don't want to tell you about everybody else because that'll just ruin it, won't it? Completely ruin it. But yeah. And Steve, I was the same as you. We love you in Sydney, says Shane, in Sydney. And Kim says, I remember those salad disco days. Dr. Desmond Morris is 95 today, says Bob. And did you see the story of Trojan on Sky Arts? Trojan was a record label based down at Willesden. And it was, I used to love it. I loved the label, I loved the music, and they would bring out, every time there was a hit in the charts, most of them anyway, what followed very quickly was the reggae version of it. And they were talking the other day, I watched the story of Bob Marley, which I knew anyway. And I was fascinated because he died I think he was only about 36 when he died of cancer. And he was treated as he was a prophet. But the story of Trojan, I knew anyway. And I loved Trojan Records. I've just boarded the 0502 Thameslink from Purley, 0412 Brighton, as we head into the city. Talking of banks, says Mark, they've just opened a brand new Barclays close to Victoria Station off Victoria Street. Seemed very strange. And did you see that the penalty fare for fare evasion has been raised to £100? Apparently it costs £457 per minute in lost revenue, as if that'll stop them. Oh, the amount of people who cheat the system. But they've got these things on it now. If you put a child's ticket through, it flashes it up so they can see. But the amount of people who are using child's tickets, I think they should be locked up. I really do. I think bread and water and locked up for, I think, minimum 2 years. I think that's it. And then in the stocks. And then if that doesn't work, we send them to Australia. And they can go on a troop ship or something like that. Driving from Kent to Grimsby this morning, Steve, and you're keeping me entertained. Well, I shall do my best. It's going to be a long day. It is, isn't it? That is a drive and a half. Absolutely. Another one says, I think your listener with pain in the thumb may be suffering from a nerve disorder called carpal tunnel syndrome, but you can get steroid injections. Oh. My heart drops every time somebody says you can get an injection. I don't like injections, especially not the ones I have to look the other way. When they take blood, and I've got a big blood coming up, where they take 3 syringefuls. They literally clip the thing on, and then they put the thing on and sort of draw up. My arm's quite weak afterwards quite weak, and they do 3 syringefuls, and they go, okay, there you go. They unstrap it and pull the needle out. I nearly pass out every time. I have to look away. They always put my hand on a cushion, and then they sort of push the needle in. It's like, dreadful, honestly. Makes my legs go all funny thinking. I did inject in my leg this morning. I normally do my stomach, but I did my leg this morning just to be slightly different, which I think is, quite nice, actually. And Leah was the one who says it was just by the bridge, not far from Franco's Italian restaurant. I know the Black Cat. I can't remember if I ever went to it. I don't think I did. I pass it every day. On the if I get the bus back, or I get the bus into Richmond. I do that all the time. Steve, somebody else asked me about Trojan. I was trying to get hold of a copy of that because I'd quite like to watch it. If I haven't watched it, I would definitely want to. Steve, I went in Chris Evans's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. It was magical, says Pete. And Steve, my husband used to go to the Crawdaddy. It's in the Station Hotel in Richmond. It's gone a long time ago, I should imagine. And Lisa says McDonald's salads have more calories than some of their burgers. How can they have? It's a salad. It's only leaves and a few tomatoes and cucumber. Although, actually, I love cucumber. I could eat cucumber till the cows come home. Seriously, I always thought it was very, very exciting. Mirror this morning, they've got a picture of, oh, look, surprise, Nadim Zahawi. And the HMRC settlement, rumoured to be £5 million. He can't last. End of the week, I reckon. End of the week. And Chris Packham, taking a break from being a TV presenter, tries hand as an animal sculptor. He's only taking 3 months off. People do that, don't they? And they've got a picture of William reading Harry's book. It's a looky-likey. And they've got a picture of, I think, Charles and Camilla tucking into burgers, which, of course, they wouldn't tuck into burgers or anything like that. Sunak orders the ethics scrutiny on the HMRC row. Labour says it's unacceptable and sack him, because they're jumping on any old bandwagon, aren't they, at the moment? And then Lex Greensill, Richard Sharp, Rishi Sunak, Simon Case, and Nadim Zahawi. Interesting, isn't it, really, when you sort of read these things? I think people expect them to be above the law. I never did. So, of course, it never came as any surprise to me when they said, oh, they've been caught out doing this. And I go, of course they have. That's what these people do. They're sort of politicians. It's 2 different laws. It's the law that they abide by and the laws that we abide by. As I said, if you write to HMRC when you come to do, if you're self-employed, your tax return, just make some glaringly obvious errors and send it all in. I mean, obviously don't, but I mean, this is what James O'Brien was saying yesterday. He said, and then when they write back to you and go, you filled it in wrong, you go, oh, careless mistake. And see how you get treated. I bet you anything, it's completely differently. Steve, I love, says G, Steve's love and knowledge of reggae music. I grew up on reggae. When you went to the fun fair, all the different rides had different music playing on them. If you went on the whip, do you remember the whip? You put your foot on the brake and then the car swung round and you nearly threw up over the person sitting next to you. It was a bit like the waltzer, only you could brake the thing and halt it and then let it go, and that was quite good. Well, that would always be playing heavy metal music. So you get Black Sabbath and Deep Purple and moshing, and they always da. Whereas in fact the Mamby Pamby rides were the ones that I went on, which were playing reggae and Tamla Motown. Young, gifted and black, da 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 da. I mean, we would congregate around those rides and we'd look with distaste at those people in their leather jackets looking as though they needed a blooming good bath. I'm telling you, all those people on their motorcycle, revving them up. Yeah, Jack would be there with his little moped, trying to be involved. Yeah, I'm really, really moshing it now. So cool. What, you or me? I do think I'm cool. Actually, the funny thing is, I really am cool. That's the problem. It's embarrassing. I realise that envy and jealousy courses through your capillaries. I can just see it now. I can see it from where I am. Cut me and I bleed. Claret. Or in my case, pure Prosecco. Pure Prosecco. Steve, I see Dominic Byrne of Mr. Malt's show has got a #1 record in the iTunes chart. Has he? They don't tell me anything. Steve, I just read that Harry Houdini died aged 52 in 1926. He was so young. Yes, you know why he died? He was said to be able, Harry Houdini, he could hold his breath for a very long time. So if they put him in a box and lowered it into the rivers and all the rest of it, he could hold his breath so he could get out of the handcuffs and all the rest of it and then get up to the surface. In this particular case, he was backstage at a theatre and some students came in, and it was said that he could make his stomach so hard you could hit it and he wouldn't feel it. And these students knew it, and they said to him, do you so and so and so? And one of these students hit him before he had a chance to flex his stomach, and he went down like a sack of potatoes. And as a result of that, he died. And Bess, his widow, every year would hold a séance trying to make contact with him in the afterworld. But they never did make contact with Harry Houdini. But I've got a book on him. They brought out a beautiful book on Harry Houdini with all the original photographs. And in fact, at the Magic Circle, they have one of Harry Houdini's illusions, which was the milk churn. And so what they would do is they'd bring on a milk churn. In those days, they had, I think you probably still find milk churns, but it's just that we don't see them very often. Probably Kevin the Milkman's seen loads of them. But they would then fill it with water. He would then get into it with handcuffs on. They would put the lid on, screw the lid down, then pull a curtain round it, and they would have a clock ticking away. They say, you hold, see how long you can hold your breath, and he would get out of the milk churn. But they have it in the Magic Circle. It's in the museum upstairs. But yes, it was that big punch in the stomach that did for him, I'm afraid. But a great pioneer of magic and everything else. Somebody else was talking about many of the falcons owned by the Saudi royal family apparently are, wait a minute, I've lost the thing, bred by a man near where I live. He recently moved outside Doncaster to be near our village. It's not unusual for a convoy of white Range Rovers to arrive from Doncaster to visit the site, says tanker driver Phil, and he would know. He would know. Interesting, isn't it? Look at this. Blimey, I might hit the news on the dot. Let's not hold our breath, shall we? It's 5:30. Let's get the latest news headlines this morning for you with Simon Conway.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's called Holy Water. That's Dominic Byrne's song, and it's number 1 in the iTunes chart. He wrote it years ago, years and years ago. So there you go. I mean, that's cool, isn't it? Very hot in Riverwood, Western Sydney, says Shane Williams. When you say hot, how hot is it? How hot is it? I do love it, actually. I mean, I don't want it to be as hot this year as it was last year. Thank you very much indeed. That was just too unbearable. Too unbearable. Do you know elephants are the gardeners of the forest, and they could hold the key to saving the planet? All I keep seeing is adverts on the television, saying, can you help save elephants? Because we don't have as many as we think, because people attack them and shoot them because they want their tusks still. But apparently they eat low carbon density trees. Isn't that interesting? They also spread the seeds of high carbon trees and are vital for maintaining Africa's biodiversity. I like that idea. I've always thought elephants were quite nice. I don't want one. Don't even think about sending one in. I really wouldn't know what to do with it. I told you years ago there was an advert on the back of a Sugar Puffs packet, win a pony. And I remember thinking, so I entered the competition. And I then remember thinking, they're not going to tell me if I won because I forgot to put an SAE in. I didn't know what an SAE was at that particular moment, which is a stamped addressed envelope. And so I didn't even get the badge. But I remember thinking at the time, we were living in a flat. I remember thinking, where am I going to put this thing if I win? Win a pony and I live in a flat. I don't know how that was going to work. That was all very odd. Another one here, Polly Hudson, talking about Andrew, maxed out with friends in low places. It was the fact that Andrew was carting his little friends around all over the place. They seemed to enjoy parading the Queen's name, because I remember he took Ghislaine Maxwell to some of the Queen's favourite spots, because he's just not a nice person. And they say it's too perfect. It turns out we were all wrong. Prince Andrew is an absolutely great, entirely blameless stand-up guy, according to human trafficker, convicted, Ghislaine Maxwell. As character references go, this is literally, writes Polly Hudson, on a par with Jimmy Savile vouching for you. And that's before you even know that Ghislaine informed us of Andrew's whiter-than-white copybook in an interview from prison on Jeremy Kyle's show. See? Almost too perfect, you know, in the very grimmest of ways. Andrew must be feeling such a silly sausage now, stumping up all those millions of pounds of his mummy's money in settlement. I don't know. When they said he's got money, I'd completely forgotten, actually, that, of course, the Queen had died and he'd ended up with money out of her will. They said about £10 million. You know, she'd sort of... So that's how he's built his war chest up. I still don't like him, which is fine. Dolan says, listening yesterday, you mentioned a film called Pride, and when you mentioned the stars who were in it, we gave it a try last night. What a great film. It is a good film, isn't it? It's very uplifting. I watched Battle of Britain again the other day. It's a very old war film with everybody in it. I mean, everybody. It's got a cast list running into super duper people, and it's the most beautiful thing. And it's the story of the RAF Spitfires and how, as they said afterwards, so much was owed by so few to so many. Because they would come back, they worked themselves into the ground for the Battle of Britain. And every year on the anniversary, they always have open days at all the RAF camps. I mean, you know, you've got Michael Caine, Laurence Olivier, Ian McShane, Harry Andrews, Susanna York, Robert Shaw, Michael Redgrave. It's a fantastic cast list. And Christopher Plummer, Kenneth Moore, Trevor Howard, Edward Fox, Ralph Richardson, Kurt Jurgens, Michael Bates, Patrick Wymark, Barry Foster. Who else we got in it? There was just Isla Blair, lovely Isla Blair, Tom Chatto, Sarah Lawson, just everybody. If you've never seen it, watch it. It's just beautifully done, and the music is really super. It really is. I've watched it on numerous occasions. Big fan. I haven't seen Dunkirk. I do have it. I haven't seen it. I was never too sure whether or not I'm buying a film because it's got Harry Styles in it, or whether I'm buying a film because I think it's brilliant. Is it very good? Because his last one tanked, didn't it? Didn't do very well at all. You know, it could have been a one-hit wonder, actually. Steve, I'm not sure I believe the weather report saying it's going to warm up, says Stu in Norfolk. I've just started up the car to warm up and it's -9. Oh, you must be very exposed. Well, Norfolk's very exposed, isn't it? Very flat up in Norfolk, but very nice. Very nice. Steve, the larger dairies phased out using churns, says Kevin the Milkman, as late as the 1970s. In the 1980s, when I worked for a farm dairy, we still had a few churns knocking around the dairy, although they were only used to transfer milk from the pasteurisation unit to the creamery. Oh, I just like it. My uncle used to live in Bedfont in Middlesex, and they were in the dairy. And at the back of their flat, there were a couple of flats above shops, and at the back of it was where they pull in the milk tankers, and they had a lower level so they could roll the milk churns off the lorries straight onto the back of this huge concrete landing bay kind of thing. Sharon Stone's still going. She's 64. And she's pulling off her best femme fatale as she co-stars in Sam Smith's performance of Gloria on Saturday Night Live. I don't even know what that is, actually. I was reading something, and I suddenly realised as I was reading it, you've got no idea what you're talking about, Steve, have you? I know who Sam Smith is, and I've heard of Sharon Stone, but that's about as far as it goes. What was the other one that I quite... Oh, Ant and Dec have extended their deal with ITV worth 30 million. That's 15 million each over, I think it's a 3-year period. I think they're going to be in for another 3 years. Which is about right, actually. Little Mix singer Jessie Nelson is going to keep quiet about her new boyfriend, but don't worry. At some point, she'll be singing like a canary. Because they all do, don't they? They went, oh, have you got a new boyfriend? I couldn't say. Have you got a boyfriend? I don't want to talk about it. Who are you going out with? I don't want to say anything. It's a secret, It's only in the early days yet. I mean, she's about 90, for God's sake. I love the way they always sort of go, it's a secret. You think, I'm sorry, what age are you now? Why can't you just tell us about it? I don't want to. Oh, right. How's the singing career going? Very well. Oh, right. Have you got any hits? No, I've got a boyfriend. What do you call him? I don't call him anything, because it's all new. You have to sort of go along with this, because this is how showbiz works nowadays. It's all apparently a big secret. You see somebody holding hands with somebody and you go, you two going out? No. Why would you think that? Well, I don't know, just thought holding hands. No, we're not going out at all. Oh, right. Is he living with you? I couldn't say. You're back here? Yeah, we're still in the playground with a piece of chalk. Sort of writing our names and carving our names into a tree. Jezzy loves, well, just about anybody, I should imagine. I wish they'd all concentrate on their musical careers, but they don't. They seem to be more interested in their boyfriends, which is always interesting, actually. I think so. 83850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Last one about falcons, says Ibrahim. Thank goodness. Abu Dhabi has a falcon hospital near the international airport for quick treatment following international competitions, and they do tours. Really? Well, I suppose they would if these things are, not sort of very well. I'm looking at a picture. It's called the Abu Dhabi Falcon Hospital, and it's open now. Closes at 2 p.m, so they only do half days. And if you've got a sick falcon, pop it in a blanket and take it round there. And it's a health service exclusively for falcons. It's not for anybody else at all. You could take your Auntie Winnie in, or, Nana whatever, and they won't treat them. It's only for falcons. And they've got state-of-the-art intensive care. They've got all sorts of things. Clever, isn't it, really? They're also equipped with an X-ray machine. Must be fairly small, because falcons are not the biggest birds, are they? And they've got a unique and highly modern ophthalmology unit, and they can diagnose diseases of the avian eye. Separate falcon pox unit as well, with thermocautery apparatus and other equipment to deal with cases of avian pox, which apparently is something that's not very nice to have. I don't know. I've never had it. I don't know. I've never been to the hospital in Abu Dhabi at all. Interesting, though, isn't it? When you think about it. I mean, there must be everything that you can get. Kim says, after watching Pride a few years ago, I threw back my neck, pulled back my shoulders and stuck my boobies out for all to see. Just reaffirmed the beautiful courage of my clan, says Kim. Of your clan, honestly. Wish I was in a clan. We weren't in a clan because I'm not Scottish. I'd quite like it, though. I mean, I think possibly I would wear a tartan. I would actually wear a kilt. I get the whole caboodle. It must cost a fortune, I would think. If you do get the whole caboodle, if you get, the bits and pieces and the sporran and everything else. Because there's so many yards of material in a kilt. And you sort of wrap it. It's a bit like a sari. Well, I mean, obviously it's not the same as a sari. That would be for women. But if you look at how much material's in a sari, that goes round and round and round. And then there's the bit that goes over your shoulder. And if you go to Southall, you've never seen so many material shops selling the most beautiful material. I mean, really, just shot through with gold and everything. I mean, really is quite something. Quite something. Ricky Gervais goes head-to-head with Stephen Merchant for a competition. And a medal honour for a D-Day hero. It's about 73 years too late, but it doesn't matter. And we will have a look at this Egyptian. And a happy birthday today to Vic Reeves and Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond celebrates his birthday today, so many happy returns to the man whose songs live on. Even after he's departed, his songs will live on. It's fantastic. It's 6:45. Let's get the LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. They say, do your days drag in the paper today? Well, mine don't. Mine go, but we think it goes by. Well, I think it goes by really quickly. 1 minute you're sort of sitting here, the next minute you're saying, have a great day. I know that obviously doesn't appeal to sort of everybody, but apparently if your days drag, it really means they're getting longer. Whereas in fact, I mean, it only seems to me like, a few days ago that we were having Christmas. And then all of a sudden, here we are heading into Easter. In Costco, they've got Easter eggs out. And in some of the supermarkets, they've got Easter eggs out. I mean, I just find it absolutely unbelievable that it's all gone a bit sort of pear-shaped. It's like sort of looking for, what was it? There was a lady asking for something in Waitrose the other day, and they said, no, we don't, it's out of season. She went, well, you can get it in other places. And I thought, well, why don't you go to other places then? What are you bothering these people for? It's ridiculous. Steve, how icy is it out there this morning? Well, actually, I thought it was okay. Yesterday was worse, Jennifer, because when I went through the newsroom, I was going to put the papers. I'm a good boy. I should really give them to the boys to say, can you put my papers back out on the desk? Save me having to walk round there, save my poor feet, but no, don't know. I can manage it. I'm not that precious. I want my own dressing room in future. And one of the guys was saying, he said, it's very slippy out there. And I said, well, I am prone to falling over. And I don't want it because you feel so ungainly as you get, you're going, and then all of a sudden you go and it blooming hurts. It blooming hurts, these things. So she says, I need to make a decision. If I go to work on my push bike or walk, she said, do you have any ice skates I could borrow? I walked home last night. I was like Bambi on ice. Have you ever tried walking on ice when you've had a few drinks? Nightmare. I can remember coming back on New Year's Eve. I've been out to a local years ago. I mean, so many years ago. It was another century. And I came back. And I just kept falling. I couldn't stand up at all on the pavements. It was just so awful. I just looked ridiculous. So that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. You can't have it. I've been listening to you since the 1970s. Wow, says Salim. I'm currently abroad in the Middle East. So I'm 62 today, getting old. Are you ever? 62? Eamon Holmes is 63. Goodness, I don't know what's classed as old now. Isn't it a state of mind? Somebody says, you're sort of so, and you go, I mean, I'm sure when I was younger, when I was 19, 20, I used to think somebody of 30 was ancient beyond belief. Now, as far as I'm concerned, 30 is like sort of very young, the AP, the assistant producers, constantly going, I'm only young and all the rest of it, in your dreams. 30 is not ancient. It's a child. God, if 30 is ancient, you must think I'm practically a pile of dust. I mean, I must be getting on really quite badly. Is 60 the new 30? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I don't know. Where does that leave me? Well, I wish I was 60. I wish I was 60. Unfortunately, I can't even claim for that one at the moment. Steve, says Pete, we have breakfast with Joey the Falkland in Dubai each year. Quite a character and very busy. Says Pete the pool man. I have to take everything that he says as gospel. Do you remember Heinz toast toppers? I did, but I tell you the problem I had with them. It was like a little tin. You still get them. And you spread it on toast, and then you put it under the grill. And it bubbles and does all the usual things that it sort of does. But I'm telling you now, that is so hot it can take the roof of your mouth skin off. It's one of those you got to... Too hot. Way too hot. I had char siu. There you go, toast toppers. And it's got all sorts of things in it, most of which you don't want to know about. It does look as though the cat's just been sick, I have to tell you. And you put it on toast, and we used to have it when we were younger because they did some quite nice ones. Mushrooms, chicken and mushroom, ham and cheese, only little things. And you put them on the toast, and then you put it under the grill. But it came out, and it was boiling hot. You really got to be very, very careful. I wouldn't recommend you take it out from under the grill and go, that looks nice. Let's just pop that in our mouth. It's like cheese on toast. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good sort of meal to have. But I had char siu pork the other day, which was very nice. And that was on special offer in Wait. I only buy it if it's on special offer. I can only afford to do it that way, really. Steve, I went... What are you doing? You're doing a dance or something? Why do you keep hopping up and down? Like every so often he'll sort of stand up and he sits down again. I think, is he on some spring or something? Stretching your back. I think very unwise. Steve went for a lovely walk yesterday from Kingston to Teddington and stopped off at a pub called the Anglers. Yes, I know the Anglers very well because that used to be the pub that everybody went to who was working at Teddington Studios. In fact, you go up to the traffic lights, you go right to Teddington, left to the Anglers. And it's a very big pub, and you can go and sit by the river, and it's the Weir, which is where, unfortunately, that's where the bodies get washed up. Because if ever anybody takes their own life by sort of attempting drowning and things like that, they end up in the Weir, because that's where the water is. And next to it, there's a lock. So they take the boats through the lock, but the weir is the other bit, where it's like steps that come down and the water just flows over it. I mean, it used to be very pretty, but they put flats up there, which are phenomenally expensive. So if you've really got loads of money, you can go and live, you know, at Teddington Lock. And over the other side, you can walk through the woods and everything else. It's quite nice. And you can just, in the summer, you can just sort of get an ice cream and just sort of watch the boats coming in. You taking the Michael? Yes, lovely. He's got to go. He's got to go. Can't last. Oof, dear, I tell you. Maxwell's explosive claims in this Behind the Bars TV interview, where she did it on a telephone. It was a most peculiar sort of interview. And she says, I wished I'd never met Epstein and believed that he was murdered. Yeah, but unfortunately, he was your busy mate. And that's why you're where you are. You know, it's one of those sort of things. Of course, you wish, I should imagine, that you'd never met him. I quite like the story about Fern Cotton in the paper. She recalled the moment she confronted the owner of a scaffolding company after she was harassed by his employees in the street. She said inner rage took hold after the men targeted her with abuse and sexual comments. I saw somebody doing that once on a television programme, and I can't remember which one it was, whereas she was walking past a building site and somebody whistled, went, you know, usual sort of thing. And she thought, right. So she goes to the building, she gets on the lift, she goes up, she goes, which one of you did that? And she was quite aggressive about it. And some poor little sap went, oh, it was me. She said, don't you ever do that again. She said, but anyway, it happened to Fern Cotton. She found out the name of the company that they work for. And she phoned up the boss and said she had a really good chat with him. He happened to be on holiday in Benidorm, quite irritated this was actually going on. I sat at home fuming. And so they put a picture in the paper of workers who were very well behaved, because I mean you wouldn't expect to find people on scaffolding shouting abuse at somebody like Fern Cotton. I was waiting by the bus stop in Richmond about 2 years ago, and she crossed the road with her boyfriend. I remember thinking, oh, it's Fern Cotton. Mind you, she probably thought, oh, look, it's Steve Allen. You know, it's just one of those sort of things. If you are a celebrity, you know, people kind of recognise you. Won't be happening to you anytime soon, AP. But you know, once you have to wait for years and years. Do you know, 1 million families win cash back from the electricity switch off. I have to be honest, I have to hold my hands up and tell you I've not switched anything off at all. I have lights on all the time. I'm paying for it, so I don't mind. But apparently, 1 hour's peak time power off, how you could save £240 this winter. And I appreciate this. This is open to homes with smart meters. You have to have a smart meter, and I don't want a smart meter. I really don't. But if eligible, you'll get your email from your electricity supply. You'll be notified the day before each DFS period, so you can opt in or out. There's normally a 1 or 2 hour time slot. So, I mean, there's all sorts of people who are offering it. British Gas, E.ON, OVO Energy and Shell. But you can earn about £2 to £3 for every kilowatt of electricity you save. See, I wouldn't know what anything actually used. I wouldn't know in this studio. I've got 1, 2, 3... I can't even count the lights out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 10 lights in my studio. I mean, in theory, I could work by candlelight. In theory. I mean, I'd be banging into everything. Yeah, we just turn all the lights up. I just bang into everything, you know, and probably knock the candle over and then set fire to the place. Thus sort of ending a very promising career. Steve, I watched Young at Heart the other day with Frank Sinatra and Doris Day. I may be 41... but I've always loved the old movies. With Wish Me Luck, I've got specialist ringing today, hoping to get approved for last minute for treatment for rare blood cancer, says Maria. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Isn't it funny? You always go forward for these things. And they do it via a phone call now. My next hospital appointment is going to be via Zoom, FaceTime. I don't know what it is. I've had discussions with sort of 3 experts and me. And we did a couple of things at home for stuff like that, and it was very good, actually. Somebody says, oh, to receive a wolf whistle. Yeah, some people absolutely sort of thrive on things like that. Not Fern Cotton. Definitely not. Steve, always think of the choices people have in their sandwiches just in the day when it was meat paste, fish paste, or sandwich spread, says Glenn. Bit uncomplicated. Oh, now it's all posh, isn't it? You go into a sandwich shop and you look at the bewildering array of sandwiches there are on offer and you think, well, I don't know. See, I'm just a bit bored with the fact it's all brown bread. There's very few white bread sandwiches available in the supermarkets. And I'm given the choice, I prefer white bread. I know people go brown bread is supposed to be better for you, but I don't subscribe to that. I was always told it's exactly the same. Makes no difference. And look at me. Picture of health. Very lucky to be alive. Very lucky. And looking forward to another tea. You know, and it's that keeps me going. You know, perhaps a hot cup of tea would be quite nice. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not gonna push it. Don't worry. I'm not that sort of person. I'm not some diva who's sort of saying, oh, the tea's got to be this temperature. I'm not, you know, Mariah Carey. Oh, here we go. I'm not Mariah Carey or anything. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. You know, sometimes you talk and I hear no words. Love it. I live in Abu Dhabi, Steve. Are we just getting loads of people in Abu Dhabi this morning? Not that I'm complaining. I realise we are a global show and we are nationwide. But by Jove, I tell you, we're pulling them all in. But do send me a text via Alexa. Very easy.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Good morning, it's the Steve Allen programme, Early Breakfast on LBC between now and 7. Nick Ferrari will be here with breakfast. If you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message. You just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And lo and behold, before your very eyes, Alexa will I can't remember, is Alexa male or female? You can change it. Oh, right, you can change it. Oh, well, there you go. I think we'll actually, well, no, we can't. I don't even have Alexa. I don't. We've got one in the newsroom. I don't have a smart speaker, no. Well, what would I use it for? Why would I have a smart speaker? No, I don't know. I mean, I don't really listen to music. I listen to music in the car, but then it's on CD. So I tend not to use anything. I mean, friends of mine put together lists of music and things like that, but I mean, it's totally beyond me. I mean, I do have iTunes, but I didn't realise that we don't own them. I thought we owned iTunes. I thought once you downloaded the music, then you get to keep it forever and a day. And it turns out not so. I didn't realise that because I was downloading tons and tons of stuff years ago. I don't do it because years ago you get a little square thing and you could download music onto it. And I did that via the computer. I mean, now I wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do. I really wouldn't. I'm not very good with stuff like that. Yeah, I just don't, there's no, if I want a CD of a particular group or a singer or something like that, I'll just buy it on Amazon. Steve, I booked my flight to Milan for the summer for a wedding. Last week was £30 each way. This week, £30 there and £90 on the way back. Why? I suppose it varies, doesn't it, according to how many you sort of need, I suppose. Those 30 quid a week. I mean, I think that's really cheap. Who are you flying with for 30 quid? That's got to be a budget airline. It can't be one of the major airlines. It's not for 30 quid each way, but 30 quid and then 90 quid back. I mean, it depends whether you want to come back. Maybe you don't want to come back. Steve, to make, says Marilyn, vanilla ice cream, 1 large fresh pot of double cream, 1 tin of condensed milk, a drop of vanilla extract. Or if you want to make it fruity, add a jar of fruit mincemeat. Just use an ordinary food mixer that you would make sort of Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, it's freezing it, isn't it? You can actually buy your own gelato machine. There are 2 sorts. There's the expensive one, which has its own freezer unit in it, and then they've got the other one, which doesn't have the freezer unit in it. You freeze the bowl. So you put that in your freezer in the kitchen, and then you take it out, and then you put it in there, and it stirs it round, and the coldness turns it into ice cream. To be honest with you, it's cheaper to go and buy ice cream. I know people say, oh, it's quite nice, we make our own. They do it on that 4 in a Bed programme, and celebrities coming round to eat at your dinner table, and they say, oh, did you make the ice cream? And they go, yes, I made the ice cream. And you think, why bother? Why not lie? Just go and buy ice cream at Iceland, which is about the cheapest ice cream you can possibly get. Add a few little interesting things into it to make it look as though it's your own, and tell them you made it. Why do people go through all that faff in the kitchen? Make it easy. Make it easy. Andrew says it's positively tropical up here in Scotland. I'm tracking down from Glasgow towards Manchester. It's currently 6 degrees on the M74. Wow. That's good. I mean, my car was pinging away yesterday, talking about, temperatures, and it said -6, and I got out of the car and thought, blimey. You really feel it, even though I've got a thick coat. I might have to go and buy another coat, but I'm trying not to. I'm allergic, says Susie, to milk, so I don't eat ice cream, but I wonder what's in the bright blue ice cream I've seen on sale. Have the boys eaten it? Only one today. Only one will be eating the ice cream today. He has no idea. He has no idea at all, so we don't really need all the ice creams from Ian. We only need 2 ice creams today, Ian. Don't go shaking your head. I'm going to prove a point. I'll show you the power. Watch and listen. Steve, I'm not sure if you do this sort of thing, but my daughter Floss's 8th birthday, says Manny. No, we generally don't do that. We generally don't do somebody's, especially not 8. I mean, is she working? Is she out there working, earning a living? Is she paying national insurance? We have to know about these things, but if you wish her a happy birthday, big fan of the show. Thought we liked it. Would you like an ice cream? We can probably send an ice cream to you. We have a spare one now. Me and my fellow are listening to your show, Steve. I want you to tell him what you think of Meghan Markle. I don't think anything of Meghan Markle. Nothing at all, actually. I don't have any feelings at all. None, which is a bit of a shame. I think you can buy toast toppers. Yes, you can buy them. Yes, we found them. We found them earlier on. Toast toppers are available. And I don't know where you get, I suppose you get them in most big supermarkets. I think so. I think you'll probably find they're in Sainsbury's and stuff like that. Or you can order on, I reckon you could order them online. Things like that don't go away, do they? Even though there you go, we found them on, it's unavailable at the moment in Asda. Let's see if we can find them. So I'll find them for you if it kills me. It probably will kill me, actually. Toast toppers, no. We will find them. They are around, actually. There you go. Aaron has dropped me a text, says, I'll take the ice cream if you're offering. There you go. Sorted in an instant. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. So we can't find the toast toppers. I think you probably will find them. I think you will. I still love you, but it's 26 degrees here in Western Sydney. Is it really? Double it and add 30. 82 degrees. No, thank you very much. No, thank you. And Jean says, I had a Mr. Whippy ice cream machine bought for me for Christmas. It's great. And I've got sprinkles and flakes. You can buy the flakes in Iceland. In Iceland, you go to Iceland and they do a pack of the flakes that you put into ice cream. They're sort of like half the size of flakes. Very good. And they also do cones and all the other bits. All the things that you associate with ice cream you can get in Iceland, which is lovely. Steve, been listening now for about a year, says Ricky. And what was the film where the 3 children found a man in a barn, thought he was Jesus? Oh, that's the one we used to get at school all those years ago. I can't remember what it was called, actually, but it featured Hayley Mills, because the kids existed. They were kids who lived in that village, and they used them in the filming. They all got ice cream at the end of the day, and very popular. But yeah, we used to get, every year they'd go, you get a half-day holiday at school, and you're going to get to watch this film, which was called Whistle Down the Wind. And so it's an injured wife murderer takes refuge on this Lancashire farm, and the owner's 3 children mistakenly believe him to be the second coming of Christ. And it was a very, very famous film, but it was because they went to Sunday school that they believed that this man was Jesus. Whistle Down the Wind. You can still buy it. It's available on DVD. But we used to get it every year at school. They'd go half day, holiday, because you've all been such good school children, and you get to watch Whistle Down the Bloomin' Wind again. And then I watched a documentary on the making of Whistle Down the Wind, and you kind of lose the will to live a little bit. But it was lovely Hayley Mills, who went on to be such a big star for Disney. Steve, when you reference the music, you can buy albums or tracks, and they're there for you to keep. When you stream through Apple, you don't, as you're paying a subscription. Well, unfortunately, I was doing it through Apple. Shame, innit? Another one here, which says, somebody else talking about these Mr. I've never even heard. I've heard of Mr. Whippy ice cream. but I didn't know that you could actually buy a machine. But as I say, I don't eat that much ice cream anyway. Mainly because a friend of mine's got an ice cream shop in Richmond, and he's got a huge gelato machine over from Italy, and he makes all his own ice cream, and they sell it commercially in the shop, and whatever you put into the machine turns out as the ice cream, which is it's really quite lovely. So you could have mango ice cream, Christmas pudding ice cream. It sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I don't know, actually, we must be the only country where it's seasonal. You know, people go, ice cream in the winter, are you mad? And we go, no, not really, no. We sort of think it's quite a good idea. And then they go, no, it's just ice cream in the summer. I remember going into a chemist some years ago, a big chemist, looking for sunglasses in winter. And I remember saying to the girl who was up there, I said, sorry, do you have any sunglasses? And she went, it's winter. And I said, oh, right, so you only do sunglasses in the summer? And she looked at me with a straight, and she went, yes. And I thought, I've obviously made a huge mistake. I said, well, no, I work nights. My eyes are very sensitive to light, so I wear sunglasses a lot of the time just to protect my eyes. Didn't work. She still wasn't going to sell any sunglasses, so I didn't sort of bother with it anymore, actually. Should have been the proudest moment of his political career, but one Japanese aide will remember his visit to the US president for the wrong reason. He got a dressing down from his mother for putting his hands in his pockets. Sejal Chiara said his ashamed mother told him off. He was filmed standing casually during an official visit to Washington. He was spotted in the background as the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, answered questions from reporters, but he got an angry phone call from his mother, who said he should sew up his pockets. He said he'd been concentrating on the PM's comments and liked to put his hands in his pockets. Imagine being told off by your mother for things like that. My mother used to say, stop eating your food so quickly. You know, don't gulp your food down. You know, take it slowly, but of course we never did. I don't know why, actually. Steve, are you having haggis tomorrow? I have mine and Swede ready to go. Isn't it Tatties? Tatties and Swede, is it? I remember Tatties somewhere in it, but you're supposed to have that. Lee says you can buy toast toppers at Sainsbury's, Asda and Tesco Extra. Just ask Google. Oh, right, okay. Somebody said the film is called Whistling Down the Wind. No, it just Whistle Down the Wind. It makes it a lot easier. I don't know why it was Whistle Down the Wind. I can't remember, actually, why it would be Whistle Down the Wind. So here is this mummy's golden boy. He had the misfortune to die in his teens, but the family of this mummified boy clearly want him to have a good luck in the afterlife. When he was buried in Egypt 2,300 years ago, they packed his body with charms. I'll tell you more about him after the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Thank you, Ian. Rock hard, as always. Absolutely rock hard. In fact, it's going to take 10 minutes to defrost, which means I have to rush through, but it's very nice. We've got strawberries and cream ice cream from Ice Cream Ian today, which is quite nice. We just need to find Rolls-Royce Fred, and we should be doing okay. We should be doing well. And he says, I took it out, Steve. It was rock hard this morning. I hope it softens up soon. It takes about 10 minutes. Seriously. Old ham-fisted AP next door. He's already broken spoons before. I mean, he's a nightmare. I don't know why he just doesn't go and get a metal spoon and save us an awful lot of time and trouble breaking spoons all over the place. But it's our favourite. It's the strawberries and cream. Which is definitely our favourite. Somebody says, I've changed my ATM limit so I can take £2,000 change via the app. You see, I didn't think you could do that. I thought the bank set your limit, determined on how much money you've actually got in there. Because if you could take £2,000 out a day, I mean, that's like, that's £14,000 a week. And I don't know how it operates. Well, I'm assuming it's linked to the bank account, so it probably wouldn't allow you to do that. But I can't take that amount out of the bank. I didn't think you could change it. Certainly not via the app. Are you having haggis tomorrow? Says Penny in Bexley. Well, it is Burns night. In theory, I should be neeps and tatties. But I've never had haggis. I watched them doing it on the television the other day. This was on the program with Ben Fogle, and a woman was making it, and she was on this island where there's only about 10 houses, and he tasted it and he said, that's the best haggis I've ever eaten in my entire life. And I remember thinking, God, I must have missed out on something. And I know what tatties are, but I don't know what neeps are. Neeps, I suppose, could be, I don't know, it could be the Swede. Could be the Swede that we were talking about earlier on. And Steve, would you stop talking about ice cream? I'm trying to be good, but stuff it. I'm now craving it, says Jacqueline. I met my daughter for breakfast, as Granger & Co. is one of her favourites, and I told her I remember Steve saying he liked it. Have a lovely day. No, you have a lovely day. Have a warm day. Have a warm day. Jill says, I've got to leave my name when I asked you to wish Tony a happy 75th birthday. It's from Jill. It's from Jill. And Steve, love the show. Totally blind due to chronic diabetic use. I use the Libra Link and iPhone to tell me my blood glucose, says Roger. Yeah, I'm going to wear mine from tomorrow. Have you ever heard of Yorkshire relish? I haven't. My friend asked me to get some on New Year's Eve, but I couldn't get any the next day because the shops were closed. And I'm originally, says Phil, from Yorkshire, but said I would get some. I've never even heard of it. Yorkshire relish. I've seen stuff that they used to do. They used to do a red tomato relish, and then they used to do a green relish. And you put it, I think, on hot dogs or something like that. I seem to remember that. That's what it was, actually. I can never remember these things, actually. Steve, in Sydney, we have Mr. Whippy shops. Oh, right. Oh, it's a chain, is there? We used to have an ice cream van years and years ago, and it was Mr. Whippy. And very nice it was, too. It was the first soft ice cream. Matt says, thank you, Matt, the Neeps means Swede or turnip. Swede or turnip. So there you go. Matt is my friend, and he's in radio as well, bless his heart. In fact, the last time, I was just checking, actually, the last time I heard from him was Happy New Year or Happy Christmas. Take your choice, Matt. So Neeps is Swede or turnip. I hate Swede. Must be the only thing I don't like. Well, it's not the only thing I don't like, but I never saw the purpose of it. And turnip I've never done either, for some reason. But thank you very much indeed. Still looking very good, Matt. One of those sickeningly young people. It really is very depressing, you know. Yeah. He's not that young. He's very big in radio. Very big in radio. Something we all aspire to, I suppose. But Aaron said, I'll take the ice cream. Unfortunately, we were given 4, and 1 went to somebody else. So they'll be sitting there waiting it to melt. I could hold it in my arms. Or hands, I suppose, and then it might defrost a little bit. Yeah, I could cradle it, but to be honest with you, it's a bit cold at the moment. You must have your freezer set to minus like 20. Ian, I've never known anything that comes in so hard and doesn't sort of defrost immediately. You would think actually within seconds it would, but I suppose because it's really, really nice. But another one. Oh, somebody else saying, I'll take the ice cream, Steve, if you're offering, which we weren't actually, because it comes in front. We're very grateful to get it because it's very nice. We were trying to withhold it from one member of the team, but don't worry, we'll get him next time round. He thinks we won't. Next time I'll walk downstairs myself. Anyway, I found a little bit of ice cream. Oh, there you go, there's a little bit of ice cream. God, blimey, honestly. Hallelujah. So anyway, this young man who was buried in Egypt 2,300 years ago has just been uncovered. His parents, or the people who buried him, obviously wanted him to have good luck in the afterlife. So they packed his body with charms. Scientists have discovered CT scans used to digitally unwrap the mummy showed the boy was buried with 49 amulets, many of them made from gold. They were placed on or inside the body to bring luck. The 21 types of amulet, some made from ceramic or semi-precious stone, so it's obviously a very well-to-do young man, included a beetle-shaped golden heart scarab placed inside the chest cavity and a golden tongue inside the mouth. He was uncovered in 1916 in a cemetery in southern Egypt. He wore sandals and was draped in garlands of ferns. The mummy was put in 2 coffins, and apart from the heart, his internal organs had been removed. His brain had been removed. They used to remove it through the nose. They would put a hook and you would go up into the nose, and then they would take the brain out through the nose. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it, really? And replaced with resin, 4 foot 2 inches tall, 14 to 15, good teeth, and no obvious cause of death. And the amulets represent a wide range of Egyptian beliefs. The golden tongue was to ensure the boy could speak in the afterlife. And it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? And so you look at a picture of him. I always think it's a bit, luckily they haven't unwrapped him. They've just basically taken like an X-ray of his body to show you where all these amulets were. And you think, wouldn't it be lovely to find out what he died of? Whether or not he's made it to the afterlife, we'll never know. Because he was uncovered in 1916. Charlie Girling says, wait a minute. Are you allowed ice cream with your diabetes? Or is it okay because of the fat? I don't remember them ever saying you can't have an ice cream. I don't have it very often. It's only a little one. It's only a little Haagen-Dazs. But I don't remember anybody ever saying to me, you can't have an ice cream. And to be honest, Charlie, I mean, given the choice, that's like somebody saying to me, you've got diabetes, Steve, but you can't have any more Prosecco. Well, I mean, my life would be over. It would absolutely be over. I don't have that much. And ice cream, I really don't. In fact, the only time I ever eat ice cream is in here. I don't eat it anywhere else, even though I have an Iceland store very, very close to me. Very close to me. Jamie in Essex says, we mix the swede with carrots and parsnips to make it a little sweeter when we celebrate Burns Night. There you go. That's the answer. And Andrea and loads of other people have told me about Henderson's Yorkshire relish, which is made in Sheffield. It's a bit like Worcestershire sauce, only nicer, says Babs, in Preston. I only discovered it a couple of years ago, and I live in Lancashire. Do you know, I've never been to Lancashire. I always remember Gracie Fields came from Lancashire. Gracie Fields was very famous for those young people who don't realise she was a singer, and she made films. Sing As We Go. Biggest aspidistra in the world. I was watching For the Love of Ada the other day on the television. That took me back. Hayley Mills is on stage tonight in Milton Keynes. She's in the Best Exotic Marigold Hotel with Paul Nicholas, Rula Lenska, Andy de la Tour. How wonderful. I love that show. I think what we've got in Richmond at the moment, I think we've got Steel Magnolias. I'm pretty certain. I seem to remember a poster that popped up, and I remember thinking, I've never seen the stage version. I've seen the film version quite clearly, and I talked about it endlessly because I was lucky enough to be invited. There you go, Steel Magnolias, Richmond Theatre, till the 28th. Oh, who's in it? Who is in it? Laura Main, Lucy Speed, Diana Vickers, Caroline Harker, Harriet Thorpe, and Elizabeth Ayodele. Ayoyele. Anyway, she's in it. They're all very good. I must try and get along to see that, actually, if it's the 28th. That runs at I haven't been to the Richmond Theatre for years. Years and years. They used it in the Craze film for the outside of their club. They filmed out there. The inside, of course, was done in the studios. KP in Essex says, Steve, I have to visit my branch today. We were talking about bank closures. We're losing the Lloyds Bank in Twickenham. I have to be honest, it's quite a big bank. I mean, it really is quite a big bank. It looks like it could be 2 or 3 shops, if indeed somebody would be interested in taking them on. And I've got a visit to pay cash in. See, I don't know where people go. If they close down all the banks and there's nothing left. Post office. You can go to the post office and pay it in. I've still got a cheque from DVLA because I sold a car and they give you your money back on the tax disc. So I've got £150. I've got no idea how to pay it in. And somebody said, well, you've got the app. You can pay, you scan it and it will pay it into your account. See? Modern technology. I'm getting there. I might not be brilliant, but I'm doing my best. Let's have the latest news headlines, shall we, with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you until 7. Apparently, Mr. Neil says he's shared a photo of me. He says nearly 16 years ago, we went to Lancashire to collect our beautiful chocolate Labrador puppy. We booked the best hotel we could find in Blackpool and stayed in the room where Gracie Fields used to stay. And that's how our little pup got her name, Gracie. As you know, we lost her earlier this month. Honestly, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. Finding a hotel that took dogs. It's very difficult nowadays, isn't it, to find places that take dogs? Although we have a restaurant in Twickenham on the Green, and they have a sign on the window saying dog friendly. And I've seen that on quite a number of places, places that you wouldn't normally expect to find, dogs being welcomed in. Coffee shops mainly an awful lot of coffee shops saying, we allow dogs in because people take their dogs out. There's also a very bizarre story about a pensioner who spent a year sending poison pen letters and emails to her Quaker Society has been handed a restraining order. Julia Vermig Morgan, 70, was found guilty of harassment after writing distressing and unsavoury letters in a vendetta against the Bridgeport Quaker group in Dorset. A 2-day trial in the Magistrates' Court heard the psychotherapist and Oxford University postgraduate became upset about a clique forming within the religious organisation she'd been part of for more than 35 years. And so she started making accusations of bullying against people, claiming she wanted to create a hierarchy, and so it went on. But nobody was listening to her. So some of the letters she was sending were described by victims as distressing and offensive, unfounded allegations of bullying, fraud and domestic violence against members. But anyway, she ignored police orders to stop, then denied 2 charges of harassment without violence, claiming she was a whistleblower. Raymond Tan, mitigating, said his client was exceptionally intelligent and had been invited to do a doctorate. He said she'd seen wrongdoing in the group and accepted she'd been relentless. So anyway, she was sentenced to a 12-month restraining order against the group, 10 days of rehabilitation, and a £968 fine. Won't be doing that one again, I don't think. Do you know, I watched one of these programmes. I've seen them in America, but it's the first time I'd seen one on British television. And it's, when you get a car stopped, mainly because it will flash up, it's got no insurance, or, it's got no MOT or something like that. And they stop this car, and this bloke is in the car, and they go, "You wind the window down?" And he goes, "No." And he goes onto his telephone. And I thought, this is a bit bizarre. And it's raining, and the poor policeman standing outside the car going, "Have you got a driving licence on you?" And he goes, "I'm not showing you." And anyway, cut a long story short, the policeman then said to him, and this was the clincher, "Are you claiming sovereignty? Have you heard of this before? People claim sovereignty. They claim they're not driving a car on the road. They are travellers. This isn't a motor car. They're a bit thick. And they don't have to produce any evidence. They can drive on the road without any insurance or anything because they're claiming sovereignty and we have no jurisdiction over them." But of course, the police have proved time and time again we have every piece of jurisdiction, and they took his car away from him. You could hear the sobs from where I was sitting on the settee. It was absolutely amazing. It was the funniest thing ever. I've seen them only in America, where they sit there thinking that they have this sovereignty, and and they say, "Oh, Cressida Dick knows all about it." They go, "Yes." Unfortunately, you're not. I'm a traveller. Yes, whatever you are, dear, you're being fed information down the end of a telephone. So every time the policeman said something to him, he was repeating it to the person on the end of the phone who was saying, "Tell him that he can't touch you and do anything else." Well, in America, they don't mess around with these stupid people. They break the windows of the cars and they drag them out. Over here, we're a bit more polite. In fact, eventually it took 4 police officers to get him out the car. And so they sort of took him out. What he did stupidly, he ended up getting into a police car, which, of course, if he didn't believe in the police in the first place, meant that he shouldn't have even got in the police car. But he did, and he lost his car at the same time. And until he actually produced, proper insurance and all the rest of it, they weren't giving it back. And he said to me, "Listen," he said, "you have 5 days. If you haven't, come back to us with the correct documentation, the car will be destroyed." He said, "I've given you a letter from the DVLA, that's what happens." And of course, it made him look like the biggest prune ever. Patrick says, "Don't forget the Orange Tree Theatre in Richmond. They do some very good work." They do, actually. And Tilly says, "I love the fact you're eating ice cream this early." I take it it's Häagen-Dazs, the yummiest ice cream, but it does take a while to soften. It rock hard. I mean, luckily I have been able to eat over the last little break, but leave it for 10 minutes. Have you tried pralines and cream? I don't think we have, actually. I don't think we have. I have to ask Ian what he carries on board, because, to be honest with you, it's worth hijacking his ice cream van, because you could sit there and just bathe in ice cream forever and a day, which sounds delicious. Delicious. Steve Cornwall says, David, is the most dog-friendly place I've ever been to. Many pubs and cafes have dog menus. And Jane says, dogs are welcome in most establishments in Barnard Castle. And found an old cassette, Steve. I love it, sorry. An old cassette in my collection of LBC with LBC's Rock and Roll Show with Pete Murray, Steve Jones and Don Moss. Great music and memories. Oh, wow. And somebody says, Susie said, I saw some sandwich bread in the supermarket. Oh, it's delicious. Sandwich bread is lovely. I have that on rolls or things. Not all the time, obviously. It's a bit of a treat, I think. And Nick says, bacon sandwich and a soft white bread and brown sauce is the best. Brown bread is too dry. I just don't like the brown bread. I mean, I feel I'm being dictated to. And they're trying to make sure that I'm healthy. But, I mean, white bread is just as good for you. Neil Diamond celebrates his birthday today. Last year, he sold his rights, master recordings and future creations for a price reported to run into the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. He's 82 today. He wrote and performed the hits of You Don't Bring Me Flowers and Sweet Caroline. He went to school with Barbara Streisand. He's never had a number one single. And yet he packs out places like Madison Square Garden, and the football matches and the rugby matches. They sing Sweet Caroline. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good times never seem so good, which is lovely. I think he's fantastic. But he gave up recording some time ago because he's not very well. Hubby bought me a slow cooker, says Catherine, at the weekend. This is to help with dinners as I'm rushing after work and sometimes not eating until 7 p.m. Do you have or have you known any recipes? The only thing I ever cooked in it was sausage surprise, where you put the sausages in and then you put the potatoes in and all the rest of it. But the trouble is, you see, I tended to find with a slow cooker, it's very nice. But when you get home from work, sometimes you don't feel like the food you've just assembled in the morning. You know, you might fancy a curry or, KFC or a potato or something like that. And you're stuck, unfortunately, with sausage surprise. In fact, that was about the only thing that I ever cooked in it. I remember cooking anything else. My parents bought it for me, thinking that, that would be useful because of the hours that I was working. But it turned out to be not my favourite item of cookware at all. It was good when, the first 2 or 3 sausage surprises are good. But then you go, I'm going home to, oh, God, sausage surprise. And, of course, you have fish and chips on the way home, completely forgotten you put it all together. And then you get in and, of course, you end up throwing it away because you can't eat the blooming thing because you've just eaten fish and chips. Coming up to 6:45, it's Tuesday morning, January the 24th. It's LBC and the latest news headlines now with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 11 minutes to 7. Steve, I'll send you some caramel sauce from Sydney, says Shane. Oh, no, please don't. Please. Sending food through the post is very complicated. And Frederick's ice cream, good reason to go to Lancashire, says Margaret, which sounds quite nice. And Thomas Bosch says, how come all the news outlets aren't talking about the blackouts in London? Nearly all the underground stopped running. Really? You live and learn. I don't remember that at all. Mr. Neil says, could you say hello to my lovely friend of nearly 40 years, Sally, who is listening in Spain and loves the show? Well, we're always welcoming lots of people who listen abroad, and Spain is no exception. No exception. So, Sally, very good morning to you. Very good morning to you. And another one here, which says, a lot of people telling me about the most dog-friendly places. They're getting better, aren't they? They're definitely getting better, but not 100% good. Did you ever go to Thornton's ice cream shops? I didn't actually, no. And, I have been to ice cream shops before. It's not that I don't go to places. And was it Arvi? Arvi, who did really well with his presentation. Super proud of him. I also played back the bit where you spoke about him yesterday. And now he thinks he's famous. Well, I think absolutely he is famous, Dad. I think he really is. Arvi is very famous, to stand up and do, because he's had a pump fitted for diabetes. And he got up in front of the class and talked about it. So that's cool. That's really good. Well done, you. Well done you. Everybody very proud of you, which is very nice indeed. It's always nice when people are proud of you because you're right, it makes you feel famous. Some disembodied voice on the radio mentions you and immediately you become an icon for thousands and thousands of people, which is lovely. What was the other? Yes, this story about Rishi Sunak under this mounting pressure to fire Nadeem Zahawi over his tax row has now been warned his job is untenable. I don't think he's going to be there by the end of the week. And I don't say that because that was my opinion. That's what people are predicting. We've seen these before and they cling on, and then they go, gotta go, because it's overshadowing what they do, isn't it, really? Also, the BBC chairman, Richard Sharp. Do you know, if somebody had said to me a few weeks ago, it only proves how out of the loop we must be with some of these people. If somebody had said, who do you think Richard Sharp is? I wouldn't have had the faintest idea he was the BBC chairman. I go back to Marmaduke Hussey. I'm sort of in a different place. He says a scrutiny panel will review any potential conflicts of interest following claims he helped Johnston secure an £800,000 loan. It is unusual when you turn on the BBC and some of their programmes are talking about the chairman of the BBC and about his so-called involvements, which they're saying, he sort of denied any knowledge of anything at all. There's also the story which we did, I think we did this a couple of days ago, the rise of puppies being abandoned. 73% up on people abandoning puppies, which is a dreadful shame. And the bosses are so secretive about the plot of the crime drama Happy Valley that even the actors are clueless as to how it finishes. See, I quite like that idea, but it makes it very frustrating for people. And it's only because they worry about it being leaked. And so they will record lots of different endings. So in other words, even the cast have got no idea exactly which storyline they're running with. So if they film 3, then people go, well, we don't know what it is because they've filmed 3. We have no idea which one is going to be then taken to the next level. And as I've not even seen it, it doesn't really help, does it? I'm told it's very good for people who like these sort of things. Carrie is in Erith. And please say hi to my husband, Dave. And I'm not falling for that one. I want to know about these sort of blackouts on the tube, Thomas. I don't know anything about it at all, actually, which is very bizarre. Very bizarre not to know something that's going on. Do you know that the Sun and a number of other papers are going to be running with this story today, working until you're 68? See, I think this is perfectly normal, as you can well imagine. But they say millions to work longer with the state pension age set to be hiked under new government plans. And they've done a piece in all the papers on what exactly it means for you. So 68. So all those people going, oh, it's good, we're going to get we're not. We've got to go a little bit longer now. Here we go. London Underground, District, Circle, Hammersmith and City and Elizabeth lines shut down. And people were waiting at Waterloo Station for the chaos to clear. Oh, good Lord. The whole of the district line suspended due to signal failure in the city. And so it went up. That's what it was, actually. So it was on. So the Elizabeth line and a few of the other ones suspended this evening, while the Metropolitan line is part suspended. So you can imagine if you're standing there and you've got no idea what's going on. That's it. Somebody says, why is it the district line is always suspended? I just want to go home. It's cold. Tell me about it. See, I was lucky because I'm not around when it's in rush hour or anything. Mind you, I think we don't have a specific time for rush hour in London. I think from now until this evening, it's rush hour. It's rush hour all day. I remember leaving here one morning and going to get a tube train for something, and the people on the platform packed in so much. I remember thinking, imagine if you have to do this every day. And of course, people have to do this every day, which is a bit of a pain in the what's-it, isn't it, really? There's also a seagull which mugged a man in a Tesco car park. They said it was like a scene out of Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Richard Evans was the latest shopper to be attacked by the dive-bombing pet. I mean, to be honest with you, even he said it, and I would say the same thing. Imagine being mugged by a seagull. He said, it snatched my pack. You're holding food. If you hold food, it's going to come down and it's going to take it. He said the same thing happened weeks earlier. This time the gull tried to take my wallet, but dropped it at the last second. They'll take anything. If you've got ice cream, they will take ice cream. They just happen to pinch things. But if you're holding food, they definitely want it. They've kind of worked things out that if you're standing there and your hand is in a certain position, it's food. It's food. So the 41,000 Jeremy Clarkson fans have signed this petition urging ITV not to fire him as host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Show bosses are under pressure to axe creepy Clarkson, they say, following his newspaper column about the publicity-shy woman. Loyal supporters at the Free Speech Union have set a petition to try to save him. I don't think they need to try to save him. I think he's got the job. They haven't said they're going to drop him. They've said they didn't agree with what he said, but then, everybody does that. You read somebody's column, it doesn't matter who it is, it can be any of the columnists that we feature on the programme, and you might agree with most of the stuff that they talk about, or you might agree with nothing, and then you can write to them, or, now people have got Twitter and stuff like that. Makes it much easier. Paul Sinner, the Chase star, has warned moany punters to do some research into his routine if they want to avoid being triggered. This is if you go to his stand-up show. What does he do? I wonder what he does in his stand-up shows. He said, because in front of you are 200 strangers, you don't know their lives, you don't know what the situation is with their mental health at any one stage. So he said, I skirt around bad taste and pushing into little problematic areas, and you never know who you're triggering. He said, but I do get emails from people genuinely offended by something I've tweeted or something I've told on stage. Blimey, I've never had anything like that at all. Never had anything like that on stage. I mean, no, not even tweeting stuff, because I just generally don't tweet what everybody else tweets nowadays. People sort of I've read some people are very vociferous tweeters, and they do all sorts of little bits and pieces. And I've never sort of thought, I just do, it's freezing cold, wrap up warm, see you back in the morning. So I don't do anything. So nobody ever disagrees with my tweets, because there's no point, because I don't say anything. It is blooming freezing cold, and I will see you back in the morning. And on the stage shows, it's just goes through as normal. Steve, yes, no district line, couldn't get to the football. Hardly no information until I got to Wimbledon Station, says Sean. Amazing, all because of signals and stuff like that. And another one here. Amazing the amount of people who are talking about all of the banks which are closing, of which there is a raft of banks closing, and but you can pay in and do other things at the post office. Thank goodness, because otherwise there would be no way to do it. As I say, we're now losing the Lloyds Bank in Twickenham. And what it becomes, I've got no idea, because we're actually quite good at the moment. We don't have very many empty buildings or empty shops. I think there might only be just one or two. So we'll wait and see what they're going to be doing with the Lloyds Bank. If you're listening to this programme, I hope you'll listen to us again tomorrow morning if you missed any of it. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to January the 25th. Welcome to not actually as cold as it has been. Over the past few weeks, it's been absolutely freezing out there, but luckily it was a little bit better yesterday. Had a very nice day, thank you. I must get the car washed. I can't bear it being dirty. It drives me absolutely mad. It is so dirty. The wheels are dirty, everything's on it. And also you seem to get, because when you push the thing to get water on the screen, it does the headlights, and then that pushes dirt up. Blooming nuisance, it really is. So I'm going to moan about that on the programme today. And then I was listening to Ian earlier on, and he's obviously into a flat. And they were talking about service charges. Well, I'm well versed in service charges, seeing as I run ours together with my very good friend Lynn. And we've been doing it for, I would think it must be nigh on 20 years now. You've no idea the amount of paperwork that goes on in flats. And if you've got a lift, you've got contracts, you've got, I think this week we're seeing a glazier. We have to get the fire system checked twice a year. There's also, seriously, he made it sound as though it was easy, and he's going, oh, people are being ripped off. Well, they are, but you've got to get an awful lot of people to agree to it. Luckily, with us, nobody's ever sort of said, oh, we don't want to do it, leave it to the managing agents. We employ the managing agents. It was as simple as that. And also, he was wrong. It's the freeholder who picks the insurance company that insures the building, because it's his building. So he's not going to let you pick it. That's how it works. But he's obviously one of these people who says, oh, well, I think we pay far too much money. Well, we've managed to keep ours fairly. I think we put it up 6% this year, mainly because of inflation. But you've no idea. You've got to employ cleaners. You've got handymen. If a light bulb goes, And we must have, well over 200 light bulbs in the place. They need changing. Some we've changed to low energy light bulb. It costs about 40,000 a year to run our building, which is, comparatively cheap compared to some people's places. But of course, the managing agents you use, they work to us. They do it for us. So in other words, if somebody hasn't paid, we've just found out we've got 2 people who haven't paid their service charge due at the end of this month. And it generally takes a little bit of chivying along. But no, we do threaten people quite regularly, because without that service charge coming in, how are you supposed to keep the buildings running? We're more than happy to turn the lights all off. But you can't do things like that. You have to make sure that it's safe. Walkways need to be cleaned. If you've got a lift, you need a contract on the lift. You need a contract on this. You've got to see various people. Sometimes the contractors don't turn up. We've got to have some roof tiles done. That's going to be, about 20,000 to have the roof tiles done. And then you've got to have the building scaffolded, which means that luckily the scaffolders go to the council and get the permits and everything else. But all of this costs money, so you've got to build up a fighting fund. He made it sound like it's just to save money. Well, it don't work like that, let me tell you. We know, we've been doing it for donkey's years. But the managing agents are very good. Very, very good, because, they'll sort of say, well, I'm just about to sign off the books for last year. And then we sort of say, right, what flat numbers have not paid their service charge? Because without the service charge coming in, you can't operate. Doors need looking after. We're looking at replacing doors. Well, that's going to be the best part of, I would think, about £15,000, because they're fire doors. And we've got internal and external doors. But, the windows need... There's all sorts of things. Believe you me, if you take it on, prepare for a lot of paperwork. I mean, I would think Lynn must have she probably sends out about four emails a day going backwards and forwards with the managing agents. But no, it works very well for us. But it's taken a long time to get to that state. Anyway, apart from that, and me getting the car washed today, I trust you are well. I trust you sort of managed to get everything done. I went to see some friends of mine yesterday. I like a good chat about magic. And some friends of mine have got a shop down the road. And I just went and had a couple of cups of coffee with them, and we just sit down and chat about things like that. I couldn't remember anything of the Magic Circle shows at Christmas. I couldn't remember who I was. I remember a few people who I was working with, but I can't remember who the rest of them were. But it was very interesting, because I was talking to Mike and Alex, and it was good, actually. In fact, I'm nipping back there again a little bit later on today, and then we're into... God, we're not far off the weekend, are we? I mean, it just comes around so fast. Isn't it amazing? Absolutely amazing. Joey Essex appears to confirm a relationship with a woman. Unbelievable, isn't it? It really is staggering. Joey Thicko Essex has managed to sort of find a girlfriend in the show, because he doesn't have to go out looking for them. They basically gravitate towards him. What he talks about, I've got no idea. Jamie Oliver's turning his attention to helping the cost of living crisis. Dawn Neeson's got her column in the Daily Star today. Benny Hill enjoys a huge revival in Spain. And the bloke I told you about the other day from Love Island, who was caught fighting on the streets, beating the living daylights out of somebody, caught on CCTV. I did say at the time they've got to kick him off Love Island, and they have done just that. They've kicked him off. You can't encourage people like that. I mean, the man's too stupid for words. And a gold watch found in a bag of goodies in a charity shop they decided to sell. It's made £10,000 for the charity. So they must be somebody somewhere's going, I think that's my watch. I think that's my watch. Luckily, they haven't put pictures in. Vladimir Zelensky celebrates a birthday today. I shall tell you about him a little bit later on. And then gay weddings. Although I can't remember, actually, what was Richard talking about? Was he talking about gay weddings or just gay people in general? I can't remember. There was some... Church blessing. Ah, that's right, yes. I knew there's something. Because it always drags out people, doesn't it? When I say drags out people, that's wig, hair, makeup, usual sort of thing. But I always find it absolutely fascinating that some people believe that the Bible was written by God, whereas in fact it's been translated over the years so many times that they've made some glaring errors. But it's an interpretation. It's an interpretation. I don't remember Moses ever mentioning gay people. I don't think so. People say, oh, he did this. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. It's like the other day. Who did they send over to Bethlehem? And they've sort of got the Church of the Sepulchre, I think, which they say is... And there's a star on the floor and they say, and this is where Christ was born. And you think, well, how do they know this? I mean, come on, with the best will in the world. It's a story. It's a story, and it's a good story. I don't know anybody who's ever read it. I don't know anybody, but you can always find interpretations. People drag out that thing by going, well, of course, God said man shall not lie with man. I don't believe he did. I don't believe he did. Why would he be that biased? Doesn't make any difference. You're telling me that in Galilee there wasn't a couple of gay bars or something like that? There must have, put it this way, they don't just appear gay people. They must have been around all the time. The Mongols fighting and all the rest of it. And, in Galilee and Bethlehem, I mean, Herod himself looked fairly flamboyant, didn't he? I mean, let's face it. That's why people sort of go, well, it's a God said it's an abomination. I don't believe he said it was an abomination. I really don't. But then you sort of people harbour. I was always told years ago, the people that complain about it are the people that are. Okay? That's the way it works, But it's when people sort of hold it up and you think, their own lives don't even bear looking at. Because I was listening to people calling in and I was sort of thinking, it's amazing, isn't it? We haven't really moved on a pace at all in this world. There were 2 lesbians the other day in the paper and they walked down the street holding hands and somebody shouted obscenities at them. You pieces of filth and nothing. So these people are sick in the head. There's something the matter with them. It's not their fault. They can't help it. Oh, type 2 diabetes can double the risk of dying from cancer. There's something to look forward to. Whoopee, can't wait. I love the way they always come up with this, just as we're sort of suffering with, freezing cold weather and all the rest of it. Amazon staff could go on strike over a pay rise. They're looking for 50 pence. They're not exactly setting their sights particularly high, but it doesn't matter. Tony says, are you going to wish us all a happy Burns night? Well, I'm hoping to, address the haggis myself a little bit later on. I think it's unlikely, but they sort of sort out the haggis. I've never even eaten haggis. I said yesterday, I've never eaten it. I'm not sure whether I'd like it. What did I have yesterday? I remember having something yesterday. Oh, that's right. It was chili con carne, but it was quite a nice one. The venison, by the way, was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've obviously increased my meat intake, which I don't like because I like to try and do varied. And they had a recipe which came up on my computer, and it was salmon steaks with asparagus. And it looked really nice. It really, and I thought I could do that. That's not too difficult. I've got a frying pan with a lid on it. And so I could put them in there, put in the asparagus spears and a little bit of butter, and then just eat it because I like salmon. And you're supposed to vary, aren't you? You're not supposed to eat all meat or all fish. You're supposed to do something else. I mean, I haven't gone as far as salads once a week or something like that. It doesn't interest me. But I was sort of, what was I doing? What did I have there? Oh yes, I got to Waterloo Station because they've now changed the time of my train, which I quite like, because it gives me an extra 3 minutes, just in case the bus is running a bit late, so I can get there, because it's a fairly fast train. It stops at 3 stops, and then it's me. And that's quite good. And I bought myself a sausage roll, it was from Waterloo Station. I don't like using the food outlets at Waterloo Station. I don't like people touching food. I'm a bit funny about things like that. I think people should be wearing gloves if they're touching food. Luckily, he had gloves on and he sort of picked it up with a thing and put it into a bag. And then they give you a couple of napkins, like you're going to be really messy. And then you look at the clock and you think, pick your skirts up, off we go, head for the platform, and always manage to make the train. I don't know why. I prefer to walk all the way to the carriage I get on as opposed to getting on first carriage and then walking down through the train, because once it starts moving, you're all over the blooming shop. You try and cling onto a seat, and then there's people who sit there and they've either got, as you walk past them, they've either got their feet up on the seat or they're sort of watching some pop video or something, and or they're doing their makeup. And that's just the boys. It's a very odd train. It's very, very odd train. So we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Princess Eugenie and her husband are expecting a second child. They don't actually work for a living. Well, she doesn't. Although it was claimed at one point that Andrew's girls had jobs, but nobody had ever seen them at the work, so we just assumed they just didn't do anything, really. There's always the naff side of every family. And as far as I'm concerned, they would be it. They would be the naff side. Oh, and it's Oscar time as well. It's Oscar time. This is where the good, the great and the powerful, and well done to Ireland. They've got some fantastic nominations. So hopefully we'll bring you up to speed on that one a little bit later on. And if you've got a spare 70 grand, the original lyrics for David Bowie's Jean Genie are up for sale. Oh, and Justin Bieber's just sold his back catalogue of all his songs. 162 million, they reckon. They're all doing it. Neil Diamond's, they say, went into hundreds of millions. The man who never had a number one, but yet everybody knows all of his songs. Lovely. So what should we do? Oh, I know. We'll take a break. Try and hit the brakes on time. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit better. Do not rely on this programme to get you to work quickly. I can do the travel, but I just can't do the timing of the travel. But I mean, that's the fun of it, isn't it? Because it's a miserable day outside. I'll be glad when we get summer, but I don't want it boiling hot. I just want it nice. At the moment, everything looks a bit limp. That's including all the plants on the patio we've got at the moment. We've got winter flowering cactuses, which were doing very well. They've just collapsed, which is really so I'm hoping that once the weather brightens up, they might, because we've really had dreadful weather. Right, 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 17 minutes past 4. I know it's sickening. You turn on the radio and there's somebody sounding more bouncy than you could ever sound in your entire life. And you think to yourself, well, I mean, how do you get sleep? When do you go to sleep? And you go, well, I'll just sleep normally. But I love going to sleep. I mean, when I climb into bed, sometimes I look at the clock and it says 2:15 in the afternoon, and I think, I'll try and stretch it out to 3 o'clock before I climb into bed. So I always get a good night's sleep, or in my case, a good afternoon sleep, which is very nice. And it's just a case of some people don't sleep very well. I accept the fact that people say, I don't know, what are you doing that's different? Well, there are a number of reasons that you can't get to sleep. Overweight, smoking, drinking, either alcohol or coffee. All of these things will prevent you from getting a good night's sleep. And you've got to be tired when you go to bed. If you're not tired when you go to bed, you're not going to sleep. So, yeah. See, the producer, Freddie, he's not tired enough when he goes to bed. So what you need to do is it probably doesn't work, actually, because they go home to bed, whereas I've been to bed. So I've got up, this is my day. And I go out shopping, and I go out and sort of, sometimes I'll just get on the bus and go somewhere and go and have a look around the shops and things like that. And then if I need to buy anything. So by the time I get home, I've basically done the exercise, and then I make myself something to eat, glass of the old Prosecco, and then I start feeling tired. So anybody who knows me always knows never to phone me at certain times. If somebody says, "Oh, should I give you a ring about 5 or 6 o'clock?" I would go, "No, I'll be asleep by that time." Admittedly, I do sleep through everything. I'm actually quite good at doing it. And then sometimes if I wake up early, I sort of, project myself onto the settee, curl up and watch a bit of television. That sends me off to sleep very quickly. So I've managed to catch all sorts of little bits of programmes. Not intentionally, it's just that I'm sort of there, and then I just close my eyes, which is quite nice, actually. What have we got? We've got lovely Noreen. Oh, Ice Cream Ian says, I was at the Palladium last week and they're advertising an evening with Miriam Margolyes. Last time I went to see Miriam was in a show called Dickens Women, and she'd done this show about the women that Dickens married, and he was quite not the most pleasant of husbands and things like that. And she was very good. She tells a good story, as you know, some of them very rude and some of them not. So it should be a fun night, Ian, if you buy a ticket for that. Very nice indeed. And Noreen says, somebody told you yesterday they were off to see the exotic Marigold Hotel in Milton Keynes. We're going to the matinee today. It's almost sold out. We booked months ago. It's certainly a good lineup. Very good lineup. I was watching. Do you know what I was watching, Noreen? I was watching HMS Pinafore, Australian version. I am the captain of the Pinafore and a right good captain too. Because I love HMS Pinafore. It's about the only things that I can sing along to. Anything from D'Oyly Carte I sing along to, and they all add their little bit extra on it. I'm called Little Buttercup, dear Little Buttercup, but all done in an Australian accent, which is particularly exciting, Tie me kangaroo down, sport, tie me kangaroo down. Tie me kangaroo down, sport, tie me kangaroo down. In fact, the only person who sort of produced all those Australian songs, there used to be a guy, actually. He was a very rude comedian. I think he was the equivalent of some of our very rude comedians. I think he was called Kevin Bloody Wilson. And he did some rude songs. I can't even repeat the titles of them. One was a little boy writing to Father Christmas to find out why he never got the bike. at Chrissy, he'd ask Father Christmas, please can I have a bike? Because we all do that, don't we? You still, no, just me again. We still write to Father Christmas and you go, this year, please, Father Christmas, I would like a bike and a fishing rod. You know, and you never got what you wanted, mainly because I don't think the letters ever got there. But if you do post a letter to Father Christmas in the postbox and you put Father Christmas, the North Pole, did you know that there's a branch of the post office that will send you a reply back? Yeah, your little kiddie, if you put a letter in the postbox saying, Dear Father Christmas, my name is Jack, please can I have some very fattening sweets for Christmas? And then the post office put it into a special thing, and there's a department that will sort of write back saying, don't worry, Jack. Your wish is my command, and you know, and then you have to hope that things arrive. Because I think that's quite a good idea. You can write to them at the North Pole, and they write back. That's cool, isn't it? Very cool indeed. Steve says, Roger, you climb into bed when most lazy people are getting up after a heavy night on the grog. See, I can't do that anymore. I can't, you know, given the choice of sort of going out on the old, you know, Raz, it's not for me anymore. I did it. God knows, I mean, my entire formative life was going out on the Raz in London. I used to spend my time. In fact, it shows how easy it was to do. I would go out. I wasn't really a drinker, caught up since, but I was never, and I would go out. I would take friends of mine into the Hippodrome because I knew Peter Stringfellow, and I never paid to go in the Hippodrome at all. And I would take people in and show them the light show and everything else. And then we go to Stringfellows, and we'd have, you know, a couple of drinks there. But I wasn't really a drinker. And then I would go from there to Fleet Street to our studios, and I'd do my programme, and that was the way it worked. So I could be out for most of the night, you know, starting about 8 o'clock without even thinking about it. Nowadays I can't think of anything worse. Dreadful. Steve, at Ely Cathedral, on display until the 28th of Feb. I've seen it. The world's longest black oak table, discovered in 2012 in the Fens. It's huge. It is absolutely huge. Type in, you know, go and have a look at Ely Cathedral and this table, which is, I think, made from 5,000-year-old wood. It is so vast. I don't know who it was built for or anything like that, but a lot of people are involved in the project there. I think Princess Anne went and loads of other people, and then they take it all off, and there it is, this beautiful planked table, but very, very old. And I like things very old. I like finding stuff like that. In fact, we did the Fens the other day, didn't we? The admission to see the table is via cathedral visitor ticket or a pass. I'm a bit funny about this. I think if it's in a cathedral, it should be free. It should be free. You know, to pay to, I mean, when I went a short while ago, we used to go out on a Sunday. We still do. And we do different places in London. We go to St Paul's Cathedral, Westminster Abbey, and you have to pay for all these things. And I feel a bit miffed. I mean, if you want to go to see this table, if you're an adult, it's going to cost you £9. I mean, luckily Freddie could act as my carer, and he gets in for free. Or under 16 is free as well, so Jack can get in there, so that's okay. You wouldn't have to sort of worry about it. But £9 to go in to see pieces of wood. You know, I feel a bit miffed about it. I shouldn't really, because, you know, they've got to look after it and store it and everything else. Somebody says, what do you wear to bed? That's a bit personal, isn't it? What do we wear to bed? I don't know. I mean, I gave up pyjamas when I was about 14. And, you know, I used to think it was sort of something you had to wear. Because when you're living at home, you wear pyjamas. Because then I used to have a little dog it wasn't real dog. It was sort of, and you unzipped his tummy and you put your pyjamas in there. So when you sort of get up in the morning, you take your pyjamas off, and then you put your pyjamas in the little doggy, and he sits on the thing, and then every week your mother will come and sort of take the pyjamas out, wash them, put another pair of pyjamas in there. And that was it. Because some people hide them under the pillow. I don't know why. Pyjamas just look like pyjamas. But I did have this dreadful problem, which my mother resolved, which was very nice, because when I was little, I did used to wear pyjamas, and they were always stripy. I never quite understood why pyjamas had to be stripy. But they used to have, well, I don't know. They were always stripy. They never did I never had pictures of Thomas the Tank Engine. But I remember vividly, my parents used to throw dinner parties on quite a regular occasion. So they'd have, 4 people round, and they would have dinner, and then afterwards they'd go and sit in the sitting room, and they'd smoke cigars and have sherry and stuff like that. And I remember coming down, because my mother would say, Stephen would be coming in to say goodnight in a minute, and I had my pyjamas on, and in those days you had sort of like not a belt, but like a cord that went round them. And unfortunately, probably my fault, probably an act of sheer terror. I didn't have any pants on. I just put my pyjamas on, and as I leant over to say goodnight to one of the guests, my willy fell out. And I remember thinking, this I'm never going to live down. It was sort of, I mean, luckily their teacup was at a different sort of angle, so we were okay. But, you know, all the sort of things you used to do. But nowadays, no, you climb into bed, pair of shorts, something like that. Some people put a T-shirt on in bed. I sometimes keep my shirt on because sometimes it's a bit nippy. So I always think that's quite a good idea. Yesterday it was a sweatshirt. So it sort of varies, because you have to work on the assumption, just in case there's a fire or something like that, you're going to need to get out fairly quickly, and you want to make sure you've got clothes on. You want to start faffing around. Start going, what am I going to wear? What am I going to wear? You know, will the fireman look at me and go, oh, look, poor soul, can't afford to wear anything. So I'm fairly good at doing things like that. Barry says, I hardly ever watch EastEnders, but I have been drawn to the storyline about Jack, who has HIV. But that's an old story. They did that years ago. Mark was HIV. You know, they can't come up with anything new. I mean, to be honest with you, I did some of the first interviews with people who had HIV years and years ago. And in fact, just before I went away to Vienna one year, I interviewed a guy who was the longest surviving person with HIV in the country. This is many, 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 many years ago when it first started. And people didn't know how it was transmitted. They assumed it was unprotected sex and things like that. And I went away. When I came back, he died. Because you don't die of HIV, you die of the symptoms. So it was, but now the combination drugs are so fantastic. People live with HIV. It used to be that sort of horrible death sentence that people said was hanging over them. But now it's changed completely. But, you know, no longer. No, I've never seen It's a Sin. No. Is that good? Related to that as well. But I haven't seen EastEnders for ages. But, you know, Jack HIV, it was done ages ago with Mark. And he sort of did it. And it was considered, you know, a little bit controversial, dare I say. Nowadays, it's not controversial. They have, you know, people go and get checked regularly. You know, if you've got any abnormalities or something, you know, it used to be moles, you know, or things like that, and you sort of start looking at your skin, and then you're supposed to examine yourself in the shower just to find out if you've got anything wrong, and then you go and get it sorted. You know, I think gone are the stigmas of doing things like that. On a cold and frosty morning, says Jeanette, just setting off for Wembley Antiques Fair with all my lovely things in Vincent's London taxi. So excited. First one this year. I'm 67 this month and luckily got my pension. Sorry for all those who may have to wait a little bit longer. Anyway, off I go. Yes, because they're thinking of raising it. It used to be 64, 65, and I think they want to raise it to 68, which is fine, because I've been getting I couldn't believe I actually got a pension. It's like free money. It really is. It gets paid into your bank account, and every month it comes as a big surprise. You know, you check your bank things on the telephone, and there it is, you know, a few £100 popping into the bank account. So it's like free. It's like free, so I'm very grateful. Mind you, I've been paying in for years for it. 84850, Barry says, I'm a chartered surveyor and a block manager. The worst arrangements are buildings where the leaseholders have a share of the freehold. Yeah, well, that probably works for somebody, not for us. Everybody disagrees and nothing gets done. The freeholder by law is responsible for ensuring the building is managed. Oh, yeah, we have no problem with managing it, but the paperwork is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I've got to sign off the accounts because I'm the sole director. Lynn stepped down, but she still does her fair share. And then this week we've got a glazier coming in because there's always something to do. There's always something to do. You know, not just the pigeons, believe you me. There's loads and loads of things. But, you know, people say, oh, can we have this done? You go, well, if you pay for it. At one point, because we've got to have the roof done and the scaffolding, we might have to ask people for money. You know, because if we don't have, you know, limitless funds sitting in the bank, it's all money that's been sort of carefully squirreled away. And so we might have to go to people and say to them, listen, we're going to need £3,000 from each of you. And if they complain about it, you go, you signed the leasehold. You signed it. So you can't get away with it, unfortunately. Some people try and leave it as long as possible, but without that money coming in, as I say, you never get anything done. But we don't, in our particular instance, they don't have a veto. They can ask, you know, to have something done, and we then have to decide. But when you get somebody who's only renting, they don't have the same rights. It's not up to them. It's the person who owns their particular flat. Anyway, it's 4:30. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Charlotte Morgan.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Hello, good morning. Sarah on the Isle of Wight says you have to watch It's a Sin. It's fantastic. I don't know, did I? No, I don't think I have watched it. I don't think. Oh, there's somebody from 90. Oh, no, I definitely haven't seen it then. It's not. Is it based on the It's a Sin Pet Shop Boys? Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. Steve, I'm sitting having a Burns breakfast here in Glasgow. And when you told the story about your willy falling out of your pyjamas, I just spat haggis all over the dog, says Darren. Dog thrilled to bits, I should imagine. They don't care. And Steve. Remember Timmy Mallet? Yeah, he's still going. He's an artist now. He's an artist. And he paints. I was watching this other bloke. He does these paintings on the television. There used to be a woman in the afternoon called Nancy Kaminsky. And it was Paint Along with Nancy. And then there's this bloke who does it. I think it must be a very, very old programme. There you go. Timmy Mallet does pantomime and everything else. But he's toured Park Holiday sites doing the Timmy Mallet show. I mean, he's getting on a bit now, isn't he? He can't still be doing the Mallet. I don't know, he might be. He used to do the Wide Awake Club. We're wide awake. And all the kids loved it, and he would go out there and crash them over the head with this mallet thing, which was made of foam rubber. It was quite good. But anyway, watching this sort of painting guy, and then he says, and we're just going to put a little mountain in here. And he does this little sort of mountain thing, and then he goes a little bit of snow. And he teaches you all these techniques. I sit there with my jaw on the floor. He's so clever. And I think to myself, if I had the gift of painting, but I don't have any sort of gift of painting, but he sort of does it with just brushes and then a little bit here, and it's sort of he just makes it look easy, but I know it's not. But he stands there looking like a proper artist, and I thought to myself, that is so clever, but unfortunately not for me, I'm afraid. And Christine is in Cape Town. First day back after having COVID. This new strain is not fun, but you've kept me smiling. Good. No, I mean, we have it. It's tailing off a little bit, but not a huge amount. It's still out there. Still people are sort of, I mean, Richard Spur's not very well at all at the moment. He's got this sort of sneezing all over the place. Well, not sneezing, sort of, I mean, to blow his nose. And I said he needs to get this stuff, and I can't remember what it was called, and you squirt it up your nose, a bit like Vicks Sinex kind of thing, and it basically dries your nose up, because the one thing you get with a cold is a runny nose. And I've discovered when the weather was really, really cold, you'd be sort of walking along the platform, well, sort of kind of fast walking, and you've got your sausage roll in one hand, you've got your bag in the other hand, and then your nose starts running. And you know that because it hits the top of your lip, and you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. So you then have to sort of slow down, unzip your pocket, get your hanky out, and start blowing your nose. Then you look at the clock and you go, I think we need to pick up the pace a little bit here. And somebody else saying you've got to watch the It's a Sin. And somebody says, I was at Britain's Got Talent last night. Simon Cowell made a special point of interacting with a handful of disabled kids invited from Make-A-Wish Foundation, says Roger. For such a busy man, he was a true delight. Well, you know that all the money from Simon Cowell shows that they make on the telephone lines when you call in to vote for bits and pieces all goes to the Variety Club of Great Britain. He donates huge amounts of money. It's not a very commonly known fact, but he's been doing it for years. So all the money that comes in, it's certainly not lining his pockets. It goes to places like Brinsworth House, where they look after people who've fallen on hard times at the end of their life. People who've been in show business. I'm looking forward to going myself, actually. I've reserved a room. They have all these different rooms, which is lovely. Shane says, Steve, I'm gay, but I don't want to get married. I'm happy being single. See, some people like being single. I don't see anything the matter with being single. Some people, I remember people saying to me years ago, saying, of course, you're going to be very lonely. I said, how can I be lonely? I'm surrounded by people all the time. I can't wait to get in and shut the door. I really can't. You know, the idea that... but some people are funny. They cannot be without a relationship. Whereas, you know, I'm not remote. I've done all that. Been there, bought the T-shirt, paid alimony. You know, I've sort of done all those. I'm really not interested anymore. And somebody says, what's going to happen when you get old? I said, I am old. Don't need to tell me what it is, but it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not going to be any different if I had a relate. Imagine, at my age, starting to go through that stuff again. Oh, my God. Should we hold hands? No, we shan't hold hands. No. Should we go on holiday to maybe have a saga cruise? No, we shan't. I'm quite happy doing things by myself, thank you very much indeed. But people always sort of worry about other people. But, you know, some people cannot do without a relationship. I'm not one of them. I always look at people in relationships and think, you're heading for trouble. And generally speaking, they are. They last a little while and then somebody falls out and then they go, I hate you. I absolutely hate you. And you go, imagine having to go through that all the time. You know, if you're on Love Island, you spend most of your time hopping in about beds. You know, all their houses have got revolving doors. It's very worrying, very worrying. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Locked into the spike, says Waj. I like the weather in between. Not too extra. No, I mean, I just want a little bit of sunshine. Just a little bit of sunshine, an itty bit of sunshine. I'm not bothered about anything that's too much. We've got Dawn Neesom's column today, which is very nice. And we've also got the Amarillo Star. This is Tony Christie, who is living with dementia. He's got the early onset of it, but he said singing is the best. You see, I can't sing either. I'm doomed. I tell you, there's nothing going on. I don't know what to do. The only thing I've got to look forward to is Christmas, you know, which I love anyway, and balloons. We got loads of balloons round our way, and I couldn't work out what it was, and it turned out it was a footballer who was stabbed. And all around my area and all the way to the crematorium, there's blue balloons tied to all the lamp, and I couldn't work out what they were. I thought perhaps we're playing, you know, Man United or something like that, who play in blue. I'm led to believe. I've got no idea. Honestly, you're asking the wrong person. They play in red, do they? Well, there you go. You see, what do I know? And I couldn't understand, but there's literally balloons everywhere. There must be 100, and they've survived this cold weather. And I think it was all for this footballer. That's what people tell me. Amazon warehouse workers due to stage the online giant's first UK strike. They're going to take action. At the moment, they've had a 50 pence pay rise. They say the founder, Jeff Bezos, is worth 100 billion. Yeah, but he's a businessman. That's what people do. If you have a business, you want to make money. You know, and, you know, people go, well, we want more money. I mean, are we anywhere near a settlement with the RMT? I don't think so. I told you I didn't think that actually old Lynchy was remotely bothered about doing a settlement. He loves the publicity, his picture in the paper, the interviews and all the rest of it. But we don't seem to be getting anywhere, which is a great shame. Great shame. I hope it sorts itself out. There's also a map. Years ago, you'd watch a film or a programme and they would go, we've got a treasure map, and X marks the spot. I don't know why, it was always X and it was always written in red for some reason. And they've got this map here, which allegedly or purportedly shows the location of buried Nazi loot. And it sparked a treasure hunt in a little tiny village called Omeren, which is near Amsterdam, after the Dutch National Archive have published the soldier's sketch in its annual release of historical papers. And this dates from 1944. They say that jewellery and cash is thought to have been buried by troops who hid it after a bomb blew up at a bank in 1944. I prefer to look on it as something that's just basically winding people up. Do you remember we had the story of that treasure train full of Nazi gold and paintings, and it was in a mountain? They drove the train into the mountain, and then it was all bricked up and covered over and everything else. And I remember thinking at the time, what a load of old hooey. What a load of hooey. It ranks, you know, along with the abominable snowman, crop circles, and the bloody Loch Ness Monster, you know, which trots itself out every so often. They go, of course, you know, it's the Loch Ness Monster. It's not been seen for years and years. You think, of course it hasn't, because there is a company in Taiwan making Loch Ness Monster stuffed toys. What are they going to do if they all of a sudden somebody tells them the truth, that the whole thing is a gigantic lie? You know, it's that people prefer to tell lies, don't they? I don't know why. Or they prefer to embellish the truth. I can remember years and years ago, what was it? What were people doing? Oh, that Shroud of Turin was always my favourite one. This is said to be the cloth that Christ was wrapped in after he was taken down from the cross. And it's in Turin, for goodness sake. And I said, listen, if this really was the shroud that was, the body of Christ was wrapped in, the Pope would be sleeping in this thing. This would be the most holy... It's like finding the crown of thorns or the cross. It would be the most holy relic you could ever find. But the Catholics love this, so they flock to Turin to see, basically, what's a fake. They've tried to carbon date it, and they've not been particularly successful with it. But it's a case of, looking at the picture of it, and you think, it's one of those... The Victorians love this kind of stuff. They were making fakes left, right, and centre. They used to half-build castles, and pretend that it had been knocked down, but it hadn't. It was a fake building. There were lots of places like that, because people want to believe in something, but unfortunately not to be true. I like the Only Fools and Horses superfan, Eddie Joyce. I'll tell you about Eddie Joyce in a moment. He's not with us anymore, but it's something about his funeral which made him quite unique. It's 5:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Do you like Cornish pasties, says Carmel? I do. I love Cornish pasties. They do so many different ones now. The best ones used to come from a shop in Fleet Street called Gloriettes, and they were just packed full of mince and swede, I think, or something. Whatever they were delicious. I mean, you could eat two. They were really lovely. Steve, after listening to your show, I took in chicken soup in a thermos yesterday. How lovely. That sounds a nice one. It was wonderful. Warm me up, but there is never enough chicken bits. I know. Doesn't some of the soups that when you empty them out of the can, I said yesterday, looks like the cat's been sick. And you think they're making this in giant vats, all these different soups. But we like the haddock chowder. Got maybe a bit too much salt in it because it does make me very thirsty. And I was trying to think of something yesterday. So in the end, I went, as I say, for chili con carne, thinking there was something healthy about it. And then I emptied 2 packets of sprouts into it, little baby sprouts. And I had that. And that was very nice. That went down an absolute treat. And today, what am I going to do? God knows. Steve, I'm in London, says Mandy. Eyelid cancer removal yesterday at Guy's. Repair today at Moorfields. Very good. Very disorientated in the night, eye patch and painkillers, spilt tea on the leg. Oh, you're talking to the person whose body is burnt to pieces. Don't tell me about spilling tea. Can't put clothes on until it's dressed. I got, years and years ago, I was doing an event, and it involved putting shorts on, and I'm a bit pale. And so I thought, I think what I'll do is I'll get a sunray lamp, because they were very popular. I'm not even sure you can buy the things anymore. And then it will tan my legs, and then I won't look so bad in a pair of shorts. So I bought this sunray lamp, and I had a big bean bag at the time, which was lovely to lie down on. I mean, you could just this thing enveloped you, and it was lovely. And I put the sunray lamp on and promptly fell asleep. And I woke up, and my legs had blistered really badly. I mean, so badly it was like, it's like, the worst sunburn. And the worst thing about it was trying to have a bath, because I had to have a bath but keep my legs out of the water. So I'm like sitting half in the bath and my legs are hanging over the side of it. It was an absolute nightmare. Be warned. And then the skin sort of starts peeling and all the rest of it. It's ghastly. And anyway, husband will be sent, says Mandy, to the chemist for the prescription, sent by 111, which is I wish you well with that. That's good, isn't it? But I mean, I know what it's like. Spilt tea, big burn. I mean, I've got burns all over the blooming place, unfortunately. I'm terrible. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, I'm like you. What, Pisces, and you can't stick fish? Very similar, isn't it, Mark? He says, I can't be bothered with a relationship. My non-nagging dog is great for me. I'm off hill walking in Scotland. The bath was great listening to you. And a similar experience with the pyjamas, which is lovely. Steve, says Joe, good relationship advice. I had a date planned for this weekend, but I can't be bothered with the awkwardness and the pressure of it all, so I'll be cancelling and remain happily single. I might treat myself to a glass of wine. Oh, a bottle. Go a bottle. It's like I watched this programme on the television, Second Dates, and they go, somebody fancies you. And they sit there and you look at these people And then the person comes around the corner and they go, oh, I can't believe it. You fancy me. And I think, oh, God, what sad people. Imagine going on the television admitting you can't find anybody to go out with. I mean, that's about as bad as it gets. It doesn't get any worse. And they sit there and they go, and then there's a cloakroom attendant. And she goes, so have you seen this person before? And you go, yeah, they're a really good friend of mine. Because a lot of people tend to go out with friends. Because you know somebody, and if you've known them for years... I remember a friend of mine said, why don't we just sort of go out? Because we've known each other for like 13, 14 years. I said, are you mad? Go out? What for? What would be the advantage of that? But people tend to sort of go out with somebody they know. But when they do this sort of... It's like a dinner date programme. And they go to this... You can quite clearly tell they've never been to a restaurant in their life. They've got no... This is the menu. Is it? Yeah, you pick an... Really? Unbelievable. You pick an item out and then they sort of go, I'll have a drink. And so the person comes in and sits down, and once they've got over the shock of the fact that, it's like the next door neighbour who's fancied them secretly for ages, the first thing they actually forget is, would you like a drink? They never ask that. They never say, listen, before we go any further, let me get you a drink and then you can tell me why I'm going to be calling the police on you because you're a stalker. And they sit there, some of these people, and they're not suitable. They're absolutely so... because I don't think it matters, really. I think if you're going to go out with somebody, you're going to go out with them because you've got something in common. You can't fabricate a relationship. You can't sort of fall in love with somebody over a period of time. You either fall in love with them straight away, or actually you don't fall in love, you fall in lust. That's what it comes down to. You fall in lust because you're thinking, and you start pawing the ground and all the rest of it. And, smoke comes out of your nose and you start sort of going, and then you go, oh, it wasn't all that, was it really? It's like watching that. Wasn't Calvados weekend? Is it Kavos weekend? Kavos. Oh, my Godfather. Sounds about the most embarrassing programme on the television. Poor Jordan, who apparently was considered good looking at one point, let himself go completely. Really. Magaluf Weekender is like this. They've got... It's just ghastly. The reps are all sleeping with each other. I mean, it really is... it really is. It's so tragic. And then this time they've started introducing gay people into it, which is a bit odd because it's a heterosexual hotel. I'm not saying, gay people don't go to heterosexual, but these two are drag queens. We've had the best time of our life. And I'm thinking, you really need to get out a little bit more. Just going out there and getting drunk is not the be-all and end-all. That's the dating show is called You're My Crush. Some of them should have been. Really, I mean, they really are absolutely dreadful. And they sit there and they go, so do you really like me? When did you know you liked me? And you think, oh, God, this is painful to watch. But they make a television programme about it. So they're sitting at the table and there's a camera crew there, filming them. And you think, oh, no, don't do that. Steve, I've gone off McDonald's milkshakes. Oh, right. It's the second time I asked for vanilla, but got a bit of banana. Well, they don't do banana all the time. It's not on their regular thing. They only do it every so often. What's the matter with that? Vanilla with banana in it? Are you mad? That's lovely. That's lovely. That Byron burger place used to do banana... Don't turn your nose up. The Byron place used to do banana milkshakes, and they would serve it in the thing that they put into the machine, like a metal container. It was delicious. But the idea of getting vanilla and you get added bits of banana in it, are you mad? That's double whammy. That is like the best ever. That's like, I don't know, I can't think of anything. So ordering one of their fruit pies and it turns out to be mango and papaya or something like that. In fact, somebody sent me something a short while ago from a chicken place in America, because they're crackers for chicken in America. And this one did all these different pies, and then you could get... But the biggest party barrel that they did was 6 pieces of chicken. Whereas over here, you can go to KFC and get 20 pieces of chicken, which is, I have done. I have bought 20 pieces of chicken. I ate them all by myself. Yeah, well, in fact, the funny thing is, if you order 20 pieces of chicken, you don't actually eat all of the chicken as you would if you only got 3 or 4 pieces. So you sort of take a bite, because once you've eaten the coating, who the hell wants the chicken? You just go for more of the coating. And I love the drumsticks. And occasionally I have said to them, can I just have, if I've ordered a sort of box of 6 pieces, I say, can I just have drumsticks? I'll try and pretend it's for the family. I said, the kids just love the drumsticks. What can I tell you? And I feel so guilty. I always have my fingers crossed behind my back, thinking I'm not going to tell them the truth. Otherwise, they'll think I'm mad. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Ray says, I'm off this week. On sick leave, I'm nursing a nasty chest infection. I've never had a chest infection. Never had a chest infection in my life. I don't think there's very much of my chest, actually. I'm not exactly known as a bodybuilder or anything like that. But I'm quite happy with the way I look. I'm pretty... I mean, I wouldn't be sitting on a beach anytime soon. That would just be absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. More of your texts and emails coming in. And somebody said, I had a vanilla milkshake, a hint of chocolate, says Andrew. Blimey, where is this place you're going to? It sounds fantastic. Double milkshakes. Double milkshakes. I mean, I think they're actually the best milkshakes, McDonald's. I've tried loads of other places. But, I mean, Five Guys, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. I mean, the trouble is with them, they go, oh, would you like cream or would you like sprinkles and all this kind of thing. And I thought they were just being nice. But they're not. They're charging you for it. I thought it was the most expensive milkshake I'd ever had. But I've never been to Shake Shack. We've got one. Where did I see a Shake Shack? I know that there's one in Kingston, which does all these. Basically, they've got a liquidizer. They pour the milkshake in, or the milk, or whatever it is they pour in, and then they stick in like a bar of Topic or something like that. And that apparently turns it into a Topic milkshake. I don't quite see it myself, but no. It's like whenever you buy one of those drinks in one of the coffee shops, Starbucks or something like that, they're basically putting in like a concentrate which comes in a cardboard thing. They put it in there and then the ice cubes and then it whizzes it all up. They did one in one place. It was strawberries and cream. It was delicious. It was absolutely delicious, but I got the impression it was just this sort of liquid that comes out. But I like the idea of vanilla milkshake with a hint of chocolate, because we nearly got the other day, from Ice Cream Ian, we nearly got the chocolate mint, which we've never had before. I thought we should have been a little bit more adventurous, but the way I was feeling yesterday, it was strawberries and cream. But it was rock hard when it came in. It took a good sort of 10 minutes to actually get it down to the nice consistency where you just go eat it. It's amazing. All right, we'll take a short break, then we'll tell you about Robbie Williams, who's doing something really peculiar, and somebody says, I'm listening to your broadcast. It's very warming. I'm in a freezing flat because the heating's kaput. Oh, dear. The heating's kaput. Mind you, have you tried extra jumper or something like that, sitting there with a coat on? People think it's odd, but if you live by yourself, who cares what you look like? As long as it keeps you warm, put a hat on, because you lose most of the heat through the top of your head. More of this fantastic advice, which is coming up in the next hour. Plus, bringing the Antarctic adventure to life. Shackleton in colour. We'll tell you about these photos which have just been made available. All that and more, and you, after the news, which is next.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Wednesday, January the 25th, which is good news if you get paid monthly, because there's a very good chance you've probably been paid today. Always a bit of a relief, isn't it? Is this the first one after Christmas? Yes, this will be the first one out. It's been a long month, hasn't it? 6 weeks. Because you get paid before Christmas. Well, a lot of people do get paid before Christmas. And then you get paid January. And then we're going to be into February. Before we know where we are, we're going to be into Easter. It whizzes through at the moment. It really does. Marnie in Glastonbury says, I've just bought an original tile that has been removed from the London Underground, having spent 115 years on the walls of Knightsbridge Station. 115 years? Didn't know it'd been going that long. I'm from London originally, and I'm very chuffed with it. So I like things like that. That's quite nice. That's quite a nice thing to do. And it's very good. And apparently Phil says that, Phil, the song you're talking about, Steve, Chubby Brown did exactly the same song. Is that the one about Santa Claus? It's very funny. I should have told the producer what it was, but I can't tell him now at the moment. Steve, if you're going to pray, St Paul's in the Abbey don't charge. Yeah, but they don't let you into the whole cathedral, I'm afraid. There we go. Wait a minute. Did you find hot water?
Yeah, full floor.
But yeah, really, is there no hot water here? How bizarre. Very bizarre. But anyway, yeah, so if you go to St Paul's Cathedral, you can't go into the whole cathedral. There's just a little bit at the side where you can go to pray. You know, they're not stupid. They're well ahead of this. And Westminster Abbey, exactly the same. You think you can go and pray and then wander about? No, you can't. Definitely not. They're not daft. And Shane says you do a great Aussie accent. Well, I try, honestly. It's not one of my better accents. Steve, the trouble is a combination of the meds I'm on plus the menopause, says Anne, sleepless in pool. I never used to have any trouble sleeping. I'd give anything to have 7 hours sleep. The girls at work say, how do you function on 3 hours? And I say, I don't know, but I do. I probably do about 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. I find that's enough. Well, I appear to be fine. I don't know. I'm doing the programme, so I'm assuming I am here and I'm not asleep. Because believe you me, I've had some very odd dreams recently. In fact, I had one dream. It stayed with me nearly for the whole day, and then it started fading. And I was trying to think what the dream was about. And you sort of think, was that I don't know. I get a bit confused. It was about. It's always got people from work in it. All my dreams got people from work. I don't know why. There's no particular reason, but they last such a short amount of time. Canterbury Cathedral costs £15.50 to visit. We refused to pay that. York Minster, when I was a child, was free, but now you have to pay. Well, I mean, I suppose they have to sort of make ends meet, and they've got to look after it. And Canterbury Cathedral, because it's where Thomas à Becket was murdered, then a lot of people would go there as part of a pilgrimage, so they would have to sort of make their money back. I mean, you're right. When I was younger, we would go out in my car, me and my friends, and we'd drive around, you know, Berkshire and places like that. And we'd pull into a little village, and the church would always be open. You would just wander into a church, and you could go and have a look at the interior of some of these old churches. And then people started thieving from churches, so they had to start locking them up so that nobody could get in there. It was very sad. Marie in Watford says, your little pyjama case when you were a little bit sounds lovely. I'm going to get one for my little girl who hates bedtime. Perhaps the novelty of pyjama case will make her a bit more interested. See you next month, says Murray at the meet and greet. I know. It's getting ever closer, isn't it? Getting ever closer. Steve Allen live and in person. Well, I'm just about live, I think. I like things like that. Another one that says, a lot of people talking about Burns Night. And I must check more about that, actually. I must check more about Burns Night and all the rest of it. My hubby is Scottish, Steve, so we have haggis, which is delicious, neeps and tatties to eat, and he has whiskey. And Kathy says, I'm hoping his kilt will make an appearance tonight. Way! My friend Matt sort of was explaining to me about neats and tatties. Tatties, I know, are potatoes. So I'm cool with that sort of thing. But there's always all these other bits and pieces. I didn't know what all the other things were, and I don't know why you have to address the haggis. But I think it's a Robbie Burns thing. You know, that's the man who wrote Scots were Harvey Wallace bled. You know, and that. I don't know why. I've always been strangely drawn to people playing bagpipes. There's no particular reason. It's just I sort of look at them, and you've got to keep pumping the thing up with your arm. So you've got the bag, and then you keep pumping up, and then you just sort of play. But I've seen some fantastic pipe bands. I really have, actually. Steve had a birthday very recently. He was overwhelmed by the number of cards I got. All my cards had booze on or cakes on it. You can tell somebody's future by their birthday cards. Yeah, so luckily they don't make a card for my age. Just basically it's a picture of a coffin on the front, and you're supposed to make do with it, or sort of a nice shady little brook or something like that. Don't forget, if you're listening to this programme this morning, as I trust you, well, otherwise you wouldn't be hearing this bit, and you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. It's that cool. It's that cool. And Paul says the Turin Shroud is a fake. The face is Western, and Jesus was wrapped in strips of linen like an Egyptian mummy. I mean, to be honest with you, I wasn't there. I wasn't there at the time, but it was always said that, you know, if the Turin Shroud was genuine, and they'll never prove it one way or the other, but it's always been a good story, the Pope would have that in his room. It would be the most amazing, you know, I couldn't think of anything that would be as brilliant as having the Turin Shroud or filling that, you know, the crown of thorns or anything. Do you remember when they said some years ago, we found the Noah's Ark? It's on a mountain in Turkey. They started uncovering this ship that was on a mountain in Turkey, and they went, it's Noah's Ark, you know. And I go, no, it wasn't. Of course it wasn't, but it's a good story. And people liked the idea that Noah built this ark and there was two of everything. I mean, imagine how big this ark would have to be. Enormous. It's just that over the years, you know, because this mountain would have been underwater, that's why it was on there. And then the mountain, you know, sort of changes. And they say, I think it was in Iran. And it's now, they found the remains of it beneath snow and volcanic debris on Mount Ararat. I mean, it's just really not true. But, you know, people all of a sudden add it to the pilgrimage, don't they? People like going on pilgrimages, which is good. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So bringing the Antarctic adventure to life. This is a world of snow, shipwrecks, smoke and working dogs. Not a colourful one, but what little there is brings new life to scenes from Sir Ernest Shackleton's Antarctic mission. Newly colorized photos show the British explorer and his team 107 years ago after they were forced to abandon their ship, the Endurance. And what happened was it got caught in the ice, and as the ice froze around it, the ship started to crack, because ice is very powerful. And you think, oh, it would just sort of rest there, and then when the ice melted, they would float out again. But it didn't work like that, and it sunk. But they have found the ship. They have found the ship, and they took photos a short while ago. But looking at the pictures, you know, the crushed by the ice, you only have to look at the Endurance to realise ice is so strong. So they bring in the icebreakers. Well, of course, in those days, they didn't really have icebreakers. But they've colorised the pictures of the crew, which they do with films. If a film's made in black and white, then what they sometimes do is they hand colour it. So you can have the black and white version and the colorized version. And I've seen both various films, mainly sort of Christmassy type films, which is very lovely. After Sun star Paul Mescal is jumping for joy as Irish and British actors dominate this year's Oscar nominations. We'll have more details a little bit later on this morning. And then, where have you seen the hit crime drama's stars beforehand? This is everybody's talking about Happy Valley. I've never seen it. But we used to live above Happy Valley in Hong Kong. Happy Valley was the race course, and we lived above it, so we could look down and see Happy Valley. I mean, Hong Kong's changed dramatically, actually. Dramatically. And another one says, this is the first time I've used Alexa to send a message to you, says Craig in Harlow. Well, you must do it again. Once you've discovered you like doing something, do it again. Don't mess about with it. Goodness sake, honestly. You know, it's like somebody sort of saying, you know, I like doing this. Well, do it every day. Do it every day. You don't have to sort of curtail your excitement of you and Alexa. You just send a message and it arrives with us. And Sharon said, you've kept me going through the many dark days. Everybody gets dark days. Actually, strangely enough, I don't. I don't get dark days. I see people on the television now, and it'll be some sort of minor person, and then the next thing is they've got more problems than you can shake a stick at. And you start thinking, gosh, I don't know how these people cope with these sort of things. It's very difficult. But, you know, a lot of people nowadays seem to suffer from, well, I mean, I think the top of the list was depression, although the latest campaign is to get people off medication, because some people have been on medication for depression for years. I mean, I don't know how it rates in terms of cost compared to diabetics. I've got no idea. And a lot of people talking about, somebody said, Wash says, I forgot to tell you, it's my 39th birthday yesterday. How exciting. 39. How depressing is that for me? 39 years old. We couldn't work out how old Aaron was. We didn't know how old Aaron was. who's another one of my APs who works with us on a Monday night. I thought he was about... Oh, he's 24, 25. Oh, God, he's ancient. Ancient. 24, 20, 23, 24 or 24, 25? 24, 25. Well, there you go. Yeah, and you're 22. Going on 15, you know. It's one of those sort of things. Trouble is, never make a big thing about your age in this business. It's always fatal. It trips you up. It comes back to haunt you. Well, it certainly will in your case. Dave in Plymouth says, I've been to Shackleton's grave on South Georgia. There were many cups used. Which one was it? Also, there were many cups used. What does that mean? I don't know what that is, actually. But when I go to McDonald's for a milkshake, I take a spoon. Can you not ask for a spoon? Do they not have spoons in there? In McDonald's? What, for a milkshake? You have to ask one, and then they give you a spoon. I've never had a McFlurry. No, it's just ice cream with bits in it, isn't it? No, I don't think so. No, I've seen one with Smarties in. And I remember thinking, oh, Smarties in ice cream. I'm not sure about that, actually. I just used to like it when the man used to come round with the Mr. Whippy van, and he'd pull the handle down and they put it into a thing, or you could get 2 bits of sort of wafer and stuff like that. I quite like things like that. I'm not sure about Smarties. Bit of an odd one, isn't it? And Crunchies as well. They do Crunchy, I think. Again, not too sure about that. 5:15 is the time. Let's get the LBC travel. Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Kathy says, you're talking about Bob Ross. This is the painter. He's a legend. You can even buy Bob Ross things on the net. He likes to say things like, let's make a fluffy cloud. But he does it with a paintbrush, and he does things, and then the camera pulls back and you go, God, that's really clever. Also, let's just sneak a tree in here. Apparently he's dead now, but Google him. Us artists adore him, says Kathy. Well, I think he's very clever. There you go, somebody else. Matthew saying it's the joy of painting presented by Bob Ross makes painting look easy. I know, and of course it really isn't, actually. Steve, you're really confusing me, as you normally wake me up, and now after 24 hours in LA, you're putting me to bed. Still good, though, says Russell, known as Mr. Confused. Tara, my London bus driver, says, I just wanted to know what time you get up for work in the morning. What time I get up for work in the morning? Oh, right, well, I don't. I get up for work in the evening. So I get up probably, it varies, actually, probably about 11, something like that. But I'm awake before that. I've got 2 alarms. One goes off at 8:30 and one goes off at 9:30. And I'm generally awake before they go off. And so I like to get up, go to the bathroom, pick up the shaver, go to the sitting room, put my feet up on the thing, take my medication, and then have another sort of hour and a half or something like that, sleep, and then I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I'm one of these lucky people who works early morning, so I don't have that, oh, God, I feel dreadful. You know, I'm never weary in the morning, because, in fact, I'm brimming over with excitement, actually. Weatherspoons are doing haggis, says Gucci Tom. It's really good value. My local spoons, they do beer for 99p a pint. I've been in a Weatherspoons, but I've never actually bought drinks in there, which is good. Lewis says there's a Wendy's in Uxbridge, much nicer than... I love Wendy's burgers. I love Wendy burgers. They're not cheap, but they're nice. The best milkshake, there you go, you see. Lewis says Five Guys with peanut butter, bacon. Peanut butter and bacon. Oh, that is just awful. That sounds... What, bits of bacon? Oh, Godfathers. I did believe you. I did so believe you. Well, it sounds gross. It sounds like bacon and peanut butter. That is just not normal. That's a sign of a misspent youth as far as I'm concerned. But I do like Wendy burgers. We used to have one because they're coming back. We used to have one in the Strand. It's where there's a Pizza Express. And the first time I went there, I had this Wendy burger, and it tasted like a burger. So many of these things are a bit bland now, aren't they? Mind you, I do like a double cheeseburger from McDonald's. They're actually quite nice as well. But a Wendy burger. Steve, the Turing show, I think it's authentic. I can't believe it's an old dishcloth with a picture of Billy Connolly on it, says Philip. Yeah, I mean, well, it must be because they keep it locked away. They obviously believe it's something, although whether or not that's kind of just keeping the myth going, I'm not too sure, actually. A resort in Northern Ireland has apologised after its advert for a bikini and balaclava spa package caused outrage. Guests at this place in Ballymoney in County Antrim can fire guns and enjoy a spa on a break. But Kenny Donaldson of Innocent Victims United said the ad featuring a balaclava-clad women in bikinis was truly appalling. The hotel have said, we apologise for any offence. Well, that would be nice. That would be nice. It's when people apologise and accept the fact they've made the biggest boo-boo of their entire life. Benny Hill has got a huge revival in Spain. He used to live down the road from me, Benny Hill, in a flat overlooking the Thames, because it was within walking distance to Teddington Studios. All he had to do was come out of his front door, go onto the main road, and within 10 minutes he was at Teddington Studios. And he would go shopping in Twickenham, and he'd walk back. He wouldn't take the bus. Whether he was frightened about being caught on a bus with people going, it's Benny Hill. But he would always buy all this food in the supermarkets with, I think, no labels on. So he would put it in his cupboard and then he would sort of eat something, but he didn't know what he was going to be heating up. Could have been a tin of prunes as opposed to anything. I forgot to tell you, actually, about Eddie Joyce and why he's unusual, because he's been laid to rest. He was a painter and decorator, retired. He died of heart failure at the age of 72. His grieving family were determined to give him a kushti send-off, which should give you a clue. Guests were invited to wear bright colours to the great-granddad of three's funeral, while funeral staff dressed as Batman and Robin. And his hearse was pulled by something that looks like Trotter's Independent Trading, the little sort of three-wheeler, and he got towed behind that. I'm amazed you can get funeral staff to dress up. Somebody said, who was it asked me the other day? They said, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said, where would you like your ashes scattered? Oh, well, not actually, given it a bit of a thought. And then I said I thought Richmond Bridge, but making sure that the wind was in the right direction. You don't want to basically sort of throw it into the wind and it comes straight back in your face again. That would just be awful. In this shit, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know whether you're allowed to just scatter ashes where you feel like it. I think you'd have to get permission. And I would want to be in somewhere nice. I don't know how it works, but I'm amazed that they can actually sort of condense you down from being, a 5'10" person to a little pot. I mean, how clever is that? Isn't that clever? They can actually miniaturise you. In your hour of need, they go, we're going to condense you down. And but I thought Richmond Bridge, but I think you'd probably have to get permission from the council. We're going to be failing that. You could just nobody'd know, would they? Nobody'd know. Somebody will tell on me now. They go, Steve Allen's going to be scattered. The fact I'm still alive is neither here nor there. Romesh Ranganathan, you know who Romesh is, has revealed his mum used to dangle him by his ears in a bid to boost his height. So hold it. Oh, I'm not sure about that anyway. The TV favourite and stand-up said she also loaded him with health supplements as part of her plan to try to stop him being small. So she used to lift him off the ground. But it must have hurt, something chronic. I mean, she said she didn't do it as much as she did with my brother, and he's shorter than me, so there might be something to it. Well, there you go. There you go. I know we didn't worry about that. I mean, I used to think I was 6 foot anyway. I was quite disappointed when somebody said, you're not. And I said, how do you know? And they go, I can tell. You're not 6 foot tall. You're 5'10", aren't you? You're about 1.8 metres. I went, well, make a big deal about it, honestly. I'm not going to argue with somebody about it, but I mean, I always wanted to be 6 foot, which I thought was great. London, wait for it. What do you think London holds the world record of? London world most skyscrapers? No, definitely not. It is the UK's UFO hotspot. London. Apparently, 256 reported sightings. You know why? Alcoholism. It's people drinking. I saw them come over the house and it's alcohol. It's pubs open later. You could see them from the top of this building. You see these little lights Flying saucers, ladies and gentlemen. Yorkshire is second favourite. Yorkshire is second. I can understand that because there's more expanse of sky, so you could see things quite clearly. Whereas I thought in London, because of all the lights from the city and all the rest of it, you're not going to actually see something up in the sky. This is the UK. Because I've just bought this little projector, and it looks like a little what? Just looks like a little spaceman, and it's on a remote. What? It's on a remote control. Don't hold your hands out like that. And you put it on, and I've got stars all over my ceiling, and the Milky Way, either in blue or in red, and it's sort of very mute. What? You're not allowed. No, yeah, you can smile, but there's got to be a reason for it. You can't just sort of start smiling. Makes you look a bit peculiar. You know, I just sort of sit. It's like you sit on the bus and you look at the person opposite and they're looking at you and they go, and they smile and you go, weirdo. Weird, very creepy. I know, it's creepy from there. He wasn't even having a conversation. He just sort of sat there and started smiling to himself, which either means he's just heard, one of the funniest jokes in his entire career, but there's no mirrors in there, so it can't be that. No, exactly. I don't do jokes. I do situation comedy. That's why I'm funny. Very funny person. Probably funny, peculiar. Steve, will you be doing anything special later on to celebrate Burns Night? Who knows? Who knows? Will you be doing anything, boys? Will you be celebrating Burns Night? Oh, they're very grumpy this morning. They're not doing anything at all. No, Jack won't do anything. No. Sorry? Haggis. Where would you go and buy haggis? Sainsbury's sell haggis. Do they really? Oh, right. Or Waitrose. Oh, right. And you just put it in water, don't you? I believe you heat it up. No, I shan't be having haggis. I don't want to buy something that I might take a little bite out of and then go, I don't like that. That would be a dreadful waste of food. And if there's one thing I don't do, it's waste food. Sorry? No, we don't do deep-fried Mars. Look, this is why I've kept this body. It's because I don't do deep-fried Mars bars. We had chips in, I didn't have chips, in this Five Guys place the other day. But they're not like proper chips. They've got the skin on. And, which is the same, I think, as KFC. I think they do exactly the same. And I don't like in all their stuff. Yeah, they do, in Five Guys. Yeah, I know, because I've been on the bus from Richmond, and it's opposite Whittaker Avenue, and you can see all the sacks. What for? Is that just as... You think it's marketing? I don't know. I didn't like the... Also, you got far too many chips. I mean, if, you feel a bit like a dog. You just keep eating. And Stephen says, would you not have your ashes sprinkled around the LBC studios? Well, not really. Because then the cleaner would have to come in and go, what the heck is this? And I'd find myself in a Hoover bag, which is not half as exciting. Yeah, I think, I mean, somebody said you can be made into a firework. And then they can... And I quite like that idea. Or a ring. Pardon? Hunter S. Thompson. No. Oh, really? Fired him out of a cannon. Oh, rivetingly boring. Oh, right. Interesting. I don't know why we'd be interested in that story. Honestly, he comes up with the most obscure people we've never even heard of. It's like he's swallowed a thesaurus, and all of a sudden he comes up with these names, and we're supposed to go, oh, interesting. Unfortunately not. And that's why I'm here. There you go. Solves the problem, doesn't it, really? Apparently, Carmel, thank you. And somebody else asking whether you'll be doing anything to celebrate Burns Night, or perhaps you just quietly remember your halcyon days as opposed to your halogen days, says Amber. I know. What a weekend that was. My God, honestly. In and out of hospitals. In and out. Apparently, for 3,000 quid, you can have your ashes scattered in space. Well, they just sort of float around. I'm not sure I'd want anything like that. I quite like the rocket. Or you can be made into a ring. As well. I don't know how that works, because it's going to be a heck of a size ring, isn't it? I mean, have you seen how many ashes you get? You get a lot of ashes. We'll have to... we'll think about it. I'm not in any rush at the moment to do anything. 5:30 is the time. Should we get the latest LBC News headlines? It's Simon Conway.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning! Have you seen the programme, Steve, where the Osbournes look at film of aliens and ghosts? Well, then, I mean, honestly, which family would you pick if you were sort of going, let's find some barking mad people? The Osbournes would be right up the top there. What with Jack and his father? Lord above. But it's like that other thing, isn't it, as well? Who's that girl who does So Haunted and all that kind of thing? Yvette Fielding. I mean, honestly, how to latch on to something that, you know, a little tiny percentage of the country believe in ghosts, you know, so that they'll be out filming somewhere, but they never put the lights on because apparently ghosts don't appear in the light. Well, they certainly don't appear in the dark either. They're all invisible. And so you get Yvette Fielding going, you know, with her sort of ghost hunters. I mean, she's latched on to something, which has obviously made her a lot of money. And they'll be photographed somewhere, you know, in a castle, or all of a sudden, and somebody will go, what was that? And you think, well, it'll be somebody from the film crew dropping something on the ground, won't it? What do you think it is? Clanking of armour coming through a wall or something like that. People are so stupid nowadays, honestly. Did you know you can buy vegetarian haggis, says Helinka. Vegetarian. That's kind of appealing to me. When I had my char siu Chinese pork the other day, it came with a lot of vegetables, and they were quite nice, actually, crunchy vegetables. I thought as I'd achieved something. So there you go, Waitrose do McSween vegetarian haggis. You can buy anything nowadays. Isn't it absolutely amazing? Absolutely amazing. Vegetarian haggis. So for all of you out there going, oh, they don't do that, they do. They absolutely do it. Thank you, Helinka, very much indeed. The Falkirk Triangle, Steve, more UFO sightings on the planet. The Falkirk Triangle. Oh, right. I've never heard of it. Actually, I'm quite well aware of where it is. But it's just, there aren't any UFOs. They don't exist. The nearest planet is miles away that could even be inhabited. And, I mean, let's face it, they've not even found at the North Pole Father Christmas's workshop. And they've been looking for that for God knows how many years. So they're not going to find anything which is turning out spacecraft, even though I did watch Independence Day 3 days running and totally believe that these things are hovering above us. And they just sort of turn on a ray. They had all these people when it arrived, and they're going, save us, save us. And this giant machine opened up on Independence Day. This huge thing is hovering over a building. And the bottom of it opened up like one of these sort of Battlestar Galactica things. And it basically killed them all, you know, because they were mad. And it kind of worked. You can volunteer your body to be used as compost, says Dee. Oh, I'm not sure about that, actually. I mean, I was going to offer my body to medical science. But I don't think medical science would want my body. There's so many little bits and pieces that have been reconstructed. They'd be going, well, what can we use him as? And I go, well, I don't know. He might just want me standing in the corner or something like that. So I could, you know, sort of be you could just play back little bits of the programme. You know, hello, good morning, I could say as somebody walked past me, one of those little sensors on the body. But no, I mean, you do get people who do donate their body. Although now you don't need to will it to them. They can take it. What you have to do is do a little thing saying, I don't want you to tamper with my body. Whereas I don't care. Play around with whatever you like as far as I'm concerned. You know, when I'm sort of dead, if you think you can learn something from me, why not? Goodness sake. Apparently there's a Wendy Burgers in Twickenham, says Simon, in a Rugby Road next to the rugby ground. It's a giant porter cabin. Well, I passed the porter cabins. I didn't know that one of them was a Wendy Burger. But a lot of this food that you order now comes off industrial sites. They make all this stuff. James says, you don't stop talking about food. You must be so fat. Well, not as fat as you, James. Not as fat as you. I mean, I'm quite trim. Actually, I'm absolutely ideal weight, believe it or not. Well, that's what the doctors said. So I can only go by the experts, which is good. And a lot of people talk about having your ashes scattered. So I don't know. I mean, I quite like to sort of I have some presence in the studio, perhaps like sort of a giant. Well, I could be built into a microphone or something like that, or failing that, into an egg timer, And then they could just sort of turn me round, and it would keep me working. I quite like the sound of that. It won't happen, of course, but it doesn't matter. Corrie legend Helen Worth. Do you know how old she is now? Every time you look at Gail, I mean, I marvel at whatever she's on. She's 72. This is Gail. I mean, seriously, she doesn't smoke, and she's obviously quite healthy, but she's been starring on the street as Gail Platt for nearly 50 years. 50 years, and she's been made an MBE. So well done to her. Chief Nursing Officer for NHS England, Ruth May, got a damehood at the Windsor Castle ceremony. But Gail, or Helen Worth, said it was a very special thing to be made an MBE, which is good. So well done to her. Ashley says, I had no, it wasn't Ashley, it was Roger. I had vegetarian chicken Kiev. And while it was tasty, it didn't match the real thing. How can you do vegetarian chicken Kiev? Because it's the chicken in the breadcrumbs, and then you sort of fill it with all this garlic butter, which is particularly delicious, I have to tell you. Very nice indeed. But they do make some of them. You've got to be careful when you buy them. You don't want them out of formed meat. Do you know what I mean? There you go. M&S do one. Plant Kitchen. Plant Kitchen. And it's called No Chicken Kiev. But it's plant, so it's got soya-based Kiev with a garlic and parsley filling coated in golden crunchy breadcrumbs, suitable for vegans, 2 per pack. Looks quite nice, actually. I don't know really what it tastes like. I've got no idea, so I can't decry it without noticing any of these things. But Steve, Morrison's have the best Mandarin orange trifle. No, the best trifle is the rhubarb one in Waitrose. They do a rhubarb trifle. I became addicted to rhubarb. Somebody said it's fairly good for you. Then somebody said, full of sugar, Steve. Absolutely full of sugar. And I went, oh, dear. Pamela Anderson, she's back. Is she promoting something? I don't know. Every time I open up the newspapers, Pamela Anderson's story, she revealed she caught an ex-boyfriend cheating on her after spotting him. Not sure I can say this, actually. I don't think I can say it. It's too early in the morning. It's too early. He was washing his willy in the kitchen sink. That's how she knew he was cheating. Dear, honestly. Come on, hands up. Yeah, I thought so. Mr. Neil says, Steve, LBC should have your body in a glass cabinet like Jeremy Bentham at UCL, and we could take you up to Tony Polledri's Little Italy twice a year. Can you imagine? I quite like the idea. I think the Jeremy Bentham story is great. It's like the Eva Peron story. She's in a crypt now in a ceremony, having been dragged around the world by her husband at the time. And they put her in a thing, and it was a lift that's taken her down under the ground, so nobody can dig her up again or anything like that. Because when they found her, she was in a warehouse, I think, and her nose had fallen off, so they had to rebuild her. But she was embalmed. I think it was among the first people who'd actually tried embalming people, which is good, which is very good. So, some people quite like that idea, actually. Trelawney says, snuggled up in bed listening to your show, only recently returned from 3 months in Qatar. I agree with you about keeping your sweatshirt on when getting into bed, as here in Ascot in an old drafty house is rather parky. And then in the morning it's a case of stripping everything off, diving into the shower and then donning a new set of clothes for the next 24 hours. Shimples. Thank you. Yes, I mean, we all do that, don't we? Mind you, I know school kids, because when you see them on the train in the morning, the school kids look as though they haven't even been anywhere near the shower. Their clothes are all crumpled up. They look a complete stick-of-the-dump mess. They really do. It's ghastly. Danny says, the joy of painting, Channel 9, very soft and calming voice. I saw the one where he painted a mountain with the waves and some trees on. I saw that yesterday. I saw that one yesterday, which was very good. Rachel says, talking about maintenance charges, we're currently having the flat roof done on our estate, and all flat owners have been told it's going to cost us £7,500 each on top of the £162 a month maintenance charge. Unfortunately, a lot of us don't have that kind of money, so it's going to be a tough few months. Yes, because unfortunately it's in your lease. We have to have it done. The ridge tiles need doing. They've been up there for about 30 years now. And we had a man round the other day, and he looked and he said, well, the ridge tiles need doing. If they blow off and somebody in the street gets killed or hit by one of them, well, then we're liable for it. So they'll all be done. And I think that's, you know, he did say, like we weren't surprised hearing it, he said it's not going to be cheap because you've got to scaffold the building. So then the scaffold has got to be put up. Well, that's thousands. to do it now. So you're quite right, Rachel. The managing agents or the people who look after your flats will be saying, well, we need to go to people and say we need an extra 5,000. And the trouble is nobody can do anything about it. So in theory, you have to go to the bank to take a loan out so that you can pay it because you signed a lease to say, it's not like it comes as a big surprise. Obviously, I would have thought you're maybe 162. So what's 162 times 12? There we go. I like to sort of compare it to ours to see how much everybody else is paying. I mean, some of the service charges in London, that bloke who came on with Ian the other day was quite right. One of them, I think £160,000 a year. 1,944. That's what that is. So that's about equivalent to what we pay, but we built up a fighting fund. So in other words, if anything needs doing urgently, then we do it. And we've got contracts on the lift and everything else. But again, if we have the lift replaced, that's going to be in excess of £70,000. We've got to have the roof done. We've got to have some of the doors done. And there's a window that needs doing. So that's why it's going to be expensive. And we do put money aside into the fighting fund. And we keep about 5,000 separately for little incidentals, like light bulbs. When you go out and buy these, they call them D-shaped light bulbs. They don't look like a normal light bulb. They're low energy. And we've got those in the car park and on all the corridors. So there's loads of bulbs. Loads of bulbs. And when they get changed, we've got, luckily, an electrician on site because he lives there. And he's absolutely excellent. But it's a pain, isn't it? When somebody comes to you and goes, listen, the cost of this, we need another 5,000 or 6,000. And I appreciate the fact that not everybody will have it, but people signed the lease. And the lease says that the residents are responsible. So if you're renting, doesn't come into it because you don't get affected by it. But it's the person who owns the actual property. So that's it. And Roger says you can look forward to payday, which must be looming. It's today. It's today. Today is payday. It's either the nearest Friday or the 25th. And they send you a thing. It's a brilliant system. They send you a thing saying this is how much you've invoiced for and this is how much tax we've taken. Alison in Canterbury says, I found a sprinkling of Olbas oil in a bowl of boiling water, then a towel over the head. Clears the sinuses brilliantly. Yeah, Olbas oil is supposed to be good. You can put it on your pillow, can't you? You can sort of do a little few drops, and that's supposed to be quite good. Or one of Vicks does something as well, and you get the same sort of effect because these colds are doing the round at the moment. And believe you me, it's an absolute, you're sort of trying to get on with everything. I think if you just sort of plough on forward, you kind of forget about, getting it. But if ever I have anybody there was a bloke on the bus the other day and he started coughing violently, so I moved. Didn't even put his hand over his mouth, which I think is highly rude. 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC travel for you this morning, get you there nice and quickly with the help of Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Well, we're in a very funny mood this morning, aren't you? I don't know what it is, honestly. He didn't get much sleep last night, so consequently, the poor AP is sort of suffering, going, I don't get much sleep. And I always think, perhaps you need to go to the doctor and get sleeping tablets. Then you could have a little sleeping tablet. Because I remember I used to take them when I first started doing nights because I also couldn't sleep because I was all over the place. And so I think I did about 3 months on sleeping tablets. They were little tiny things. And I remember thinking, so you take that and you get 8 hours sleep. And you can feel yourself going as well. You take the tablet and within about 10 minutes, you start going, oh, God, I need to get to the bedroom quick as possible. Otherwise, you just collapse where you are. And then I thought, if I take half a tablet, I get 4 hours sleep. Of course, it didn't work like that. You still got 7 hours sleep. It didn't kind of make any difference at all. And then I thought, oh, no, you better come off these. You don't want to be addicted to sleeping tablets. Because once you get into a routine, you used to wake up feeling a bit groggy, sort of feeling like you hadn't really had a proper load of sleep. And I do need my sleep, but I don't seem to need a lot of it. Mind you, Margaret Thatcher survived on, 4 hours a night? I thought it was good enough for her, good enough for me, I tell you. I can survive on that. But it's all these people that sort of go, oh, perhaps you should cycle into work. I ban those people. I don't bother talking to them at all. Dawn Neesom's column today is talking about to have so much money that you can pay back $5 million after a bit of a confusion over your tax is a bit, well, Rich. 500 quid maybe, but 5 million. Still, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Nadim Zahawi, paid his hefty fine straight away because who hasn't got a spare £1 million down the back of the sofa? And said sorry. And then we have the former Prime Minister. Well, who isn't one of those these days? Bozo Johnson, admitting he borrowed 800,000 from a mate of a mate. And Dawn writes, what? 800 grand? What the blooming heck does a bloke who can earn $250,000 for an after-dinner speech need that much money for? Not even he can spend that much on gold wallpaper and child support, surely. Oh, hold on, she goes. Also talks about how many people employed in comfy, cosy, pen-pushing office jobs think a potential new state pension age of 68 isn't a huge issue. She says not sure all the scaffolders, road layers and brickies would entirely agree with them. And she says don't want to worry anyone or anybody, but you do realise Christmas Day was exactly a month ago today. Christmas Day was a month ago. She says I haven't lost that run the marathon, only eating green vegetables, given up booze yet either. Always February, folks. Always February, she says. Which kind of justifies it, because people come out of Christmas and they go, I'm going to go on a diet. And I always go, oh, why? You won't keep up. You won't keep up. Just carry on. If you want to lose weight, do it slowly but surely. Don't sort of bother about going, oh, I've got to lose weight and I've got to do that. I'm going to get out, pound the streets, get on my bicycle, do the exercises in the morning, do the sit-ups. Apparently sit-ups very good if you want a washboard stomach. But I mean, to be honest with you, who wants a washboard stomach? What advantages are of that? Who are you going to show it to? You're not going to stand at the bus stop and go, hello, look at this. What are you doing? Nice? You're not going to do things like that. I don't know why people do. I think it's for vanity reasons. I think that's why people go to a gymnasium, so they can go. We have a couple of people in the office. I don't want to name names, but we have a couple of people, and they've got the body, and I look at them and I go, just don't stand anywhere near me. Really, it just makes me feel really bad, because I do look big compared to you, and that they've got no fat on them at all, and that their lives are miserable, and they've finished because they go and then it becomes an addiction. And then they don't just go once a week, they go once a day. And then they get even more addicted and they go twice a day. Every opportunity they have to say, oh, I've just had a chip. I'll go to the gym. I'll go to the gym and work it off. I mean, I did go to a gym. I used to go to the David Lloyd clubs. And I thought it was good. But you've got to get into a routine. And that's the problem now, getting into the routine. But you need a trainer. That's the only reason all these people work with their DVDs that they're trying to flog you, promising you that if you buy their DVD for $19.99 or whatever it happens to cost, you will end up looking like them. You won't. They've done it with the help of a trainer who has pushed them and gone, OK, I'll just do half a circuit. No, come on, 4 circuits. What? 4 circuits. And then for the first week, it's like walking somewhere, isn't it? You sort of live, I don't know, here and you live in Pimlico. You walk. The first day you walk back, it's like, I'm going to die. I'm going to absolutely die. By the time you got to the end of the first week, it actually seems like, easy. Because it becomes easier for you to walk that length. I used to go to Richmond with a friend of mine, Graham, and the first time we did it, I really thought I was going to collapse. And he'd go, well, let's just go as far as here. And then we can get the bus back. And then each day he'd go, should we just go a little bit further? And so we went a little bit further. And by the end of the first week, we'd actually done Twickenham to Richmond on the towpath by the river. And then he said, do you want to get the bus back, or do you think you could walk back to Twickenham? I said, well, let's sort of try. If it gets a bit difficult for me, well, then we'll actually get a bus and cheat. But eventually, after a couple of weeks, it became quite easy. I didn't think anything. Walking to Richmond, easy peasy. Easy peasy. Also, the Oscar nominations are out, says Dawn Neeson. And once again, the movie that puts ticks in boxes rather than bums on seats, a tip to clean up. Though at least Top Gun, produced by Tom Cruise, is in with a shout for Best Film. Obviously, it'll be beaten by something you've never heard of, leaving Cruise, possibly the most famous actor on the planet, still an Oscar-free zone. The latest blockbuster, Babylon, was too late for these Oscars, but it's worth seeing for the brilliant performances of Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt and Diego Calva. It's hedonistic, decadent and eye-popping stuff. It also contains an incontinent elephant at a cocaine-fueled orgy. Definitely not to be sniffed at. There you go. Have you seen that film? You seen it? Okay, you're going to watch it today. Is it on at the cinema then? Oh, right. Do you have a cinema near you? It's interesting, isn't it? Really? Next door? He lives next door to a cinema. Oh, next door here? Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Have you seen how much it is to go to the cinema? 10, 15? Yeah, whatever. I thought you'd be sitting down the front in a 60 quid seat. They're very... Because you can recline. And you could do everything. You could put your popcorn and your hot dog and everything else in the little sort of cup holders and everything else. Because you want to sort of sit there and have a bit of Reddit. But the trouble is, at the moment the seat goes, I'm asleep. I can't stay awake for these things. I find it incredibly difficult. It's like, you know, if you watch television at home, you're obviously going to be awake watching television most of the time. But you try turning the lights off, you'll be asleep within seconds. Ghastly. Really ghastly. Do you remember we did a story a short while ago of police in a British holiday resort had a mystery man who turned up. And the man found in Weymouth in Dorset has been identified now as a 43-year-old on a visit from Latvia. Because nobody knew he didn't know who he was, and they didn't know who he was either. He was wearing a black motorcycle helmet, a black shirt, a black leather jacket, black suit trousers on top of other black trousers and brown boots. Oh, not brown boots. You say, there you go, you ruined the outfit completely. You know, everything black. What's the matter with black shoes? That's why nobody knew who he was. Had he put black shoes on, they'd have recognised him immediately. But a Dorset... I'm so sorry. I do that all the time. I don't know why. I don't want to encourage me to start doing Dorset accents. So we're very pleased to update that his identity has now been established. So he's on a visit for Latvia, and he ends up in Weymouth. An odd place to go, wearing all this black outfit, but yet brown shoes. He must have stuck out like a sore thumb in Weymouth. I mean, that is really, it's God's waiting room, isn't it? That's what they call it. You know, you sort of go down there, you go, where'd you come from? Weymouth. Oh, God, I bet you play bowls. I've just got a sneaking feeling. There's also a dad bidding to cycle to every lighthouse in mainland Britain is celebrating reaching his 100th beacon. You get these people. He's, so far, he's cycled 2,349 miles and raised more than $6.5 grand for charity. And it's the charity is A Bit of a Break, which offers holidays to people living with terminal illnesses. Well done him. I couldn't do things like that. I really would be absolutely useless. A teacher faces being banned from the classroom. Why? Because he headbutted his department boss. Do you know, there's a little side of me that sort of sneakily smiles at that, thinking, teachers bite back. Don't mess with the teachers. It's very good. And what else have we got? Oh, here's Antonio Banderas. Says having a heart attack was one of the best things that happened in his life. Yeah, other people might disagree. I'll tell you why he thinks it's the best thing, and why has a vet called for a ban on owning a dog with cropped ears. It's a rather disgusting thing to do to dogs. And pigs could easily replace dogs as man's best friend. I don't think you want a pig living in your house, do you, really? Although, actually... Oh, no, it doesn't matter. We'll take a short break. We've got the news at 6 o'clock coming up. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Don't forget, you can send me a message via Alexa. If you're listening on your smart speaker, you just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And that will do the trick. We'll take more of your texts and emails after the news, which is next.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6 is the time. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to, well, it's not as cold as it has been, but it's still a bit nippy out there. But, you know, just put on an extra jumper or something. I might have to go out and buy a few. I don't possess jumpers. I'm not a jumper person. I'm still wearing short sleeve shirts. Ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I should be sort of putting on a jumper, but I find it a bit difficult wearing jumpers, and you put the coat on and all the rest of it, you know. Steve. Excuse me. I have the same thoughts about ashes being thrown off London Bridge. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's a good idea, but I'm sure you've got to find out something. Paul says you should walk to Kingston along the road. Kingston's quite a walk, actually. Quite a walk. Benny Hill lived on the main road between Twickenham and Teddington. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I know exactly where he lived. Exactly where he lived, because he died there. He died there, and he died over a weekend. It was a bank holiday weekend, and the police turned up, and then loads more police turned up, you know, to see a man who sort of died over the weekend. And I think he was sitting on the settee, surrounded by half-open shirts. He used to buy new shirts and things like that and open them. He had a thing about it. Everybody's got different things, haven't they? Babylon apparently got 3 Oscar nominations, which is good, very good indeed. And somebody says, I have to do sit-ups so I can always rock me gownless evening strap. Elementary, my dear, says Kim. Oh, you'll be doing your haggis, I should imagine, later on today, which would be nice. I don't know, perhaps I should try. No, but the trouble is not really worth it. Let's say do a little one for people. There's no point in buying a whole hat. I'm never going to eat it again, am I, really? Pigs could easily replace dogs as man's best friend, boffins claim. Both animals show just as much affection for their owners, although pooches have the edge as they're better at communicating with people. I have to be honest, they show these programmes on farms and they've got, we've got pigs and all the rest of it. And you think, yes, but they are a meat supply, aren't they? At some point, that poor pig is going to sort of end its life. And all the little... I think piglets look fantastic, don't get me wrong. I'm with this vet who's called for a ban on owning a dog with cropped ears and slammed owners who have pets with mutilated lugs as a status symbol. There was somebody famous... I can't remember who it was. I really can't remember. I've got a name in my mind, but I don't want to say it in case it's the wrong one. And it is illegal to crop a dog's ears, but some people do it for vanity reasons. And I think it's sick. I've never heard it. It's like people docking tails on dogs. And you think, are you mad? And the answer is, unfortunately, they are. Apparently, it's not currently illegal for someone to own a dog with cropped ears. If an owner were challenged, they just say, I bought the dog like this, and that gets them out of it. What is the matter with these people? It's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Bill Gates has declared war on cow burps in a bid to help save the planet. Okay. And Brits are the laziest in Europe when it comes to working out on holiday. Well, what's the point of going on holiday? To work out, you might as well not bother. You might as well stay here and work out. Why would you pay to go abroad and then start working out? I mean, some people do. But apparently somebody from the company that carried out the survey said 20 minutes of light exercise in your hotel room can have a significant impact on your mental and physical well-being. Yeah, but it kind of defeats the object of going on holiday. You go on holiday to forget about things like that. But I do see that it's the jogging. It's the jogging people. I mean, in London, I don't know where you live, but people seem to jog all over the place now. They can't resist it. And some of them just look stick thin. And Steve, I think you should get yourself embalmed and put in the doorway, says Chris of Joe Allen's, like a welcoming maitre d' whilst holding the menu. Oh, good idea. I never thought about that one, actually. It could be quite a good idea. I could just be in the corner in sort of a cupboard, which could be good. Did you know a maggot has got more protein than a soya bean, says Dave? Yeah, some people think of odd things, don't they, nowadays? People do eat that, don't they? People do eat maggots and stuff like that, and it doesn't appeal to me in the size, or beetles and stuff like that. You go to some of these street markets in Malaysia and things like that, and they've got the oddest things being cooked over like little barbecues. And I've always thought to myself, do people really eat this? And the answer is absolutely. Even on one place, rats. Oh, what is it? Oh, it looks lovely. Special delivery. Oh, we like a special delivery. We're always very big into special delivery. Merci. Thank you very much. What is it? I'm so dying to find out. Was it yoghurt? Chocolate chip ice cream? Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Were we expecting that? We weren't expecting it, so it's an even bigger surprise. It's an even bigger surprise. I can't believe it. Chocolate chip ice cream. Look at this. We really did. Is this from Ian? We really didn't expect it, Ian. How many are there? 3. Yeah. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Then we could split the other one. He won't know about it. Oh, chocolate chip. How exciting. I bet it's rock hard. I looked at the... because I've never seen them in the box or anything like that. It's very nice, isn't it? That'll cheer up the day. a little ice cream from Ice Cream Ian. Thank you very much indeed. We just need to build a swimming pool, and then we can sort of then we can get Pete round to do it as well. And Steve, you mentioned bowls. You know what I had to go at Crown Green Bowling. I'm totally blind. They tried to make it interesting, as they had a clock face, and they used to describe when you sort of rolled this ball towards the jack. I watched them doing it, actually, Phil. I've watched them doing bowls, and they're trying to get young people. That's why you were there, actually. They're trying to get young people to get involved in it. Because it's one of the only sports that I've ever seen where you have to wear the gear. You can't just turn up in what you like. They wear whites. And the actual bowling greens are really looked after fantastically. It's a pristine piece of grass. I mean, it's really very, very nice indeed. Very nice. Harry says, I met the guy who invented zero. I said, thanks for nothing. Thank you. And now I've got an image of Benny Hill being consumed by Bob Tott and a dozen Tesco ladies in quick time through the streets of Twickenham. Yes, well, he used to shop in Twickenham, but he would walk back to his flat. They're still there. There's about three blocks of flats, low level, not really particularly high flats. But no, he'd be seen quite often. I'd see him sometimes. He'd be sitting up on the green in Twickenham, and that was it. And I think what he was doing, because he worked at the studios for a number of years, it was round the corner, and they just sort of put it all together. But he died over a bank holiday weekend. I remember it distinctly because everybody was talking about it, saying the police had to put a ladder up against the window because they couldn't get into the flat because the door was locked. Former Strictly Come Dancing star Bruno Tonioli was unveiled as the new judge on Britain's Got Talent. He's 67. I don't think it makes any difference what somebody's age is. It's whether or not they're going to bring something to the programme. It was either him or Alan Carr, and I said at the time, Alan Carr just not right for that programme. It would sort of debase it. It wouldn't be as good as it could be. I'm not saying that Bruno is going to be particularly any good, because you've already got Amanda Holden, and you've got Alicia Dixon, and you've got Simon Cowell. And it seems to work, and you've got Anton Deck and various other people. Walliams, of course, David Walliams used to do it. He stood down last year after a leaked transcript from a recording in January revealed he'd made derogatory and sexual remarks about contestants. And so they were there at the Palladium. I didn't know they used the Palladium. That's how Ice Cream Ian knew that Miriam Margolyes had a show coming up at the Palladium, because they obviously announced it. But that would be one to get a ticket for. Because she'd be very, very good. She's very entertaining. Put it this way, don't expect any elaborate sets and dancing boys and girls and things like that. It will just be her at the London Palladium, and you should go see her. She's very, very entertaining. She'll probably be terribly rude. I've just got this feeling. If she's doing a one-woman show, she's going to be rude. Steve, you were talking about Jeremy Beadle the other day. I was watching Beadle's About on YouTube last night. There are lots on there. He always dressed as a traffic warden in dark glasses. Great presenter, says Chris. And, I don't know what happened to Sarah Kennedy. She was on the radio, and then she stopped. But on Beadle's About, Jeremy was very good at it. Some people thought it was cruel television. I thought it was fantastic. Roger says, you've got Pete the Pool Man, Ian the Ice Cream Man, and Kevin the Milkman. You just need somebody to bring in the savouries now. I know what we need, basically, is somebody with hot sausage rolls. That's what we need. But we've got chocolate chip ice cream, and I don't think we've ever had chocolate chip ice cream before. But the one thing we have had, and the toys, which have been firm favourites for decades, like Sesame Street's Elmo and... who's the other most popular toy for donkey's years? For donkey's years. You can't go past a shop... Not Barbie, no. No, but see, Barbie was American. We had Cindy, who was the British version, never did as well as Barbie. Barbie had Ken, the husband, who was about as camp as a row of Christmas trees, I'm afraid. They used to one time looking like a reject from the Village People. But no, what do you see in all the tourist shops in London? You see all the, black cabs and Houses of Parliament and things like that. But there is always one thing in there that you go, no, not Big Ben, no. Paddington. Every tourist shop has got Paddington Bear in it. And Paddington Bear is one of the top 25 sellers of 2023, because they had the 69th annual Toy Fair in London. And in fact, you're quite right, actually, because Paddington, the moment Paddington starred with the Queen in that wonderful broadcast, Paddington got elevated to a new status. I mean, he went stratospheric. Barbie is in here, Wallace and Gromit, and the Sylvanian families. Do you know, see, I used to enjoy going to the British Toy Fair. You'd go round there, and there'd be all sorts of exciting things. You think, and then you try and make a guess at what you think is going to be the toy for Christmas. I was never right. Whatever they actually put in at the beginning of the year, I promise you, by the time you get halfway through the year, it would have changed. Let's take a short break, shall we? For the LBC News headlines at 6:15 with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Very exciting. Very exciting. We have a new ice cream which has got a plastic spoon in it. And they said, I was just talking to my friend Mr. Moyles, and he said, where'd you get that from? I said, it gets delivered to us. We're very popular. But this is not the normal one. This is Marshfield Farm, which is completely different. But it's still from Ice Cream Ian. So is it nice? Chocolate chip? Yeah, thought it. Waking you up, is it? Oh, thank God for that. At least something's worked this morning. Anyway, do you remember ice cream soda? You can still get cream soda. I say ice cream soda because we would buy a bottle of cream soda and then put ice cream into it as well, which was very nice. MPs yesterday. You won't be subscribing to this one. They have urged the BBC to reconsider their plan to overhaul local radio, saying it risks undermining the sense of localness that makes it distinctive. Yeah, the other thing that makes it distinctive is there's no audience. I mean, it was the point of keeping something which we're paying for. It's not like it's sort of, it's funded by us, thank you very much indeed, because they're going to increase programming sharing between different local radio stations. And so they apparently... Damien Green of the DCMS committee said the disappearance of local news providers has ripped a hole in the heart of many communities. They're such drama queens, aren't they? Oh, it's just completely decimated it. Watched, listened to by two farmers and the vicar. And that'll be about it, I'm afraid. So the plan to plough more money into online local news services could risk harming commercial news publishers. Have you heard of such rubbish? I mean, honestly, for goodness sake. Listen, years ago, it was probably worthwhile keeping, but not now. Radio's moved on a bit. I have to laugh at a piece in the paper today, and it's of... I don't really know whether I can do this story, but I have to do it, actually, because it's troopers in King Charles's mounted ceremonial battery have circulated a humiliating video of their commander failing to mount her charger. This is the footage showing Major Francesca Sykes of King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery needing two soldiers to help her into the saddle before a ceremony in Green Park near Buckingham Palace. To be honest with you, I mean, they're literally struggling to get her on the horse. I don't know why she can't get on a horse. I've got no idea. One holds the reins while another tries to push her onto the horse. She's going to be so humiliated today, so humiliated. The pair's efforts fail, however, to the annoyance of the assembled troops. An apparent falling out with members of the unit has led to them trying to expose what they regard as her shortcomings as a rider. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but she doesn't look like the fittest person I've ever seen. I don't know how fit you need to be. I mean, I used to ride quite a lot. But this footage was recorded as King troops helped mark the state visit of Cyril Ramaphosa, South Africa's president, in November last year. Members of the unit are supposed to be expert equestrian and spend hundreds of hours preparing for royal visits. However, these problems have not stopped colleagues mocking her. If you can't vault a horse unassisted, you don't pass out of training, said a King's Troop horse. She took over, this is Major Sykes, assuming command, from Major Vicky Flood. This was in 2021. A Ministry of Defence spokesman said it's completely normal for help to be offered when riders need assistance. Well, she shouldn't need assistance. That's the trouble. She's supposed to be a horsewoman. Officers are provided with taller horses so their hand signals can be seen by the rest of the... What a load of codswallop. Have you heard of such rubbish? And this is from the Ministry of Defence spokesman. They're just trying to justify the fact that here is somebody who doesn't look that fit, trying to get... I mean, it's almost like they're trying to push her on there and she sort of goes up and over the other side again. This is supposed to be the King's Troop. What hope for the poor woman. What hope. I bet they're listening this morning. I know they listen down in barracks, because I went down there some time ago, about a couple of years back, to go and do something else. And the bloke on the front said, "We know exactly who you are, Steve." He said, "We catch you every morning." And I thought, oh, my God, maybe not after this one. Maybe not after this one. What are we on? We found another a Nashosaurus. This one is a flying reptile with 400 teeth. 400. That's a fairly big mouth, actually. It was dug up in a German quarry. They think it's a cousin of dinosaurs that lived 150 million years ago. And it was said to have waded through shallow lagoons using its teeth to suck in food like shrimps and crustaceans. And it looked fairly big, but 400... What was the point of having 400 teeth if you're sucking your food up? I don't quite get things like that. Also, we had some birthdays today. I do like the picture, though, of, as I say, Gail Platt's verdict on Gorgeous Prince. "William's right up my street," she said. I can't believe she's the age she claims to be. And making the most of the cold snap, skaters showing off their skills on the largest natural ice rink in England, stretching over half a mile on Bury Fen. And believe it or not, Scotland is hotter than the south. Hotter than the south. We had somebody, Kim was saying the other day, that it was a bit warmer up there. There's me thinking it would be absolutely freezing cold. And in Japan, they've just brought out a vending machine. You won't like it. What do you think they've got in it? Whale meat. Whale meat. Two sort of prices, £6 or £19. And these vending machines only sell that. They've got two stores at two locations in Tokyo, and somebody says this is a cynical sales ploy coming at a time when the fisheries agency in Japan are aiming to expand the nation's whale catch quota and possibly increase the list of species that can be killed. They've been sort of killing whales for ages and ages, and now they put them in a vending machine. I can't imagine why you would want to. I've never eaten whale, and I wouldn't want any intention or have any intention of eating whale, because it's just one of those sort of things. I just feel a bit passionate. And I've seen the whaling ships that go out there and the macabre way that they kill it. And they also kill dolphins. They're looking for the fins and stuff like that. So they cut them off and then they throw the rest of the dolphin away, which is really quite disgusting. Story we did the other day about Chris Packham taking a break. He says he's burnt out. He's only 61. I thought he looked fairly fit, actually. I'd be quite surprised if he really was burnt out. He says, "I'm not going to buy a Ferrari and run off with a 20-year-old. Well, he can't do. He's got a girlfriend. And I still remember his home was firebombed in autumn of 2020. Do you remember that? Because some people find him incredibly irritating. I thought he was absolutely fine. But he wants to do other things. But he's only taken 3 months off. But, of course, they make a big deal about it. I mean, you know, the amount of programmes that he's actually made, you could keep showing them for years and years. It's like me and radio programmes. 1986. Cast your mind back, believe it or not. Joan Collins launched an Alexis-style attack on Dynasty, or as they call it in America, Dynasty. The 52-year-old actress criticised the far-fetched plots, which have been blamed for the soap opera's dramatic fall in popularity with audiences. "I've been saying for months that the storylines are wrong," she said, "but nobody took any notice of me because I was just one of the actors." And 2008, the world's biggest rogue trader was in hiding after losing £3.7 billion through fraud. Jerome Kerviel is suspected of illegally gambling up to 60 billion on stock market movements. French authorities have launched a criminal investigation. Birthdays today, Volodymyr Zelensky, 45. Many happy returns of the day. And apparently in the Ukrainian version of the film, Volodymyr Zelensky was the voice of Paddington. He was the voice of I didn't know that. Did you know that? Oh, right. Everybody knew it except me. Why didn't you tell me? Nobody tells me anything nowadays. I'm sort of fumbling around in the dark here. Also, the human rights campaigner who's led a life of protest, for which he's been interrogated by the Stasi in East Berlin, branded a homosexual terrorist for outing Church of England bishops, and detained whilst making a citizen's arrest on the Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe in London. He lists his recreations in Who's Who as mountain hiking, surfing and ambushing tyrants and torturers. This is Peter Tatchell. Peter Tatchell is 71 today, so many happy returns of the day to him. In 1915, Alexander Graham Bell inaugurated the US transcontinental telephone service, making a call from New York to San Francisco. And in 1954, a year I am particularly familiar with, the BBC broadcast Dylan Thomas's play for voices, Under Milkwood, spoken by Richard Burton, 2 months after the writer's death at the age of just 39. Not very old at all, was he, really? You tend to forget about all these sort of things. What else have we got in the paper today? It's just, they're all going on holidays. They're all going on holidays, whereas, in fact, as you... Oh, sorry, that was my fault. As you know, I was offering you the chance the other day to win a fantastic holiday, because how would you like to go sit on a beach, just stare out to sea, do nothing, you've got a hot tub, and you can enjoy...
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Sunset from that, because I can offer you this opportunity of 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives. 7 nights. You and a friend or partner will stay at the Kuramathi Resort in a beautiful beach bungalow with speedboat transfers and return flights. Indeed. You could go snorkeling, spotting turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. All of that thanks to Kuoni Travel. For your chance to win, all you have to do is text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. Holiday, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. It's a fabulous holiday, I promise you. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. Standard network rate supply. You've got to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and full terms and conditions, just go to makesomenoise.com. I mean, you can visualise it now, can't you? Running your feet through the sand and sitting in the hot tub, and then you have beachside luxury. You've got your own beautiful beach bungalow. It's worth going for. Somebody's got to win. It could be you. Coming up to the news now at 6. I can't believe it's 6:30 actually. And here with the news is Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Steve, says Liz in Teddington. I was in Twickenham, Iceland yesterday, and the guy automatically gave me the 10%, which is the over 60s discount. She said, I don't know whether to be happy or upset. I'm 52. I'd be very upset, Liz. Very upset. Because I had to ask for it last time. I thought, oh, perhaps I'm looking obviously a little bit younger. Julie says, what was your favourite childhood toy? I'm sorry, I can't answer that, Julia. This is not local radio. I'm so sorry. We're a national station. I didn't have toys as a child. I played with the stock exchange. Steve, I used to get the train from Mottingham with all the tradesmen, says Jamie. Most of them were hung over. Well, I can't work out how Henry is going to get on a train with a set of ladders. I mean, whether he's going to get through the barrier will be the first thing, and he's got a toolbox as well. The things they send that poor boy on. I mean, you can just imagine, can't you, the abuse he's going to be getting. I could just see loads of it, actually. And somebody says, I like Chris Packham since I saw him in the Really Wild show. Hope he feels better. Well, it's not a case of he doesn't feel ill. It's just that he feels a bit, he just wants to unwind a bit. It's like taking an extended holiday. Catherine says, I thought whales were an endangered species. Surely they're breaking international laws. Not all over the place, they're not, unfortunately. It's one of those things. Have you seen the whaling ships? I mean, they're absolutely enormous. They really are. And they're complete factories for processing on board. So they really do have somebody who is at the front of the ship with one of those huge gun things. They see the whale and then they shoot this thing into it. And then the whale is then dragged unceremoniously round to the back of the ship. It goes up an incline, and then there's an army of people who walk all over it, basically butchering it. I mean, it's quite revolting. I know there is the argument, isn't there? Well, I mean, Jack was just telling us that apparently at school or something, they used to learn how to kill turkeys, which I don't know what sort of school he went to, but it was, you stick the turkey's head in this sort of cone thing. I've seen it. I know what it is. I remember Gordon Ramsay did it. He had 2 turkeys that the kids grew up with, and they decided to sort of get them, and then at Christmas, there's a bloke who came round with a mobile abattoir, and he hung them upside down and put an electric probe into them. So all of a sudden they went like that, and the wings went out at one side, and then they next thing they turned up on the table at Christmas. I couldn't do anything like that. Definitely not. I couldn't even kill a chicken. I'd have to go vegetarian. I'd decided. I mean, there was just no way. If somebody said to me, "We're going to put you on this island, and you've got to kill your own food," I thought, well, I'll have to starve them, won't I? I'll just eat grass or something like that. Just doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Another one here, which says, somebody else liking Chris Packham. There you go. He's very popular person. And I'm going to Joe Allen's on Thursday for dinner, says Julie. Lovely. Steve, remember 99 ice cream cornets? What were 99s? Well, they were the things with the flake in it, weren't they? Yes. We still get them. They haven't disappeared. In fact, you can buy a frozen version of them in Iceland. They do a frozen version. I think you get 4 in a pack. About the cheapest place, actually, for ice cream, Iceland. They do all the different retro flavours and bits and pieces like that. And it's the cheapest place for lollies. If you've got kids, you get it's like a box of 10 lollies, all different flavours, for £1. I mean, it's so cheap. You literally buy them, take them home, shove them in the freezer, hoping expectantly that there will be summer around the corner, and then we can all sort of enjoy an ice lolly, because you can't beat an ice lolly in the summer. Netflix's real-life version of Squid Game. I have no idea what Squid Game is. You know what Squid Game is? Oh, everybody knows what it is. 2 things I didn't know today. It's a Netflix show. But the platform is secretly filming a game show in the UK based on this gruesome TV hit about a deadly contest. Hopefuls competing for a record £3.7 million prize. £3.7 million prize? That's what you can win, is it? Spent hours in temperatures of -3 degrees and had to remain completely motionless to win one game. Players told The Sun it was like a war zone, people left in tears. Never heard anything like it. Never heard anything like it. 3.7 million. I mean, that's the appeal, I suppose, isn't it, really? Robbie Williams is the new voice of Felix Cat Food in his most bizarre career move yet. He's very odd. He's voiced the cartoon kitty Felix, and he said it's great to be a cat. You sleep all day, go wild at night, and everybody wants to sit next to you. Well, that's like exactly the same in the Serengeti. All the lions and the tiger. Oh no, they got tigers there. But anyway, all the lions, they sleep 23 hours a day. Once they've fed, they just go to sleep. You know, they don't have to do anything else. And then when they want to feed, that's when the herds of wildebeest start looking a bit panicky. And it's quite something. Quite something to watch. But they do sleep most of the time. And pussycats do exactly the same. If you've got a cat at home, you will know that the only time they wake up is when they want to go to the toilet and they want to be fed. And so you feed them and then they go back to sleep again. Because that's what they do. I still can't work out why Antonio Banderas says having a heart attack was one of the best things that happened in his life. But the reason he says that is so he looked at his career from a different point of view. He said it was like putting glasses on and seeing what was important. I came back to Spain, started looking at my professional life from a different point of view. He's only 62. I suppose it's the age that people start worrying about, you know, are you looking after yourself and things like that. He was speaking after the release of Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, in which he again voices the Shrek spin-off cat. He said, I need to get a job voicing cats because everybody else is doing it at the moment, which is very good. Mike Tyson makes the papers today. Not the best story I'll ever read. Certainly not for him. And Heinz have doubled the price of some products in a year. Apparently, Heinz frozen snap pots, normally £1, now £2, up 100%. Heinz Peppa Pig snap pots. I have to confess I don't know what a snap pot is. But they used to be £1, now they're £2. Heinz Splash apple and blackcurrant, £1, now £2. Heinz Veg Hoops, 50p was, now 90%, so an 80% increase. And Heinz Baked Beans Curry. Never heard of that before. Heinz Baked Beans Curry. Normally £1, now £1.79, so that's up 79%. That's what somebody said the other day from Tesco, I think. They actually said that a lot of manufacturers were putting the price of things up. No particular reason for it. They just sort of put the prices up, I think. Julie says, I love an oyster. In fact, after you talk about ice cream, my mission today to find an oyster. This is the 2 shells of what they make the cornets out of, and then they squirt they're the most messy thing to eat. Absolutely ridiculous to eat. And then you put the lid over it and perhaps they put some sauce on, and then you try and eat it without dropping it down the front of you. It's interesting. Pete, the pool man, says, I've 8 cold tombs to sort and pool heater parts to deliver for my gas man today. And Smith says, Steve, my cat Rhubarb sleeps all day. They do. They certainly could sleep for long enough. Our cat used to sleep underneath the radiator, or it would lie down in front of the fire. We used to have a fire with coal and stuff like that, and it used to lie down in front there, basically deflecting the heat onto itself. It didn't want to get up at all. In fact, you could pick the cat up while it was asleep and move it to another part of the room, and it would still remain asleep. The only time was when you banged its saucer with a fork and it knew that there was food on offer, and even then it was a bit of an effort to get the thing to move. Do you want food? Kitchen, now. Okay? And if you don't eat it, we'll put it back in the tin again, and we'll bring it out another time. Have you tried Bailey's ice cream? I did try it. I wasn't a big fan of it, actually. Have you tried Farm Foods? I think we have one, but I think it's at Sunbury. I think so. I'm pretty certain it's at Sunbury. So you've got the Oscar nominations. It's all looking quite promising, actually, especially for Irish and British actors, which is very good. Bill Nighy, nominated for the first time, is up for Best Actor for his role in Living. Newcastle-born Andrea Risborough is in the Best Actress list for To Leslie, in which she plays an alcoholic Texan mum. And the Irish actor Colin Farrell got his first Oscar nod for his part as a spurned pal in the Banshees of Inisherin. Irish co-stars Brendan Gleeson, Barry Keoghan are up for Best Supporting Actors, and loads of others. So, I mean, it's a fantastic time, actually. Fantastic time. Best Picture, I'll run through in a moment for you, and the Best Actor. There's only 5 nominations for Best Actor. My money's on Bill Nighy. I think it'd be great if he won it. Great. People were saying, I remember hearing all the trails for it, and people were saying this possibly could be the best thing he's ever done. And we'll tell you about Best Supporting Actor. Also, Best Original Song. I mean, these ceremonies go on forever. And seriously, you can grow a beard during this ceremony. It just goes forever and a day. And we'll run through those in a moment. But the time's just coming up to 6:45. Let's get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 6:50. So my ex-producer, Elliot, he just stuck his head round the door, bless his heart. And he's got a gig with his band, which we told you about the other day. You know, apparently there's a couple of people from here are going down there to sort of, basically mosh or something. I don't know. It sounds very exciting. It's Friday, isn't it? Friday the gig? We don't know what. So it's in Bow. The gig means nothing if you're living in Scotland or Newcastle or something like that. It means absolutely nothing. But Jack's very excited. Very excited. He's even going to buy a new outfit for the occasion. It'll be a new. You are, aren't you? I could just tell. Yeah, I thought I could tell. It's an excuse to buy an outfit. Well, when I say an outfit, it'll be a T-shirt. Okay, that's what it'll be. It'll be a T-shirt with your Yo Me or something. I don't know, whatever. So, who's up for Best Actor at the Oscars? Austin Butler for Elvis. See, again, it's some hot contenders here. Colin Farrell for the Banshees of Inisherin. Brendan Fraser for The Whale. Paul Mescal for After Sun, and Bill Nighy for Living. I mean, I would like to think that Bill Nighy would get it. I think that would sort of the icing on the cake. Best Actress, Cate Blanchett for Tar, Anna de Armas for Blonde, Andrea Risborough to Leslie, Michelle Williams, The Fabelmans, and Michelle Yeoh, Everything Everywhere All at Once. The titles of these films kind of defeat me, I'm afraid. I don't know who that's going to go to. They seem to like Cate Blanchett. They seem to... Now, whether she gets it, I've got no idea. Best Original Song, no, couldn't care less. Best Supporting Actress, no. Best Film. You can pick this one out with me. All Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar: The Way of Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Banshees of Inisherin, Tar, The Fabelmans, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking. Which one do you fancy? All Quiet on the Western Front. Right, there you go. Jack goes that one. What are you going to go for, Freddie? You're going to go for that as well? Is it a Western? Is it? I mean, am I being a bit naive in this? No, it's not. Oh, it's about World War One. Oh, okay. Oh, right. That's the Western Front. Oh, right. So very good. Best film you've seen in ages. There you go. Two votes for that one. And I couldn't comment because I've seen Elvis. And I watched a bit of Top Gun Maverick. I mean, they're all the same with Tom Cruise, aren't they? I mean, I don't want to sort of decry Tom Cruise because I think he's great fun. I watched him with James Corden. The best thing I ever saw was when James Corden said to Tom Cruise, we're going to go up into the aeroplane and we're going to jump out. And I don't think James Corden actually realised that they really were going to jump out of the aeroplane. And so I think, if I've got it right, I think he was strapped onto Tom Cruise. And they leapt, because Tom Cruise does all his own stunts, and they leapt out of this plane. And you could almost feel James Corden thinking, I've made the biggest mistake of my life. But it worked out brilliantly, and I thought he sort of went up 10 points in my estimation. So Avatar I haven't seen, but I need to check. See, what I'll probably end up doing, when they nominate these films, I tend to buy the DVD. Because I just can't be bothered to go and sit in a cinema and pay 18 to 20 quid, where I can buy the DVD for probably $11.99 and sit and watch it at my leisure. The trouble is, it's a bit odd watching films at home because you do tend to stop and start them. You know, if you want to go to the bathroom or you want to go and get a drink or something like that. So I shall check out All Quiet on the Western Front. See, I'm working with young people who go to the cinema. You know, I unfortunately don't go to the cinema. Is it really gruesome? Horrifically gruesome, is it? Oh. Well, don't worry, I've seen... Who's that man who makes these... Quentin Tarantino. I've seen a couple of his films. My Godfathers, I tell you. The River of Blood. You know, just when you think... In fact, the blood used in the films is called Tarantino Red. Because it's a particular colour that he goes for. You know, and you get people riding along on their horses. Next thing, it's blown off. And you think, it's like a bloodfest. And I should imagine, I mean, put it this way, war, what can I tell you about it? You can't sort of tart it up and make it look like sort of a walk in the park, can you? Because it's going to be quite gruesome. People die, unfortunately. But they make films about it, and they make them very... I've still not seen the Harry Styles one. He did one about the... it was Dunkirk. Did you see Dunkirk? Was it okay? Was he good? Jack didn't like that one. Obviously, the price of ice creams had gone up or something, so he didn't enjoy it. That's how it's geared, really, nowadays. But I wanted to like it, but unfortunately for Harry Styles, as we said the other day, it only went as far as that first film. Then the second one didn't go as well as they were hoping, which is a shame. It's finding the right vehicles, isn't it, for all these people? But there's a huge market for war films, and they do them because they use huge casts. You know, and I think and they're so clever. I mean, so many different tricks that they use in movies now. The Americans tell The Sun we're fed up with stars and gripes. The US support for Harry and Meghan is crumbling. Well, of course it is, because it's nothing to do with her. But he's written a horrible book dissing his own family. You know, I don't really care what went on in the family. I should imagine if it went on for him, it went on for everybody else. But some of it you take with a pinch of salt, a very big pinch of salt. And others, you just think you're a very bitter young man. But that's it. Steve, why don't you stream films or watch on Netflix? Well, I thought I had Netflix, but it turns out I haven't, I'm afraid. Top Gun, says Pete the Pullman, saw it 5 times at the Everyman in Esher. Ooh, you've got a theatre in Esher as well, haven't you? which seems to be getting a little bit of publicity. Have you seen Bank of Dave? I haven't. I know all about it. I talked about it on the programme. I found him a little bit irritating, I'm afraid. But that's just me. Listen, you don't have to like everybody, for goodness sake. And, it's the way. Steve, when I heard you mention ice cream, Ian, and brought you in chocolate chip ice cream, I got all excited. Because apparently it's my favourite flavour, says Daniel in Golders Green. Where's it from? It's from a farm. It's from a farm called Marsfield Farm. You can buy chocolate chip ice cream in Iceland. I've seen it. You can buy, it's the most common ice cream flavour, I think, that you can get, barring vanilla, strawberry, chocolate. Or as I prefer to call it, Neapolitan. Lovely. Steve, you need to try raspberry and clotted cream ice cream to die for, says Stefan. You see, it's not my fault I'm talking about food on the programme. It's all of you. Steve, have you tried this? Steve, have you tried that? I do my best. I think we should start a thing about Cornish pasties, actually. You know, how many Cornish pasties would we like to eat in the course of a programme? Another one which says, All Quiet on the Western Front is one of the greatest war films of all time, but only on Netflix. Says, well, it'll come out on DVD, I'm imagining, won't it? Yeah. Everything comes out on DVD. That's why I've got so many of the blooming things. And then people say, why'd you keep them? I go, well, because I bought them. What's the point of buying it and then giving it away to somebody, you know? And I've still got videos. I've got hundreds of videos. Because years and years ago, ITC sent me a box. This huge box arrived like 30, 40 years ago. And it had every single one of their films in it. Every single one of their series. You know, I had all the Thunderbird stuff, the Robin of Sherwood. I had everything. Randall and Hopkirk Deceased, all on videos. Complete collections of everything. I've never seen so many DVDs in my life. So I staggered home with this thing. And I do have, surprisingly, a video player. I can actually play videos, I know, and laser discs. Gives you a rough idea where I'm coming from. So, Love Island Street Fighter Haris Namani has been booted out after a video of him brawling was exposed. I didn't think it was very likely that they were going to keep him, because you just can't encourage things like that. It's bad. But one of the other papers said they'd actually checked something, and they hadn't confirmed that he was going. Porters, I mean, you can count them on one hand. The people of Russia are going, oh, shut up. Shut up. Putin goes running and hiding, hides behind curtains and everything nowadays. Mind you, that's about all Prince Andrew's got left. He's been booted out of the palace and his bears are going with him, so it's off with his Ted. Okay, you get that one? Off with his Ted, thank you. Because he had a little apartment there, and that's where he used to entertain his lucky ladies, and so they've said no, he'll have to go somewhere else now. They just don't like him. But mind you, the trouble is he's so arrogant. He always was arrogant. There was never anything about him, you know, that was interesting or appealing. Nothing. He's just a nasty, arrogant little piece of work, and I couldn't care less what happens to him. I didn't vote anybody in. There's certain members of the royal family I like, and there's a certain lot of members of the royal family I can't stand. I just like the nice ones. I liked the Queen. Strangely, I even like Prince Philip. I was never a huge fan of Charles, but I'm kind of warming to him. The more he kicks Andrew about, the better I am. I like Camilla. I like Diana as well. It's okay to like both of them. Can't stand Sarah Ferguson. Couldn't stand either of the girls. And as I say, Andrew way down my list. Edward's sort of, surprisingly, out of all the people in the royal family, he's managed to keep his marriage together. You know, the most unlikely one. Everybody thought he was going to join the theatre group and be a little thespian. Well, in fact, some people thought he was a thespian to start with. But anyway, it was a case of he sort of did all that kind of thing. He seems fairly well balanced. He just looks a bit silly in a military uniform because he doesn't quite look butch enough to actually go out and fight or do anything. So they stick him in all these coats and everything else. But the Coronation I'm looking forward to. You know, why would you not? I like a bit of pomp and circumstance. There's one thing that we do in this country. It's pomp and circumstance. We do the military honours. We do the marching troops. We do everything. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It is the best ever. We got the best marching bands. We got the best, dressed soldiers. We got the most disciplined people out there. I love it. But it is just an act. It is just an act. It's all designed. You know, I like the Queen dressing up when she was there. I like Camilla. She looks fabulous in certain outfits. In fact, most outfits. And Kate and Will seem to be doing it. Harry, I couldn't give a toss about. I really couldn't. Sorry about that. But you don't have to be interested in somebody. Most of the stuff you wrote about in the book was sort of pre-Meghan. So he was obviously having a miserable time for years and years, and then decided, she obviously went, we can get out of this, we can make loads of money. And so they've made loads of money. Are they happy? I shouldn't think so. They look as miserable as sin. Miserable as sin. Happy Australia Day, because that's what it is. Happy Australia. So last night we had the sort of the praising of the haggis and all the rest of it, because we had Burns night. In fact, as I was coming in this morning, there were still people staggering out of hotels on Park Lane because they'd been to Burns night suppers. A lot of people in kilts, which I think is nice. I like things like that. I'm a big fan of people dressing up, which is very good indeed. And so now you've got Australia Day as well. And Shane says, can I say good day? You can. You can say good day. People say that. Or the other thing that I learned, because we had Australian management at one time, years and years ago, they used to say the Savo. As opposed to this afternoon, it was the Savo. And I started using it and weaving it into my programme. Paul says, sunny Perth, 32 degrees today, mate, and clear blue skies. Perfect weather for the fireworks and the drone show. I love the drones. Have you seen them? It's like a scene out of Independence Day where they get like 100 drones up in the air and they form patterns and they change the colours of the lights. And you look at it and you think, this is brilliant. This corgis. That's right. They did corgis, didn't they? They formed different patterns. And oh, God, that is wonderful. I love a drone. Love a drone. I've got about 3 drones. And don't know why I've got them. I'm seriously just another one of these sort of weak Steve Allen things to buy, and it was a drone, I think. Chuck another shrimp on the barbie. See, I was never a big fan of barbecues. I never sort of liked them. The idea of having, you know, Barbies on the beach at Christmas time kind of left me a bit cold, I'm afraid, because I just didn't think it was good enough. I don't know why. I always think you've got to have turkey and stuff like that. But nevertheless, it makes no difference. But the good news is America and Germany are supplying tanks to the Ukraine. I mean, to be honest with you, Putin can go stick it where the sun doesn't shine. I'm not remotely interested. He's the one who's losing troops. They're dying on a daily basis. But that's his idea. And then releasing people from prisons. Get out there and fight for us. It's for Russia. You know, and you go, yeah, but, you know, you were the one that started the invasion, mate. You know, to do what with? To destroy a country because you're stupid. To destroy a country and end up with a pile of bricks. How's that important in the scheme of things? I mean, honestly, didn't you go to church when you were younger? Shouldn't imagine Jesus wants you for a sunbeam. Ever. In Birkenhead, Stephen says, my mum Margie listens to every show you make and enjoys your comments on Love Island. Well, do you know, for the first time ever, I don't watch Love Island. It's not one of my sort of programmes. I'm not interested in bimbos and himbos prancing around on the television trying to have an intelligent conversation, because most of them can't. They have no idea. And so they introduced 2 other people yesterday. I think they're Australian. And the girls were, as opposed to say, you know, works in a nail bar, they call them CEOs of their own fashion company. They give them all these posh titles, and, you know, basically, yeah, they work in a beauty parlour. They've got an industry running, and it turns out they have, and they're in debt and all the rest of it. And I was watching it, waiting for Maya Jama to make an appearance, but obviously it was one of the days she wasn't opening her mouth, which was good news all round. So, because you don't need anybody to present it. You just need to watch all these people. And then there was one girl, oh, are you all right, love? And she was sitting by the side of the pool, all by her lonesome. Didn't even have her headphones in. I was a bit disappointed. I went, are you all right? And all the others try and express concern, whereas me, I'm laughing like a drain. You know, you look miserable because you're lonely. And that's why you're on the programme, because you can't find anybody. And there's always a reason. There's always a reason to people not finding anybody. And it's generally because they're boring. You know, and now we've kicked the one out. You know, the thug? He's been kicked out, yeah, because he was doing the punching, caught on CCTV, and he's moaned about it and said, apparently he cried when he left. Big girl's blouse. And he was sort of saying, oh, I'm not like that. I thought, no, you are like that. That's the trouble. Don't treat us as idiots. You're the thug. You're the thug. We saw it, he said, but we made up afterwards. I'm not interested. Not interested. And we've seen your temper kicking off on Love Island. I've seen a few little bits and pieces, and I thought, no, you're not pleasant. You should go back to where you came from, mate. That lovely residential estate called Obscurity. What do you do, dear? I'm a television salesman. How exciting. So they bring in 2 other people and then they go, and they're here and they can pick the person they want to go out with. So all the girls start looking a bit frightened. Because if you haven't found anybody by now, you're a failure. And this girl is sitting by the side of the pool. And they went, are you all right? And they have to pander to them because they're obviously a bit childish. And so there's another one go, are you okay? She goes, I haven't got anybody. I thought, of course you haven't. You're boring. And they go, but, you know, why haven't I got anybody? I thought, why don't you look in the mirror? That'll tell you. Because you've got Miss Crumpled Face. And, you know, and then they pander around these people. And you think, what a waste of space and time. All that to make 50 grand. It's very dreary. Do you know, on some Spanish holiday resorts, they've had snow. I always thought it was odd, but I saw a picture about a year ago, snow in the desert. It snowed in the desert in Saudi for some strange reason. The brother of the missing actor, Julian Sands, believes he's dead. He said, I've said goodbye to him. They haven't found anybody, and I don't know whether or not he was climbing on this mountain, which I think is Mount Baldy or something like that, whether or not there are bears up there, and whether or not he's been attacked by a bear and eaten. I mean, it is entirely possible. You get strange, perhaps he fell off the mountain, perhaps he fell down a crevasse. It could be anything. I've got no idea. But his brother has said goodbye to him, which I think is a little bit premature. He might turn up. You never know. Stranger things have happened. Prisoners in prison are allowed steak or smoked salmon, whilst low-paid workers, of course, use food banks. So the advice is commit a crime, get yourself put in prison, and you'll eat really well. 3 meals a day, cook breakfast, major thing for lunch, steak, smoked salmon, stuff like that, lasagna. You don't need to do anything. It's all cooked for you. And whereas if you're a low-paid worker and on the outside of the prison, you just got food banks. What would you rather have? Toss up. Go to prison, eat smoked salmon and steak. Outside of prison, food banks. I mean, it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned, actually. And I've had my gallbladder removed, says Pamela. Well, Dan has had his done as well. But the NHS staff at Wexham Park Hospital, they were all wonderful. I'm a bit sore. You will be. You will be for a little while. Not a huge amount of time, but you will be. It takes a while to recover from these sort of things. Don't ever expect, unless it's, like I had cataract operations or prostate and things like that. Whereas, in fact, within minutes, I'm sort of up doing the exercises and all the rest of it. It's all very exciting. It's a very funny picture of Gemma Collins, which I think I'll probably use in my Little Bit Extra programme. Yeah, I think I will. And she looks like she's been bloated. She looks like somebody's stuck one of those compressed air things in her mouth and pumped her face up. She looks really odd. She's apparently with Jedward. She's got some plan going. So 3 failures together. Fantastic. Steve, Love Island, all I see are big lips. They look very odd. Well, they're all a bit odd. I mean, otherwise, why would you want to go on Love Island? You've got to be slightly peculiar to want to go on it, haven't you? Why are you going on it? Well, I'd find somebody. Oh, right. Do you think you'll find, a partner? I don't know. Do you think you might find somebody on the programme to love you for the rest of the month? I don't know. I've never had a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And I can't find a boyfriend. Oh, I think I'm a lesbian. And so they then sort of do this. They go, well, I think I'll lock lips with another girl. And we go, oh, it's so cutting edge, isn't it? The answer is no, it's not. It's another pile of garbage that you have to put up with. It's absolutely ridiculous. It really is. The French demand that there's a crackdown on British charities that help migrants. Because I remember Nick Ferrari sitting on this morning with Phil and Holly Willoughby. And there was this woman there, and he was talking about the people coming over, the migrants, and they're pretending to be 13 and 14. And he said, you can see that they're adults. So this woman is arguing with him. I mean, she was quite clearly 3 sheets to the wind. I mean, she had no idea. And he said, but look, madam, you can see that's an adult. That's not a 14-year-old child. And we've just sent one to prison, haven't we? 2 murders. 2 murders and managed to creep back into the country again. Where are these charities? I appreciate that sometimes there are good works that these charities do. But, when you're advising people who are quite clearly lying and pretending to be children, whereas you can see just by looking at them they're not children. Goodness sake, honestly, where's the brain cell? Obviously out for lunch, I should imagine. Let's take a short break, shall we? It's 16 minutes past 4.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Even Stella says, what's happened to television, all these reality programmes? Well, the worst thing was on Love Island, and I've suddenly worked out what it is. It's such a lame programme that they've got nothing to do. So they sit around the pool, and then all of a sudden, one of the girls will go, I got a text message, and they'll go, what does it say? Because they've got nothing going on in their lives, either in or out of the house. And he goes, can all the contestants line up by the barbecue? So they all line up by the bar. They're like little sheep. Okay, you, get over here. Get over. They line them all up, and then they go, tonight, we're going to have a party. And that's the highlight of their year, you can tell. And they all start jumping up and down like 5-year-olds. Seriously, it's really embarrassing. We can have a party, we can have a party, we can have a party. And they go, yeah, and because they just give them booze, because it's a cheap party, because most of them look like they spend most of their time under the table anyway. And they say, we can have a party, and it's a 90s theme, so we can all dress up in silly things. And the girls put on these sort of micro mini belts, which they laughingly call skirts. And this apparently means that you've got class. Unfortunately not, as you can well imagine. And so you sort of watch this thing and you think, their lives are that empty. And then one of them in there, he's a farmer. Well, he's got to be one of the best-looking farmers I've ever seen, because most farmers spend their time, with their hands up sheep's bottoms and things like that. So not exactly the best. But anyway, he's pictured in one of the papers today. Unfortunately, he appears to be holding a little packet of powder. Now, I'm assuming it's talcum powder. You have a shower, you put on a bit of talcum powder, something like that. And then I suddenly realised you can't get talcum powder anymore. There were all sorts of stories about what was in talcum powder. And so they've decided maybe it's not. Whereas I used to love baby powder. You get out the bath when you're little, your mum dries you down and then literally covers you in what only looks like a snowstorm. It was fantastic. The smell of baby powder was just like irresistible. And that was the highlight. The bloke from Love Island, the farmer who's holding a little packet of talcum powder or whatever they want to make out it is. I mean, I just find it absolutely unbelievable. But they're so bored. They are absolutely unbelievably bored. They've got nothing. And also, because they don't do anything out in the real world, they've got nothing to talk about. Most people have something to talk about. You go out with your friends and you chat about, different. I mean, if I go to a magic shop just down the road from me, I go and see Alex and Mike, and I might sit there for an hour or 2 hours. We just chat about all sorts of things. These people are sitting by a pool. They've got nothing to talk about because they haven't done anything. And because they're like the Apprentice people. There's a bunch of frauds if ever there was one. They've already kicked one out because he was another peculiar one. They've all got issues, but they don't realise that the press are going to leap on them. And the press are going to leap on them and expose all their misgivings. People who've sort of got businesses and they claim, oh, I'm a CEO of a very successful company. It turns out they're like 100,000 in debt. It's all just very embarrassing, I'm afraid. It's just the way that it goes. The BBC chairman facing the staff mutiny. Paris Hilton becomes a mum for the first time. I don't know why, but they insist on calling her Paris Hilton socialite. Basically, they couldn't think of anything else to call her. I've got a few names for her. She made a really naff little porno film. But she's never a socialite. Her father's an estate agent. You don't become a socialite or anything like that. EastEnders fans were left scratching their heads. You might be a fan of the programme. Dot Cotton's house appeared to be valued at £1 million. Don't see how that can be. But she did have a very expensive funeral. In EastEnders, it was very expensive, where the money came from. And then I suddenly realised, I think Dr. Legg left her money or something like that. There's always some excuse, isn't there? What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, Virginia Giuffre is publishing her memoir weeks before Charles is crowned, because now she can talk about everything. The restrictions have been lifted. I think old Andrew better brace himself, even though he's got a £10 million war chest, because he is challenging her. Which the lawyers in America have said, very unwise, very unwise. But there again, you can't tell him because he thinks he's right on everything. He thinks he's right. But anyway, he's been booted out the Paris. Oh, well. Booted out of the palace, and his bears go with him because you just have his bears arranged on the bed. I mean, he's a precious little nobody. He really is. Plus the new hit for the gang of Rolex rippers, women. Last seen in Tunbridge Wells. And they go up to somebody. They're sort of looking for directions for somewhere. And what they're looking at is watches. They're looking for a Rolex. That's what they're after. And they sort of go up to somebody and they sort of start talking to them in their sort of broken English. And then they go to shake their hands to say, thank you very much indeed. And it's at that moment that they slip the Rolex off. Well, Rolexes have got a rather nice little way of putting the straps on and off. Even I find it difficult to take on and off. Very difficult. It's, in fact, it defeated me for about 10 minutes trying to take the strap off. So you open it and then it sort of fits into your wrist. But I think my wrists have shrunk because when I first put it on, the watch, it fitted quite tightly. But now it flops around and it's not as tight as it should be. Do you think it depends? Do you think my arm just shrinks? Really? Blood? Blood where? In my arms? Oh, I don't think there's any blood in there, no. I think stony cold it is, whatever it is, no blood in there. But no, it's sort of... I told you, I was watching David Blaine the other day and Ricky Gervais, and David Blaine takes a needle, which is about 18 inches long, and he pushes it through his arm. And I remember thinking, oh, my God, I think I know what that is. And then it turns out he really does push it through his arm. This needle goes through because he lets Ricky Gervais pull the needle back out again. And Ricky Gervais is going, how does this happen? He literally pushed it. And what he'd done, I don't think I'm exposing anything here, he had an X-ray done of his arm so he could see where the moment was where you can slide a needle through the skin. And so he puts on like a cream which will numb the skin, and then he pushes the needle through. So it genuinely goes through the arm and out the other side. And you think to yourself, he's quite mad, I always remember doing the Eamon Holmes interview with him. And I think David Blaine had sort of just come off a plane. He went, talk to the hand. And Eamon Holmes had no idea what was going on. Not a clue. He was sort of sitting there slightly befuddled. Which I like, actually. If you're ringing for self-assessment to the tax office, you'll be waiting. In fact, you'll be waiting about 26, 27 minutes. That's on average when you get through to them, because if, you are coming up to the end of the month, and some people are very clever and could do their own tax. I could never do it. I could never do it. It's always easier to get an accountant in, and I've had my accountant for donkey's years, and let him sort it out, and then he deals with them. And he was the one who sussed out that I was due a tax rebate. So I felt quite pleased about that, actually. It was very good. Ice Cream Ian says that farmer was holding a bag of sherbet for a sherbet dib-dab. We love sherbet dib-dabs. You had sherbet dib-dabs? They're great. They're great. You get your lolly out and you lick it, and then you put it in the bag of sherbet, and then you take it out, and then and then occasionally, if you've really screwed up, you end up biting the lolly, and that's not quite the same. Then you have to put your finger in, and the lolly. It does, yeah. But I love sherbet dib-dabs. I thought they were just great fun. I like the sherbet fountain, which was the piece of licorice in there where you're supposed to suck the sherbet up the licorice. It never worked. Never worked. I used to take the licorice out, lick it, stick it back in the sherbet, because you get different sherbet in the dib-dab bags than you do in the sherbet fountain. In the sherbet fountain, it's white powder, so it could be mistaken for something else. And in the dib-dabs, it does look a bit crystallised. But anything like that. My favourite years and years ago was broken cigarettes. They used to sell these sweet cigarettes for kids, and in our sweet shop, they used to have the jar of misshapen and broken ones, and they were much cheaper, and you get a bag of broken cigarettes, and that was like heaven. I mean, that was just brilliant. Oh, I couldn't even tell you the price. I've got no idea. But we used to get cough candy, which was delicious, which looked like a twist of candy, which was sort of a fluorescent orange, looked like it had come out of a power station. And Toffee Crunch was very popular. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not BBC Shropshire, OK? It's really not worth it. Really not worth it. But we take all your texts and emails on the... Why? Because we're just that kind of a programme. We like taking your texts and emails. Mark says, getting ready for the usual 502 Thameslink from Purley. Do you know I've never been on a Thameslink? I've never been on the Docklands Light Railway. There's so many things I've never done in life. I should do them. It's a driverless train, isn't it? I believe, the Docklands Light Railway. And he says, yes, sir, you were talking about managing agents. If you approached a resident of the block of flats saying they, along with everybody else, had to pay £3,000 for the repair of something and they refused to pay and say they are moving, would you get the money from the new occupier? You get it on the sale of the flat. OK, so we had somebody move out a short while ago and they owed us, I think it was £4,000. And so you write to the building society and you say they owe £4,000. And so you get the money. You get, oh yeah, we've never not got the money, believe you me. I mean, it's not that we threaten people with Dobermans and chainsaws and things like that. It's just that you have to pay that because it's a legal requirement. Mind you, there's some bloke who just sold a house and the new people move in, and he was only a young guy, and the new people move in, they go, oh, look, lovely, got the house right, that's nice, very exciting. What's in the garden? Oh, my God, it's Japanese knotweed. And Japanese knotweed is like, you don't want it. It grows like topsy, and you can't get rid of it. So anyway, they said to him, you need to come back and sort this out. You know, you didn't tell us you had Japanese knotweed. And he went, yes, stick it. So take him to court. He's just got a bill from the court for £220,000 because you can't sell a house without telling people of the problems that they've got there. They don't want Japanese knotweed in the garden. Some people use it for covering up an old building or a fence or something like that. It used to be, there was another one as well that came out called Mile a Minute. And it literally, this stuff, it would grow 14 feet in a year. And it was like a vine, but it looked beautiful in the autumn. It went all orange and everything else, but this stuff was lethal. It popped up next door, popped up here, popped up all over the place. So what you have to do is you have to get rid of it, but it's no good just cutting it back. You need to destroy the roots, and in the case of Japanese knotweed, you need to call in somebody who's experienced in getting rid of it. So he's been landed with a bill for £220,000. That'll teach him. Won't be doing that again, I shouldn't imagine. Do you remember jamboree bags? Yeah, the boys wouldn't remember jamboree bags. Do you remember them? Yeah, jamboree bags. It was a little paper bag. It was threepence. Old money, 3D. And in it was a little plastic toy, a sort of a squidged up toffee, a couple of little, perfumed type sweets, and that was it. And it was threepence, 3D. But a little plastic toy, you had to put it together. It could be a car or an aeroplane or a windmill or something like that. And we used to like a jam, because you never knew what was in it, because they were sealed bags. I don't know who made them. I just thought, please don't write in with your favourites. Please don't. Seriously, I don't want to have to ban anybody this morning, because it's Thursday and I'm feeling in such a good mood because I've managed to hit the news headlines on the button at 4:30 for the latest news headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
Running late, train delays. Next day off so far away. If you're feeling tired, Barocca can help you face the lag. Formulated with 11 vitamins and minerals, including vitamins B6 and 12 to help support energy release and reduce tiredness and fatigue. Barocca, face the lag. Barocca contains vitamin C, B vitamins 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12, and magnesium and zinc.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Thursday, January the 26th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I trust we find you very well. Do you know, every day their agent must be sitting there thinking, what garbage can we write about the Beckhams? This time, they've put in an outside loo. Perhaps they don't have any inside the house. They wanted an al fresco facility, and it's next to the ornamental lake of their £6 million farmhouse. It's a shame they don't get as much publicity for their businesses. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a business. You just rent him if you're, a homophobic state. And she's got a shop that basically isn't doing very well at all. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? So Andrew faces new embarrassment after his accuser, Virginia Giuffre, reportedly signed a deal to write her memoirs. The book will tell of her abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, the man who allegedly took his... Oh, you don't even have to say allegedly took his own life in prison now because he's dead and you can't libel the dead. So that's good news. Apparently, Queen Consort Camilla has hailed the incredible strides made in osteoporosis treatment and said she hopes one day we can blitz it from our lives forever. Wouldn't it be nice? Would it be nice if they can do things like that? So many diseases. I wish they could cure cancer. I wish that they could cure all sorts of things. Dementia. Tony Christie was talking about it on the television the other day. He said there are sort of drugs coming out, he said, and maybe in a few years' time they will have found a cure for something, which I think is brilliant. Steve, down in Australia, lollies is sweets, and ice block, which is an ice block which is flavoured ice. Oh, flavoured ice. What do you mean flavoured ice? So like an icicle. Oh, an ice pop. Is that an ice lolly? I get a bit confused over what people call different things in different countries. But I'm quite a fan of ice lollies. But I said to you yesterday, if you've got kids, why would you bother spending a fortune on ice lollies when you can go to Iceland and get 10 lollies? They're only kids for £1, 10p each. And you just keep loads of them in the freezer. I mean, the trouble is, if you have them in the freezer, you're eating them all the time, aren't you? But I used to love sucking ice cubes. Sucking ice cubes for me. If I go to a pub and I have a tomato juice, I always say, "Can you load it with ice?" With ice. I said because I just like ice cold tomato juice. Most people think it's revolting. They go, "Oh no, it's this glutinous stuff," and I go, "No, I like it." Bruno Tonioli has admitted he was rapped on the knuckles for his antics after the first day of auditions. He had to be pulled down into his seat, but the trouble is he's an over-excitable little boy. And, you know, it's a passion. He's a fantastic. I love this. And you can imagine what he's like. He's as irritating as hell. And so they have to sort of rein him in a little bit. I mean, gagging would be a good idea. You could gag Bruno Tonioli. That'd be quite a nice one. The refugee who murdered the DJ and aspiring Royal Marine Tom Roberts began his killing spree in a desolate field in Serbia, gunning down 2 fellow Afghans. Are these people mentally ill? The answer is yes, of course they are. He then comes over here and pretends to be somebody who is very much younger, so he's gone to prison. He lied his way into the UK, but of course we're so dumb we accept all these things. He was in a school. They thought he was a child, whereas you only have to have half a brain cell to realise. People are so stupid, so stupid. So Love Island and a new scandal after a video emerged of Will Young. I got a bit confused when I first read that there was somebody called Will Young partying with what appears to be a bag of white powder. He's known as Farmer Will. He was filmed seemingly pulling a small pouch from his man bag while in a swimming pool at a festival with powder. I mean, surely he wouldn't be that stupid, would he? No, he can't be. He can't be. Surrounded by dozens of revellers in the footage. He was at a festival with pals. I mean, to be honest with you, he must be the world's laziest farmer. I've never heard of farmers who go to festivals. You know, they're too busy doing things. Obviously not this one. But he and Aussie Bombshell, this is Will from Aylesbury, has 1.4 million followers, became popular by sharing clips of daily life on the farm where he grew up. Yeah, I suspect he's probably a gentleman farmer. He probably doesn't actually do anything. They have people do it for them, because he's got one of those sort of bodies that we all aspire to. But, you know, the drug side of it, if that was drugs, I mean, that would be an incredibly stupid thing, because if it turns out it was, they're going to drop him like a stone. They're not going to put him on the television. You can't have somebody on the television who goes, "Oh, I was young, foolish, carefree," you know, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't work, does it, really? What else have we got? I got a bit confused about one of the stories in the papers today, and I can't remember. Anyway, the chocolate company Mars have changed the footwear of its M&M characters to make them look more woke. Did you notice that? I didn't know this. I had no idea. But that's what Mars have done. They've changed the footwear. Mars, of course, was the god of war, which isn't very left-wing at all. They should rename it Wumple, after the god of being nice to little kittens. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's nice. Also, the house seller, this is a £230,000 bill either. Furniture designer Jonathan Downing sued when he found the plant known for causing damage by spreading. Jeremy Henderson had filled in a property information form to say there was no knotweed at the home in southwest London, saying in court that was his reasonable belief. Which, of course, was not the truth, because you have to sign a form now to say this. I've heard of people who, when they move out, they take everything. They take the light fittings, the light bulbs, they take everything. Absolutely. You can't believe how mean some people are. Anyway, the Central London court ruled the accountant, Mr. Henderson, had misrepresented. He must pay $32,000 in damages and around $200,000 in legal fees. That'll teach you. Try getting out of that one, pal. And Joey Essex has got a new girlfriend, as if it was something. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but, you know, he's not exactly a child, is he? He's getting on a little bit now. And they go, "Oh, he's got a girlfriend," and you go, "Yeah, well, what's that such a big I mean, what their conversation... That's why he keeps having a lot of girlfriends. Can you imagine what his conversation is limited to? "Can you help me tell the time? The big hand is on the 12 and the little hand is on the 5. What does that mean? That means you can't tell the time. And he's got all these watches. He's got all these very expensive watches. But anyway, his phone rang a short while ago, and she said we had a few tequilas, and then I found his number and rang because I missed him. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello, who's this?" Because he's good on the telephone, you know. Oh, who's that? Who's that? It's somebody you met an ex on the beach. Oh, how are you? And when I said it was Lorena, he said, "Oh my gosh, darling, are you okay?" Well, she phoned you, so she's okay, but she's a bit desperate at the same time. And Joey says he always thinks about me. So there was obviously nobody in his life at all at that moment, you know, desperate for a little bit of the old how's your father. The worker who swapped his shift due to a hospital visit says it'll put him in the right time, right place, and he won £500,000. £500,000. They always put it down to something. It's not true. It's not true at all. It doesn't make any difference. But the female gang of posh watch thieves, dubbed the Rolex Rippers, have struck again. They're an East European bandits. They've carried out 60 crimes in Hampshire, Surrey, Sussex and Dorset in the last 18 months. They target older men, pretending to be lost or charity workers to lull them before grabbing their watches and fleeing. In the latest raid, 2 women struck at Tunbridge Wells. They asked directions. Then one shook their victim's hand, taking his £5,000 Rolex Air King. In doing so, I mean, fancy wearing a Rolex in Tunbridge Wells. I mean, how stupid you have to be. These people can spot them anyway. Two women, 29 and 37, and a man, 32, were in custody last night. Well, that's good, isn't it? They were in a car nearby, and they managed to catch them. Off to prison for you lot of little toe thieves. Ghastly, ghastly. Honestly, we're spending most of our time... Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? Rude food. Esther Ranson used to make a living out of showing you rude vegetables on her That's Life programme. Every week they would have some vegetable that had grown to either look like a pair of boobies or a willy or something like that, and they'd then go, and she'd go, and you used to think, dirty girl, dirty girl. And so they put pictures in the paper today. A strawberry, I don't know why, but all fruit and potatoes grows like willies. You know, I don't know why. They've got here... a radish, which looks like a willy. They've got a strawberry that looks like a willy. And the best one is a sweet potato, which looks like a big willy. So they're all out there. It's like sometimes you get bits of sort of odd shape and people laugh at it. We think it's funny. I've always felt a bit embarrassed by the whole thing, but, you know, it doesn't really matter, does it? It makes no difference. What have we got here? The cost of brands, beans have risen. We told you about yesterday, Heinz putting up the price of stuff. And so they've done like for like on which one is the better. Heinz tomato soup, for example, they paired it up with Sainsbury's. And Sainsbury's creamy tomato soup won. It tasted better than Heinz. They always do blind tastings. Spaghetti hoops. Heinz were the better tasting ones. Marks and Spencer's were only second. Barbecue sauce. Heinz was second. Tesco got the first. I don't know how many people use this barbecue sauce. Strangely enough, tomato ketchup. Heinz didn't win. I thought they'd have won. No, it went to Aldi. But in the baked beans steak, it was Heinz baked beans as opposed to Sainsbury's. Beef ravioli, Sainsbury's won that one as well. Bolognese sauce, Asda won it. And Aldi won in the salad cream department. So obviously, perhaps people have got different tastes. I mean, somebody said to me once, they said, why don't you try Marks and Spencer's fish fingers? So I did. I thought they were naff. I really thought they were naff. And so I went back to Bird's Eye. Yeah, I thought they were the best as well. But my favourites are the Young's chip shop batter fish fingers. Oh, they're delicious. I mean, you get I think about 10 in a packet. I can eat a whole packet. Don't have any problem with that whatsoever because they're just delicious, and it's like chip shop batter around a fish finger as opposed to the breadcrumbs and everything. And it's like, whoa, they do all sorts of things. All their fish is done in chip shop batter. I think it's a whole range called Chip Shop, and particularly delicious. But, far be it from me to sort of push you in the right direction. Somebody says, what if a resident point blank refuses to pay? You take them to court. That's what we do. We actually threaten them with court. But, of course, before we get to court, we say, listen, if you do not pay this within the next few days, it's in your lease that we can add, I think, up to 6% on top. So your bill increases. And if you don't pay it, you go to court. It's as simple as that. And the judge will make an order to have it removed from your wages. So you can't get away with not paying, you know. I know you like rhubarb, says Danny. Do you remember rhubarb and custard sweets? I never thought they tasted like rhubarb. I told you we're not talking about sweets. I don't want to talk about sweets. The first bus journey I remember, says Josh, as a child, was Brixham to Clapham and cost threepence. Old money, 3D. And the bus conductor was very good. First of all, they used to have little tickets that they took out of their thing, cardboard, and they pushed it into their machine and it went, ch, and it cut a little bit of it out, and that was very good. Or failing that, they turned the handle on the side of their ticket machine, and if it was running out, they go, do you want the rest of the ticket machine? You go, yeah. That was like, you know, best chat-up line ever. And so they would open the machine up, and they'd give you the rest of the roll of... I don't know what we did with them. I got no idea, but we used to think... We thought we'd arrived. Seriously. Do you remember Curly Whirlies? I do. I think Benny Hill did the advert, says Dave. And the Jamboree bag is a lucky bag. Yeah, they're both the same, Kathy. Both the same things. But at the end of the day, it was the free gift. We loved the free gifts. We really did. Don't forget, if you're listening to this programme via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. It's brilliant, isn't it? 14 to 5.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 11 minutes to 5. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. It was Terry Scott who did the Curly Whirly advert. That was also the one who had my brother who put salt in grandma tea. My brother. All the way from Hastings. I went to Hastings once. I used to work in Hastings in a ballroom down there. God, it was a nightmare. Chris says, have you ever been to the Imperial War Museum? It was called Bedlam. It was called Bedlam. And it was a hospital for the criminally insane. And the Victorians used to love going to Bedlam because they would stand... It was a day out. They would stand there and watch the insane talking to walls and talking to trees and everything else, and it became like a tourist attraction, you know, long before, you know, people sort of knew about things like that. They didn't know what to do with people, which was always a shame, actually. Another one that says, Willy. They say, no, it's a silly word, but it just makes people laugh, doesn't it really? Please don't mention sweets again, otherwise I'll be forced to ban you, OK? I've told you before. Send anything in about sweets, you will be banned. You'll never be able to write to us ever again. It will ruin your life, and you'll end the day trying to apply to a local monastery to be admitted so you can go and sit there and do meditation. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What was the other one? Do you know, police in Ecuador have found more than a ton of cocaine. A ton of cocaine hidden among tins of tuna in a shipment bound for the UK. So somebody would have paid for that. And what they do, there's so much money in these drugs that they can afford to have a ton of I'll tell you in a minute. They, thank you. All right? Okay. And they can afford to have it seized by the police. And the police go, oh, it's great, we've managed to get this, the Coast Guard and everybody else. And they bring in another ton further up the coast. It's that there's so much money in cocaine and in drugs that people can afford to do it. But somebody in this country would be going, oh, blimey, I've just spilt my tea, actually. That wasn't very clever, was it? Oh, well, never mind. Have you got any tissues there? Yeah, we need some tissues. Thank you. I'm very messy today. Yeah, the phone's okay. I think so. Wait a minute. Yeah, the phone's okay. It only went sort of onto the bottom of the case. Honestly, look at the mess, honestly. I don't know how I managed to make mess in this place. There's so little that you can do to this place to make it go all messy. And then as I'm moving the cup over there, now I've only got half a cup of tea. It's ridiculous, honestly. We'll have to get Jack to go and find another half of a cup of tea or something. But normally there's sort of, you know, tissues everywhere. We have, not tissues, what do they call them? Paper towels. Paper towels. You got paper towels? That's not enough, is it? Look. Thank you. Is it 3 paper towels? We're obviously sort of saving up, aren't we? Oh. Do you want to wipe the bottom? Do you want to do that one? Very nice, honestly. Seriously, very house proud. Very house proud. Perhaps we should bring in a vacuum cleaner or something and start sort of hoovering the floor. Try and get him going with something. Steve, have you tried the spicy chicken wings that you get in the 20-piece bucket? No, I haven't. I have tried spicy chicken wing. I've felt a bit sorry for the chicken. They take its wing. I mean, there's every bit of the chicken that is used, actually, and I've not read Prince Harry's new book. Why would I want to? Why would I want to? He's an overprivileged member of the royal family who didn't like what his sort of growing up life was like. I wouldn't mind. He didn't really have to do very much. It wasn't exactly hard work. When you consider every time you saw him in another outfit, you don't think he's been out there and bought that, do you? Or he's been out there and done it. It's all done for him. That's why I should imagine it. That's why he wears the same suit all the time at the moment. Because there's nobody to do it. You imagine he said to Meghan, what clothes am I wearing? Because he wouldn't know. He never had to pick his own clothes. That's why he spent most of his time, even when he was off in the pubs necking it, he was wearing the same clothes. Because he doesn't know about anything like that. Oh, sorry. Have you thought about taking stuff to the dry cleaners? Sorry? The dry cleaners. He wouldn't know what the dry cleaners were. Not a clue. Not a clue. Do you know they spend ages in the papers talking about cars? And little cars here. This is the Paris Motor Show as well. I've forgotten about it. But you can always tell when they're doing something with foreign cars because all the cars are left-hand drive. And I've never had a left-hand drive car, which actually probably accounts why I curb the wheels most of the time. I spend most of the time curbing wheels. But this one here is a petrol turbo, and it's 0 to 62 in 10.9 seconds. God, I could get to 180 in that amount of time. That's practically walking it. Absolutely walking it. What have we got here? Oh, there was a drug addict. He decided to order some drugs, some cannabis from California, where I believe it's legal, because we talked about this family and they had the family business, turned over 40 million quid a year in cannabis. And so he ordered it and it was delivered, but unfortunately he was out. So they put a card through the door, and that's what caught him, because he's a complete idiot. He didn't, even though he'd been told your parcel will be arriving, he can't afford to go out until the postman's been. And so he went to the post office to go and collect it. And of course, that's where the police were waiting to nab him. And so they did, and he's been given fines and all sorts of little bits and pieces, which is, you always get the stupid ones. You only have to look at a picture of him to realise he really is thick as a broomstick. Steve, it's Australia Day, says Shane. Olivia Newton-John, the press remembered her, but they keep forgetting Judith Durham from The Seekers. I know you liked her. Oh, I thought she was great. Loved The Seekers. Hey there, Georgie girl, walking down the street, so say goodbye, my own true lover. I've got The Seekers live at the Albert Hall. I've got The Seekers in Australia on their farewell tour. And I love that song that went, I am, you are, we are Australian. They were so good, The Seekers. I mean, they were just good. And Judith, I think, was in her late 70s. And I always wanted to interview her, but it would have been one of those fan interviews where you just go, I'm so excited to meet you. I've done that before with people. I've had to say to them, listen, I'm really sorry. I'm a huge fan, so it's going to be a really terrible interview. Not one of my best. Not one of my best. The Met Chief in the police, of course, who says 2 to 3 officers will face the court every week. He said we better brace ourselves for some of the things that they're up on charges of. So as if things could get any worse. I don't understand it. I may understand it, but I just think to myself, you join the police force, you're there to uphold the law, and you're the ones breaking it. How does that work? How does that work? It's not so good, is it? Steve, do you now have a cup half full of tea or half empty? It's both. It's both. And somebody said I had a grilled chicken burger from Leon. I don't think I've ever been to Leon. Is that another one of these burger places? It's like a restaurant-y type burgers. So they're very uninteresting. You see, the only ones I like, actually, are Wendy. Wendy are the only burgers that actually tasted like a burger. The others taste a bit processed to me. Excuse me. I had a huge box delivered. Huge box delivered. In fact, it was even bigger than because normally Hillary will send me a text saying, you've got a huge box, Steve. And I always go, thank you. And she'll say, and I wonder what it is. Well, this one, there was no doubting what it was, because it said on the outside in big letters, Fruit Basket. And I know Fruit Basket because it is a shop down in a place called Stubbington, which is near Fareham. It's very lovely. And it turns out that the owner of Fruit Basket is a guy called Kevin. And I knew this from some time ago because my brother went in there, and I don't know how they got talking about me, and he said, I listen to Steve Allen all the time. And he's been listening for ages. He said, you are a delight to listen to. There you go, you see, a delight. And he says, we have a lot of listeners who come into the shop in Stubbington, always expressing the love of your programme. So he said, enjoy the hamper. So he sent us in all sorts of things. I mean, seriously, it was like goodie heaven. It really was like goodie heaven. We had oranges, satsumas, piled over the plate. And there was jam, and there was marmalade, dates, and other things in there, goodies, and chocolate Brazil nuts and everything. And so the boys are very grateful, Kevin. Thank you very much indeed for that. I should have saved it for my driver this morning, Tom, who was saying how poor the work is at the moment driving, and they don't earn a huge amount of money. He said, you can wait hours. He said, to get a little job that pays you 24 quid. He said, it's just not right. And he comes from overseas. And he hasn't got any savings. He's got no savings at all. His wife works, he said, and she sort of helps out because he's not earning enough money. And he's recently had bereavements in the family. He's had to keep going back home because I think he lost a sister and 2 brothers or something like that. And so he has to keep going back there. But it's like £800 a time on the flight. And if you're not earning them, what does he do? He goes into debt. He said, then the bank contact you and go, you owe this money here and you've got to pay this. Well, we'll take that away from you. And he said, it's just bad. He said, you go home, you just don't make as much money. So he said, I'll be listening to your programme this morning. I said, well, you should. You should. So we spare a thought for all those people. Everybody thinks they're all making loads and loads of money. Sometimes, because I said, I've not had a great experience with the cab company I use. And then I said about Uber, and he said, I wouldn't bother with Uber. He said, sometimes they turn up and then they go, no, I don't want a job. And they drive off. So I thought, no, I don't want that. And also Uber's prices vary all the time. So, I don't know, there's always something to complain about, isn't there? And I'm the first one to complain about things. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We strive on. We sort of go through life. We empty our tea over the desk in the studio, just to see Jack sort of rush around going, God, he wants tissues now as well. Where does that go? And the answer, it just goes to cleaning up.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Thursday, January the 26th. I know we're racing on. Of course, if you're self-employed, you got a tax bill coming. Got a tax bill coming at the end of the month, and it's always depressing, isn't it? You sort of look at it and you think, what do they do? What do they do for their tax? And the answer is they don't do anything at all, I think. Roger says, I wonder how many people have their alarm set for 03:59. 4. At the last count. I don't know, actually. I think most people now wake up automatically at 4. It's because the Steve Allen spike is almost legendary. It literally, you get to 4 o'clock and then it just shoots up like a rocket. It's just almost vertical. It's quite phenomenal. It really is. It's very exciting. And I'm assuming it's because people are going, I wonder what he's going to be talking about today. I wonder if is he going to be talking about tanks? Is he going to be talking about, Zahawi? Is he going to be doing his usual political rant? Is he going to be talking about Jordan? Is he going to be talking about Kerry Katona? Is he going to be talking about people on Love? Who's he going to be talking about today? We've got no idea. And then I love the people. It's the same person. There's one person who's got multiple identities. For that, read paranoid schizophrenic. Because if you write under lots and lots of different names, you need to get some help as quick as possible. But, when you're sort of writing in to a place going, oh, not Harry again. But we've hardly mentioned Harry, mainly because I think the publicity has died down. He's not even shifted 1 million copies. And he's done interviews around the world. He's done about 750,000, but it's not 1 million. Out of how many people in this country? 65, 68 million people? You bought the book, did you? You creep. Nothing worse. Why did you buy the book? You're halfway through it. You've read every other word, or you're just you're concentrating on so you've read it. Yeah. Could you not have got it out the library or something like that, or save yourself? How much did you pay for it? £14. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, because it's listed at 28 quid, but nobody ever sells books for retail. You can always get them cheap. The cheapest we actually found it, I think, was a tenner. And but I still wouldn't pay a tenner for it. I'm really not interested. I've read enough in the papers and I've seen enough of the dreary television programmes and boring old Harry. But they were saying Meghan's gone a bit quiet. I thought, yeah, I bet she has. You know, because there's nothing to talk about. What, does she go to his interviews? No. I mean, to be honest with you, it gets him out of the house, because at the moment he's got the moment all this book tour finishes, can't be that far away. What's he going to do then? Get the sequel. I think it's grievances. That's all it is. It's like, oh, was it poor little Harry? I'm just not interested. You don't have to be interested. You don't have to be. Steve, I see Katie Price is being interviewed by somebody at 7 p.m. live from Crawley. Well, she's flogging her sort of tatty old clothing, isn't she? And I think, you know, if you're really that stupid, you know, she's sort of flogging her underwear. I mean, that is just cheap and naff. It really is horrible, really. It's just ghastly. But, of course, they have to sort of try and drum up anything because she's a bankrupt. And she's back in court very, very shortly. But I reckon she won't make any money out of flogging her underwear, because she might as well just go out and buy some underwear and stick it in a frame, buy it for like, you know, £2.50 and stick it in a frame, and they go, oh, this was my underwear, I wore it. And you go, no, you didn't. I mean, to be honest with you, she's one of the worst dressed people I've ever seen. They say she's flogging her old underwear for £350 ahead of a bankruptcy hearing. It won't work. Who's going to want to buy somebody's second-hand underwear when you might as well go into Marks and Spencer's and buy bra and knickers yourself? It makes perfect sense. It'd be like Jack coming in saying, oh, people are interested, you know. So I've been out and bought some pants and I put them in a frame and signed them, lots of love, Jack. Freddie's done the smaller frame version and, you know, not quite as big. And sort of selling them. I mean, Katie Price really believes that people think she's terribly attractive. You know, which it isn't. It's appealing to certain people. You know, who sort of go, oh, what's she doing now? And they go, well, she's either having cosmetic surgery on her boobs or she's sort of flogging some old tat. I mean, I wouldn't buy into it at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Me, Colin and Big Collins are on our way to Dino's Caff. We've got a double busy day, says Bosch of Graft today. I think I'm going to have the chicken curry for breakfast. I'm not sure whether or not I could eat chicken curry for breakfast. I have had it. He said, I'm fighting my boxing match, 4th of March, and my trainer's trying to ban me from the cafe. Yes, I had heard that Donald Trump is back on Instagram and Twitter, and he follows me, says Thomas. He follows me. Why does he follow you? What would be the point of that? But curry for breakfast. That's what the boys could eat, curry for breakfast, I should imagine. Curry. I tell you what's really nice, curry and mashed potato. Don't ever knock it until you've tried it, because that works really well, because if you have chicken tikka masala, the sauce goes really well with the mashed potato, and that's very good. I wouldn't recommend it just before you're about to climb into bed, though, because you've had a chow mein. Oh, you will do today, chicken chow mein. Wow. God, you're living the dream, aren't you? I tell you, you are fighting your weight. That's what? Payday. Chicken chow mein from where? Oh, from Sainsbury's. I'll tell you what, Waitrose's chicken is good. The char siu is very good, but their sweet and sour chicken is very nice. And you can have that over rice. They've got two mains, so you could get 2 and 2 special fried rices for 11 quid. I should imagine Sainsbury's chicken curry is a bit cheaper. A little bit. 6, well, just for the curry. Oh, well, you could do better, actually, if you go to Waitrose. Do you have a Waitrose near you? You should go there. Yeah, you should go there, definitely, because they've got the deal on. It's the meal deal. 11 quid, 2 mains, 2 starters. Or I do the special fried rice, because it comes with pork on it as well. And that's very nice. That's very good. If you're just paying 6 quid for one thing, and chicken chow mein is just really a combination of a load of old gubbins, isn't it, thrown together? No, you try Waitrose. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. And another one here. Jonathan says, not Harry again. Yeah, sorry, love. Not, it's a case, we always say the same, Jonathan. Oh, not Jonathan again. Oh, how boring, how dull. Steve, I'll never wonder what you'll be talking about, because whatever it is, it will be riveting, says Roger. It is. That's why people are there every day. In fact, actually, the funny thing is, even the people that sort of say, "Oh, not Harry again," they're glued to the programme. They can't get enough of it. I love it. I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Giving friends advice could be seen as immoral. I give advice to people all the time. People say, "Steve, what do you think about this?" And I go, "Well, get it cut." And, and they go, "Oh, do you think so?" And I go, "Well, it'll make you more interesting." And they go, "Oh, I don't know." And then I go, "Listen, why don't you go to Waitrose and get the sweet and sour chicken, because the sauce is nice and you get some nice big bits of chicken in it." And they sort of go, "Oh, I don't know, Steve, do you think it's good value?" I say, "Very good value. Better value than you're spending at the moment." So I do give advice to everybody all the time. All the time. I love it. Steve, my husband has a left-drive car. It's lovely, but not in the UK, frightening the traffic coming at you. So I just sit in the back, and I bought him a chauffeur's hat. How lovely. How lovely. I've always wanted to sit in the back of my car. It's the only thing I've never... Well, I've sat in the back, but not for the purposes of being driven. I've had people sitting in the back of my car, and I've always thought, because there's loads of room in the back of my car. I mean, you move the seat forward a little bit, and practically you can lie down in it. And I've got a thing in the middle that sort of lifts up so you can use the whole of the back seat. And my boot is so big, you could climb into my boot. In fact, people have climbed into my boot before. If the lock needed looking at and things like that, you can climb in. There is enough room in the car. You could probably get 2 adults in the boot of the car, because it goes all the way under the back seat. So it's big. Very big and very impressive, And it's quite a nice colour. And the heating gets hot really quickly. In fact, so much so I have to open the windows. I think I'm going to roast. I always sit at traffic lights going like that, because all the people next door sitting there with their coats on in their cars and their woolly hats and their mufflers and their gloves and everything. I'm sitting there going, "It's so hot." And I always look at them and smile. "It's so hot in here, so hot." Just to really annoy them. Steve, Gary from Stanwell. And did you know those frozen curries you have beetles in them for food colouring? Well, of course. Where do you think cochineal comes from? But they don't put them in curries. But it wouldn't bother me eating beetles, which is good, which is very, very good indeed. So left-hand drive cars, not too sure. Scott said last morning in Abu Dhabi, coming back today. I've never been to Abu Dhabi. It doesn't interest me. It really doesn't. Gutted to come back to the UK. How are we getting it so wrong? I don't know. I suppose because we have curry and mashed potato for breakfast and things like that. Other stories in the papers, the big news is, of course, that America are now supporting us and Germany in supplying tanks to the Ukraine. Do you know, I bet poor old Putin, the deluded one, seriously thought he'd march into Ukraine, mincy, and then it would all be over in a matter of hours. Not so. Not so. It's gone on even longer than even he thought about it. In the meantime, businesses are pulling out of Russia like there's no tomorrow. The Russian people are practically on poverty street, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? What have we got here? This is a lot of people getting vouchers. I got a voucher. I got a heating voucher for £500. Can't remember why I got it, actually. I suppose because I'm of the age. Ousted Love Islander Haris Namani, this is the TV seller. He's got a stupid haircut. Obviously somebody said that to him and then he decided to punch their lights out. But he said that knocking a man on the floor in a street brawl is not a reflection of my character. Unfortunately, I think you're a bit simple for 21, and I think that is your character, and that's why it was caught on television. And we've seen your arguments in Love Island, and to be honest with you, just not a very pleasant person. Not a very pleasant. There was something I was watching the other day. What was it? It was an old... It was an old Big Brother thing where they had people on there, and they put it down on YouTube as the Big Brother arguments. And there was a woman on there called Charlie Uccello, who I vaguely remembered. I mean, she's disappeared now completely. The language that came out of this, hesitate to use the word woman's mouth, it was just unbelievable. I'd never heard such, well, I had heard language like that. I was just amazed that she just screamed and shouted. She was revolting. Absolutely revolting. But then I discovered there were loads of people on there. Loads of people where they either forget they're being filmed for television, or that's how they talk all the time. It'd be like us swearing on the, we don't swear at all. We're like, seriously, we're like Mother Teresa in this studio. We're all very good. Jack, I think he said the word bother once, and we all went, sharp intake of breath, and Freddie, I think, said, no, I don't think Freddie said anything at all. You know, but, you know, somebody said, oh, you know, I was really upset. And you go, shh, keep your mouth shut, for goodness sake. But on the television, the language, and they seem to use it in all the programmes now. I find it not disturbing, because I'm an adult, obviously. I just think to myself, did you have an education? And I suspect they didn't. Steve, I suspect you've also got a little fridge in the back of the car. I did look at a car that had a fridge in for chilling the bottle of champagne. But I thought, it's in the back of the car. And as I spend most of my time in the front of the car, it's like I've got television in my car. I've had DVDs before, but this is television. But, of course, when the car is driving, you've got to be sitting in the back to get it, and it doesn't appear on the front screen of the car. You know, but I've got cameras front and back. I don't know why, honestly. They put these things on, they go, it's top-loaded. And you go, oh, right. When do you ever use that? Well, in fact, I do use the cameras. I've suddenly realised I can reverse and do all sorts of things just on the cameras. And it's brilliant. And I can answer the telephone in the car because it dims the radio. It'll ring, and it comes up on the screen, whoever it is. As long as they're in my phone book. I just downloaded the whole phone book. But hardly anybody calls me when I'm in the car. Odd, isn't it? 5:15. What should we do? Oh, I know. Let's get the LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Steve, hope you are well. Always well. Always well. I mean, you'll know if I'm not well. I'll be very quiet, which, of course, is not like me at all. Dean says, not used your tea towel yet. Oh, no, don't use it. I think if ever you're going to use the tea towel, you buy two, use one. Nick Abbott said the other week that if he sees your car, he's going to put his dirty handprints all over it. Well, he wouldn't see my car. I don't bring my car into town. I have a vehicle that collects me. I don't need to drive into town. I used to drive in on a Sunday, but then, of course, you know, he wasn't around. And luckily, my car is fitted with cameras. So if he did put his hands over it, which of course he wouldn't because he's far too polite, unlike your good self, you know, I mean, if you seriously think putting dirty... And who's got dirty hands? I mean, we work on the radio. You know, we have people that come in and mop up spilt tea. You wouldn't have dirty hands working on the radio. This place is clean. It's pristine. You know, I am immaculate. You know, freshly pressed shirt every day, hair beautifully parted, little bit of gel, you know, making it look a bit more interesting. You know, but we don't, no, we don't, no. We never have dirty studios. They're always clean. Somebody comes in after I finish and they clean it from top to bottom, wipe all the surfaces down. So he'd never have dirty hands. And also, he's a bit anal like that. He wouldn't actually have dirty hands. He's a bit paranoid about dirt and stuff like that. It's all he can do to pick up a television remote control. Even then, it's pushing it a little bit. Another one that says, it's going to be 7 degrees today, says Sandra. No work today, so a bit of a lie. It's 7 degrees, not 7 degrees here, is it, in London? We think it's going to be 7 degrees? I can't believe it. Is it going to be 7 degrees? I don't mind it. It's 3 at the moment. It's got to go a long way to hit 7. But we were talking the other day about this bloke who popped up on Ian's programme saying, oh, it's very easy to set up a management company to look after the flats where you live. And I thought, yeah, how little you know, how little you know. And then I was reminded that today, this is just taking one day on average, we've got the man coming in to do all the fire alarms, so we have to be there because he will go throughout the entire building testing the fire alarms and we have to turn it off on the mains. And then we've also got somebody coming in, but they you can never tie them down. They'll go between 9 and 12. So there's 3 hours out of my life I'm never going to get back again. And this is almost occurring at least twice a week. There'll be something that goes on. But the way this bloke was describing it to Ian, it made it sound like, oh, anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. And you think, no, they can't. They can't. That's it. It's almost like a full-time job. You ask my Lynn how much paperwork she's got, and she will show you box files of paperwork on everything. You know, today we will be testing the fire alarms. You have to tell people. You can't just go ahead and do something because people might be going, oh my God, the fire alarm's gone off. You have to tell people. You have to tell people. Angelica says, I love those battered fish fingers. Yes. And I remember, I do like things like that, actually. Battered fish fingers. Luxury cottage pie at Lidl is as good as M&S. As good as M&S? Blimey. Are you sure? It's quite... I haven't tried that, actually. I haven't tried that, but I think if something's as good as M&S, because not everything is exactly the same as M&S, but Young's extra large fish fingers in tempura batter in fresh white rolls with a dollop of Heinz tomato soup is a real treat. So there you go. Always makes the trip to Tooley Street bearable, says Paul. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had for quite a while a fish finger roll where you just get some soft baps and then you sort of cut it open, you put a little bit of Hellmann's mayonnaise in or something like that, and then you fry up some fish fingers. You can probably get about 3 in there, and that's a bit nice. But mind you, I used to do chip butties years ago. My mother used to look at me like I was mad. What are you doing? I'm doing a chip butty. You just take a piece of bread, butter it, and then put chips inside of it. There was something quite appealing about it, something very, very nice indeed. And John says you should talk about the making of the Titanic. That would be riveting. do you mean the proper Titanic, or do you mean the film The Titanic? Josh says you ever pick up hitchhikers? Are you serious? Of course not. Don't be so ridiculous. We don't see hitchhikers anymore. I've not seen a hitchhiker in about 10 years, 15 years. You'd always get the students standing on the slipways, you know, either going up or coming down, hand out, things like that. But no, you don't see hitchhikers anymore. That's just very, very weird, actually. My dream classic car arrived yesterday, Steve. It's a Ford Granada Mark II, says Graham. At 10 inches long, the legroom is my only gripe. Being an avid model car collector, I'd recommend it for your brother's fleet. Yeah, he sort of buys to sell. He's actually very good at buying things, my brother, for then selling on eBay. He knows what he's buying and stuff like that, which is very good actually. But the luxury cottage pie, I love the word luxury. They stick it on everything. They do it on flats. They go, you know, new selection of luxury flats, and you think, as opposed to what? As opposed to absolute garbage. You wouldn't want to rent this thing out if you were a pig. You know, really, really ghastly. So whenever it says luxury flats, I always laugh to myself. Sort of. British apples are under threat. They're very good for you, apples. I don't eat that many, but I do quite like them. Because apparently growers have halted the planting of tens of thousands of fruit trees. And in a recent poll, the body, which is called British Apples and Pears, said that 150,000 of the £480,000 planned apple and pear trees have been cancelled for this season. So there you go. The executive chair, Ali Kappa, blamed unsustainable supermarket returns. Because people buy apples. I think they just do them. Makes the fruit bowl look interesting. They don't necessarily eat them all the time. I used to love the ones that came in, and they were miniature apples. Little tiny. Absolutely ideal for little kids going to school with a little lunchbox. And they were little tiny apples. Well, I've had them in a box or like a tray or something like that, but they were tiny. And I've had the little satsumas, which are about the size of a big marble, which come from China, mini bananas. No, but I didn't realise. I watched a programme on how they bring bananas over. And, you know, they come over green. They don't come over ripened. They come over green on these container ships. And then the container ship unloads them. And then they put them into this warehouse, into special little places. And they put gas into a little machine. And this hastens the ripening of them. Then they're taken out after a few days or a week or whatever it happens to be, and then people go through them and sort them out and then put them into bags and everything else. It's like quite a process. I thought they just arrived, but they don't, because some of these banana trees, you just have one flowering of the bananas and then they plant new trees. Because I quite like bananas, but I don't do them when they're yellow and soft. I like them when they're just a little bit bitey. So I don't want them black and brown or anything like that. And you try and peel the skin back, and then it's you just sort of look at it and think, oh, I don't think so. Not very exciting. Remember chips in pitta? Oh, yes, chips in pitta are particularly delicious, actually. Shane says it's 28 degrees in Sydney. Too hot for me. And he loves this sort of weather, but it is too hot for him. But chips in pita bread, I think that you find certain kebab places can do that for you. They will actually put chips in pita bread. Because I like pita bread, but I can't cut the blooming things. What I have to do is I have to cut them before I put them in the toaster. And then because otherwise you touch, we go, ah! So hot. So hot. More stories in the papers today. And somebody else recommending different places to get curries from. But curries are sort of a great thing for breakfast. I see no reason why you shouldn't have a curry for breakfast. I say Jack's going to have what were you having? A chicken what is it? Chow mein. Doesn't sound very exciting, does it? They used to do one years ago by Vesta, and it was a chicken chow mein, but it was dehydrated. So you would put the chicken into and then it would expand the actual meat. It was all a bit peculiar, actually. We thought we'd arrived. We thought, we're eating proper foreign food. And we weren't at all. It was the British version of it. Because I told you, if ever you go into a Chinese restaurant, you watch what the Chinese people eat. It won't be what you're eating. They will, I've seen the amount of people I've seen in Chinese restaurants going, oh, we'll have chopsticks, mate. We'll have chopsticks. And then they chase a pea around the plate. And you think, you're going to be here all day, mate. The Chinese would sort of have rice, but they hold the bowl up and scoop it into their mouth like, you would have with a spoon. They don't spend all the time. The only time they use the chopsticks picking up meat or bits of fish or vegetables and things like that. But to watch people going, I do chopsticks. You think to yourself, no, you really don't, actually. You really don't. What else we got in the paper today? The dark side of the telly comic, who died in squalor, they say. No, he didn't die in squalor. He really didn't. He died in his flat over a weekend down the road from me. And I don't know what he died of. I can't remember. But it certainly wasn't squalor. He had unopened shirts in boxes. But the girls used to go round. I think Sue Upton used to go round all the time and just make sure he was okay. But he lived down the road from the Teddington Studios, which has gone now. Such a shame. Such a shame. And Kat says, is it possible to put aside an ice cream for Nick Abbott for Friday? What for? Do you think he doesn't earn money or something? He's got some very odd people who listen to him. I've never met so many peculiar people. Would you like to save some sweets for Nick Abbott? Or you put an ice cream aside for him? What are you on? Are you on something? Very peculiar. And Steve, talking of fish finger baps, reminded me when I went to Wales many years ago, I asked the other half's mother to make me a fried egg sandwich. She'd never heard of one before. What, a sandwich or a fried egg? What sort of woman is she? Fried egg sandwich, they're quite normal, aren't they? You just butter your bread, you put the fried egg on there, then you put some sauce over the top, and then you eat it. I mean, really, goodness sake. And Roger says, I'm taking some kids to number 30 Leicester Square tonight at TGI Fridays, below your studios. Well, it's not actually, not below my studio. It is outside. And you have to go there. But, I mean, we don't feel the music pounding, because people said to me, oh, do you not hear any music pounding up from TGI? I said, no, not really, no. I don't hear anything. Mind you, I don't hear, because I'm soundproofed. I'm in a booth. There's even 2 bits of glass between me and next door, but that's for illnesses. And then I've got a big, thick door in here with a little tiny bit. Why is there a small bit of glass? I don't know why they can't make a bigger bit of glass. So people just see a little bit of me as they go past. They can probably just see a leg or something like that. Very odd, isn't it, really? It's 5:30. Is it 5:30 now? I can't remember what time we've got. And I think what we should do is have the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewelry and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Unfortunately, in all the papers today, they're doing a story on the Chinese farms and all the animals in cages to make fur coats. They kill millions of animals a year, and they're literally in cages where they can't move. They have, some of them, they say they walk up and down, but the body of the animal, and it's foxes and mink and stuff like that, and dogs and rabbits, and they just kill them. But when they kill them, they have to make sure they don't get blood all over the fur. So, I mean, they are dispatched like you can't imagine. I don't know how many fur coats there are in the world. Apparently, it turns out there's a couple of places in this country who were selling Chinese fur, which had come from some of these farms, because they're huge. It's like in certain parts of China, they still milk bears for their bile. And you think to yourself, it's just not good enough. It really isn't. But when you see pictures, and you will see pictures in the papers, if you're an animal lover, I advise you not to look at them, because you see these poor things sitting in cages, and they just take them out and kill them. And then they're turned into fur coats. Some of them are skinned alive. I mean, it's almost unbearable. It really is absolutely dreadful. The other story is the Putin supporters in T-shirts invading a tennis showdown. I think it was in Australia. I seem to remember. And I remember thinking, God, I mean, what was it? 3-4 people? That's obviously in the entire country. Nobody else supports him at all. Steve says, Rob, I've got to go to the dentist today. Incredibly, the appointment is at 2:30. Here we go. All the old gags are the best, aren't they? And so how could I forget? Oh, it's worth it. I mean, it'll be terrible. You'll sit in the, in the room outside, and you'll say, I've got an appointment. And the nurse in there, because they also are a bit sadistical. They don't care the fact you're going to suffer. And then you hear the and you think, oh my God, Father, that's going to be me. And then you go, actually, I've just realised I should go somewhere. Do you have a toilet? Thank you. And you try and get out as quick as possible, because they always go down. It's when they say, right, I'll just numb you up. And they rub a little something on your gum, and then they stick this 7-foot needle inside your mouth. It's like, it comes out. I remember somebody telling me years ago, I always thought it was an apocryphal story, that the needle went in the side and then came out the other side of their cheek. And I remember thinking, oh my God, Father, sound terrible. But you need to be numbed up. And when I was young, I used to go to the dentist, and they go, filling, occlusal, blah, 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 blah. And then you get numbed up. And I used to like a lot of injections, which meant it was really difficult. When I got home, the only thing I could eat would be soup. Because every time you try to bite something, you end up taking half your tongue out because you've been numbed up, and it sort of numbs the side of it. And I remember sitting there thinking, how long does this go on for? So you'd end up with soup. So I learnt to slurp soup, because that was the only way that you could do it. Oh, ghastly, I hated it. Hated it. And another one here, which says, did you know you can eat the banana skin? It's supposed to be nice fried. No. You mean plantain? Or do you mean bananas? I don't know why you'd want to eat banana skin. I think she means plantain, that's fried, but I don't think you eat banana skin. I love the way that people buy plantain thinking it's banana. And then they suddenly realise it's not banana, because they have to say to people, I've seen people in Paul Cooper's shop, and John sort of said, and somebody said, oh, I'll have these. And he goes, it's plantain. And they went, is it? Well, it looks different. I don't know why people think it looks the same. Another one, which says, do you remember the peanut sweets called Treats? Yes, they do peanuts, and they do another version as well, don't they, which has got sort of the little chocolate bits and pieces on it. But because Treats, the slogan was, Treats melt in your mouth, not in your hand, because it had a crisp candy coat. So if you held a lot in your hand, normally if it was just sort of chocolate, you open up the hand and you're just covered in chocolate. It was ghastly, but Treats didn't melt in your hand, which was very good. Makes me very sad, says Ash, to hear about these fur farms. Well, you won't want the pictures in the paper today. They just look sad, these animals. I mean, half of them have gone mad. They've gone round the bend. You see it in certain zoos where animals just walk up and down, up and down, up. And they do it, and you stand there and you think, why are they doing that? And the answer is they've gone mad. They've gone completely mad. Steve, why is it that when you go to the dentist or the doctors, as soon as you get in the door, the pain you went in seems to have disappeared? I know, I've had that. I've had that before. And you sort of think, oh, I don't need to go to the dentist, or I don't need to go to the doctors. But I always go to the doctors. I always make sure that if you go to the doctor, they can then say, oh, it's this or that. Because I think that is a little bit better. But the amount of people we've spoken to, in the office, things like that, who can't get appointments with doctors for love nor money. But I always think if you go in there and go, I need to see somebody, I've got this or I've got that, they will see you. But I've heard other people saying, oh, no, you can't get an appointment, and it's not very good, actually. But good luck at the dentist for today. And Kathy says, you made me smile with your Alan Bennett impression. I assumed it was him you were impersonating. No, I don't. No. I don't do Alan Bennett impressions, but I think he's very clever, very, very clever, because he sort of writes for women, and he's very good at writing for women. 84850, and Harry in Hammersmith said the turtle is crossing the road when he's mugged by two snails. When the police ask him what happened, the shaken turtle says, I don't know. It all happened so quickly. But that's like, isn't it? Is that the horse that wanders in? No, it's a snail that wanders into a bar, I think. And I can't remember the whole joke now, actually. I knew another one which was very funny, but apparently you can't repeat it. But I think the snail wanders into the bar and the barman sort of flicks him off. And a year later, the barman's in the bar and the snail comes back up and goes, what do you do that for? Because snails are very slow. We used to get snails, little tiny snails, at home, as well as sort of the bigger type snails. And then I did eat a snail once. I did go to a restaurant. We did a programme from a restaurant. And they said, would you like to... there were two things that they offered me. Frog's legs and snails. And I remember thinking, never again. Never again. They used to say, I think they were like an aphrodisiac. Not for me at all. So... And a lot of snails are put back into the shells, so they use the shells time and time again. You buy the snails, and you just cook them very, very quickly in a bit of garlic butter, and then you put them into the shell. They put them on this special dish, and I only tried it once, and that was enough for me. And frog's legs as well. I just didn't like that at all. Les Dawson used to say they used to do these frog's legs. He said, "What happens to the rest of the frog? Is it doomed to spend the rest of its day going around the kitchen on casters?" People eat all sorts of things, and they like it, and they really like it. But not for me, I'm afraid. Not for me. Steve, I used to wrap chips in doner meat. Yes, I used to do the same. I'd buy a doner kebab and chips, and then I'd take a chip and then wrap some doner meat around it. I don't know why, actually. A very sad childhood. We never had doner kebab places when I was younger. They just didn't exist. But... doner chip butties were very, very nice indeed. Very, very good. A lot of you talking about your fried egg sandwiches. It's amazing how people eat, but you're right, you can't cut the blooming thing, can you? You really can't. And chips in pita. Yeah, chips in pita bread are good. It's trying to open the pita bread after you've sort of popped it in the toaster. There must be a way of doing this without burning your hands off. And then you sort of pop things in there. Laughing gas banned to tackle bad behaviour. Ministers are preparing to ban the sale and possessions of this laughing gas. This is the... apparently you're going to have a legitimate reason for it. You find them... These are these little canisters, which you see all over the place, little metal canisters. They deliver them by courier, believe it or not, and people sort of inhale it, and then they speak funny for about a minute, and then they go, oh, to do that one again, and so they do. And but they're all over the place. You can buy them. I think you can buy them on Amazon. I'm pretty certain. But if they decide to ban, because I'm not sure if at the moment they're legal, but if they decide to ban them, you'll have to have a legitimate reason for actually having the things. I've never quite seen the appeal of it. Deep fried banana battered fritters is the one for me. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree. Banana fritters are the best thing. In fact, if you go to the Chinese restaurant, they do banana and they do apple as well in little balls, which are particularly nice. And banana frit with ice cream. I mean, that is just with sesame little bits and pieces. Oh, it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. My brother had snail burgers in France once. Well, I think you just sort of mash them up. He said it was mashed up with Worcestershire sauce, and he said I didn't realise what it was until after I'd eaten it. You see, I think that's awful. Awful. Actually, I must tell my brother that Kevin from the Fruit Basket in Stubbington delivered a huge box here of, I mean, put it this way, they're going to be the healthiest newsroom on LBC ever because it's all Satsumas. I keep saying to the boys, take them home. You know, and I tell you, it's like force-feeding somebody. I'm not sure, Steve. Oh, just put them in your pocket and take them home, for goodness sake. You know, it's not such a big deal, but they make such a big faff about it. But mashed up snails, that just sounds disgusting. I mean, as I say, I did try them. It wasn't for me, I decided. So I've never had them since. Never had them since. There's also a thug. I'll tell you about him in a moment, actually, because he's another one who is pictured leaving court with a big smile on his face. So we've still got him down as a thug, and I'll tell you what he did and why he's a thug. Exactly the same as the bloke from Love Island, you know. Oh, it's not me at all beating the living daylights out of this bloke. Yeah, of course it's not like you at all, do you? You must think we fell out of coconut trees or something, which we didn't. It's 6:15. Let's get the LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And it's very interesting, actually. The person who was talking to Ian Payne about the thing was talking, he says, I made it clear they should not manage by themselves. Well, you can't. You absolutely cannot manage it by yourself. The paperwork involved is phenomenal. If you are in a block of flats of, say, 20 flats, which would be considered a very small block of flats, some of them have, 60 flats and things like that, the paperwork involved is phenomenal. But the freeholder does place the building insurance and pass the cost to the leaseholders. Yes. But that's always been the way, because it's their building. That's why they pick it. We don't have any say whatsoever in which insurance company. So if the insurance company come back, and I think our building's insured for $6 million, I think, that is at the discretion of the freeholder. You pay a ground rent, but you definitely cannot do it by yourself. I mean, I sign off the books for us, and Lynn and I used to she spent ages doing all the paperwork, writing letters backwards and forwards to the managing agents, of which we pay for. It's not free. I forget how many thousands of pounds we have to pay, but to run our building is about 32,000. And all the lights need... People just think that, a building happens by itself. But we had a flood one day. And so you then have to get all these people in who have to give you quotes. And then you have to, you get the new floor tiles put down. It took us about 3 weeks to dry the place out. There's always something. And today, as I say, we're having fire alarm testing because we've changed companies. And that's what you do all the time. You change it. At the moment, we've got roofers in giving us quotes because when you're spending thousands and thousands of pounds, and I think our roof could cost us in excess of 70,000 by the time you've had the scaffolding put up and everything else, then you can't just, because you're playing with somebody else's money. It's certainly not the easy thing to do. And also, you're going to find a lot of people, they don't want anything to do with it. Anything to do with it. But also, if somebody's only renting, they don't have any rights at all. They've got to go back to the person who they rent from. It's very complicated, but we don't have any problem with people paying. It's either you pay or we're going to whack the price up for you, and you will pay for it. It's simple, because you can't run it. Otherwise, we will just kill all the lights at night, turn everything off, and you can have a building shrouded in darkness, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. My daughter is going to have a camera, says Martin, down the throat next week. Oh, nightmare. Absolute nightmare. It's the easiest thing ever going. I didn't realise it could be so simple. They just spray the back of your throat, and that numbs the back of your throat. They stick a little tube up your nose which pumps air in, and, as I say, you won't even know that the camera's in. It's a little tiny thin tube, and it goes down your throat, a little plastic bit that fits over your mouth as if you're about to do bird impressions, and then it sort of goes through the middle of that and goes straight down the throat, and you can see. They show you sort of pictures of what everything looks like. Look like the interior of a volcano, to be honest with you. Ash says it's very silly what the press are saying about Benny Hill. It's all a bit loaded. He didn't live in squalor. He was just frugal. And what's wrong with that? Yeah, he was very frugal. He used to pick up stuff in the local supermarket, the tins, which was cheaper prices. And he would buy those and walk back home to Teddington with them. And he was like that. He didn't flash his money around at all. The girls who worked with him on the programmes looked after him. As I say, Sue Upton was very good at looking after him and things like that. But he was just careful with his money. You get people like that. You get some people who are really flash with their money and sort of splash it around and all the rest of it. The only thing he had round him was shirts in boxes. He used to buy... let's face it, shirts in boxes ain't cheap. Because you get shirts now, they're just in a plastic kind of film thing. But he was just careful. That's all it was. And he just died over that particular bank holiday weekend. But no, I don't know why they sort of pick on somebody, because he was careful. Steve says, Glenn, in the RAF at the end of our simulated war exercise, the airmen's mess would send out what we called egg banjos, greasy buttered sandwiches of ham with fried egg. After not eating for many hours, they were the ambrosia of the gods. Reputedly called banjos because you tended to hold them away from the body to avoid being covered in yolk or fat. I still tried to replicate them. I've never even heard of them. And I'm from an RAF family. And Steve, stuffed mussels, midye in Turkish, with herb spiced rice is a popular and common street food. Do you know, I quite like street food. I've been onto YouTube and I've typed in street food. And in India, you watch them making these toasted sandwiches with bacon and egg in, and they make them like so fast. Absolutely phenomenal. Or failing that, you get little boys making chips. They literally take the chips and they put them in the machine. He pulls the handle down. They're so fast. These are kids of 9, 10, 11. You watch them making chips and then they fry them off. They put things on and a bit of gunk and tomato ketchup and everything else. And they sell chips. I mean, abroad, chips are quite a luxury to have. But to watch these little boys making them is quite phenomenal. And what else have I watched them? Well, I've watched them everything. I've seen Chinese markets where they're literally sort of doing shellfish and fish. And then you get that. And they're just so fast. In the woks, they're so fast. You know, they do everything. And you go to some of these markets, you know. It's just absolutely amazing. Poor old James, another one of those people, a little bit screwy upstairs, says Benny Hill didn't live in Teddington. He did, unfortunately. Are you really particularly stupid, or are you just pretend? I tell you what, I've decided, actually, I'm very good at this. In fact, I've actually learned how to do this myself now. You're blocked. Fantastic. I love it. Go and buy another phone. That'll keep you busy. Steve, you can eat banana skins. I've done them in a bun in place of a burger. Are you mad? But I've never heard of anybody eating banana skins. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody at all. Yeah, we're going to fact check it. Because I don't think you should eat banana skins. I mean, let's face it. You'd have to wash them first and do all sorts. Oh, no, definitely not. So here is this yob in the papers today. He's a thug. And the reason we call him a thug is that's what the courts called him. He racially abused a football ace, Ivan Toney, online. He told a court yesterday he was disgusted. His name is Antonio Neal. He's 24, so he should be an adult, but he's obviously not. He sent the Instagram message in October whilst drunk. Brentford striker Toney shared it. District Judge Paul Currer said the vile message, which was not read out at Newcastle Magistrates Court, was exceptionally offensive and had racial overtones. They adjourned sentencing until a separate violent offence has been dealt with at the city's Crown Court. Neil of Blythe in Northumberland, obviously a really thick person, says, "I'm sorry for what I said to Ivan. I'm disgusted and ashamed and want to be a better person." You're a thug. You're a thug. You can't write stuff like this and then come out of court with a big smile on your face. Thicko. Nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse. Also, the funeral the other day for that lovely girl called Ellie, who was the innocent shooting victim. They had a beautiful horse-drawn funeral, and they had loads and loads of pallbearers, and it was beautiful. But I mean, she didn't deserve to die. You know, this was the drive-by shooting. And a mum and brother among 8 Brits who've been charged over a Spanish holiday food poisoning scam. I've heard of these before. People go on holiday. In fact, I remember telling you a story a short while ago. They did it on the television. And it was a bloke who went, all my family came down with food poisoning in this hotel. So they tried to claim off the insurance company, thinking the insurance company were a bit stupid. But, of course, the insurance company managed to get access to, I think, his Instagram and everything else. And there they were diving and drinking. And there was no food poisoning at all. So they took them to court. And they had to pay. And this gang allegedly cost 3 Mallorca hotels $9.5 million by convincing tourists to falsely claim they'd been ill during their stay. These people, they get caught out. They get caught out, because they're so thick, they don't realise how it works. It's not good. Ross Kemp is returning to acting after 7 years, so there's a bit of good news. 7 years. He's going to be a 4-part thriller called Blind Spot, playing Detective Tony Warden. And if you're really one of those people who likes looking up to the heavens, there's a green comet which is going to be seen whoosh, up there in the sky. It's not been seen for 50,000 years. 50,000 years, and it will make its closest approach to Earth next week. This is Comet C/2022 E3 ZTF. They don't have names, they just give them numbers. And it's already been visible through binoculars and telescopes this month, but it could become visible with the naked eye. They say Feb the 1st and 2nd, at its closest point, 26 million miles away, the comet will be visible from both hemispheres, and it glows green due to UV radiation lighting up gases. NASA have described the rare flyby as an awesome opportunity to make a personal connection with an icy visitor from the distant outer solar system. It was discovered within Jupiter's orbit by astronomers in California in March 2022. So there you go, something to look out for. I have to be honest, I always mention these things, and I go, I must watch that. And then you get nearer the time, and you completely forget about it. Somebody says, oh, did you watch that comet? And you go, unfortunately not. Final 8 Masked Singers battling it out. I like the costumes, but the people in there are a little bit simple, aren't they? And they've got one called Pigeon. Judges' guesses, Gemma Collins, Maya Jama and Emily A. Tack. Won't be any of those. Jacket Potato. I think it could be Gino DeCampo, Mickey Rourke, Brian Cox or David Dickinson. I mean, really. Rhino, guessing James Arthur, Russell Brand, James Blunt or Anthony Edwards or Freddie Flintoff. For Jellyfish, they think it could be Michelle Visage, Halle Berry, as if Halle Berry is going to come over here and put a silly costume on. Knitting, Jane Horrocks, Kim Marsh, Samantha Barks, AJ Adudu. Phoenix could be Jason Statham, Stephen Mulhern. I don't think Stephen sings, actually, or Mick Hucknall. And Otter, they think Fiona Shaw, Catherine Tate, Zoe Wanamaker. But my favourite is Fawn. They think Mel C, Hannah Waddington, Anne-Marie, Danny Minogue or Jacqueline Josser. You watch, won't be any of those sort of people. But we've already had the Kemps out there. They're on everything. Every time we turn on the show, there's the Kemps again. You know, Antiques Roadshow, it's the Kemps. You know, here we go. So it's the Kemps. Amazing. They're on television more times than the test card. What have we got for you? Oh, we've got the news. We've got the news and then details of a fantastic bit of beachside luxury in the Maldives. And we take more of your texts and emails. 84850 stephenlbc.co.uk. The news at 6, back in 3.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning. Apparently, says Paul, monkeys don't even eat the skins of a banana. No, they don't. You can eat them. I mean, to be honest with you, you must be really fed up and hard up. But you've got to pick very, very ripe bananas. Because the peel, I think, is sweeter and thinner. You remove the stem and then you sort of... I mean, really, how desperate do you have to be to eat the outside of the thing? That's the house it lives in. But few have ventured to try the peel. Exactly. You can eat it, but I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't recommend it. Why don't you just eat the banana like normal people? There's something peculiar about people who want to sort of eat sort of the skin of banana. I think elephants eat all of it, don't they? If you give an elephant a banana, they'll just eat the whole thing. And I've seen monkeys, I think, holding it and squeezing and then peeling back the skin, and then they eat the banana, which is good. I do like... You're not supposed to have very many, actually, of bananas. Otherwise you sort of overdose on potassium, I think. They're supposed to be good if you play tennis. I should ask Andrew Castle, shouldn't I? Steve, it's the highlight of the show, says Pete the Pool Man, when you ban someone from texting. I just walked into the garage to get my Costa and I was still laughing. Your attitude is infectious and so uplifting. Well, I always think it puts them out of their misery, Pete. I think, if somebody's totally stupid and they're, you can't even save them, there's no point. You just put them out of their misery. And it then means... Because somebody else then said, can you see somebody's history? Of course. Well, sorry, we are in the year 2023. Of course we could see everything. We could see everything. So if anything's ever come in that's abusive, sometimes the machine does it automatically, but I can do it in about 2 seconds. And it stops people basically getting themselves into trouble. People sort of write abusive stuff. We've seen them before, on the media websites and stuff like that. Like that stupid man a minute ago who says, oh, I was drunk when I wrote this thing to that footballer. It was racially offensive, and I'm thinking, I hope they send you to prison. Because, people like that need teaching a lesson. But what they should do, in America, they're very good. There was a woman out there the other day, these are really old, and there's a family. They happen to be black. And they're having a barbecue by the side of a lake. The family there, they've got their little barbecue and they've got their food out and they're sitting on a rug, and this woman comes over and basically tries to pretend she owns this patch of land, and they're not allowed to have barbecues on there. And she starts threatening them with everything. I'm going to call the police, going to call the cops. And they go, well, call the cops. You're a racist. You know, you can see what racists are. They're like that. And they said, we're allowed to. She said, you're not allowed to cook food here. They said, no, we are allowed to. It says we can do it. Well, you're not supposed to. This part, I own this part of it. She's one of those peculiar people dropped on her head as a child. And there's loads of them. They turn up all over the place saying, you know, there was one woman and she was talking to a black delivery driver. She was going, what are you doing here? And he goes, I'm delivering. You know, seemed fairly obvious. And she went, you don't live here? And he went, as it happens, you know, I do live here. It's as simple as that. And she said, no, you don't. Whereabouts do you live? And so he said, I'm not telling you. What's it got to do with you, you nosy old bag? Mind your own business. Anyway, she starts kicking off. I'm going to call the police and all the rest. And these people are really quite mad. Quite mad. Aaron sent me a text. Apparently he's 23. What's BTW? By the way, I'm 20. Oh, right. By the way, I'm 23. I thought we worked out he was 23. Or did we say he was 24? Was that you got us into trouble on that one? You said he was 24, Jack. Not 24, he's 23. Goodness sake, honestly. Just trying to stir it up again. Don't worry, Aaron. We got it right. We got it right. Pete the Pool Man says only 3 sinkholes today. Thank the Lord. Some days he's had loads. Steve says, Dan, travelling to Anglesey, a lot of wagons with colourful lights. Do you know, the one thing I like seeing going down the motorway is those big, you see more of them in America, the big American trucks with all lights all over them. I love lots of chrome, and I love stuff like that. In America, you see them all the time. They're fantastic. Just back, Steve, says Sharon from Stanmore, for the most amazing trip to Vietnam and Cambodia. Not only were you with me every step of the way, but you were even with me on the long, tedious flight home, and I listened to some old podcasts. So thank you very much indeed for keeping me company. Where should we go next? She goes, oh, yes, I know. Watford. Watford. I think I've been to Watford. I think it was closed one day. But, yeah, I loved Vietnam and Cambodia. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, rumours abound on the original Spikers group that Jacket Potato on The Masked Singer is the one and only Steve Allen. I could not comment. Not allowed to. So, of course it's not going to be me. Why would I be on something like that? That's like when you see, it's like, you know, because I keep explaining to people, I'm not a celebrity, I'm a radio presenter. That's what I do for a living. I present radio programmes. And you get people on these shows the other day. I was watching Eggheads and they had that ghastly Tessa Dunlop on there, who now calls herself a doctor. And she's written a book about the royal family or something. I could tell you stories about Tessa Dunlop. Make your hair curl, seriously. When she was on there, I thought, oh, not her again. It's sort of people who are sort of desperate to be famous. And, you know, and they put them on these programmes and they go, it's a celebrity version of Eggheads. I didn't know who anybody was on it. Ironically, it was only Tessa Dunlop that I knew who it was. The rest of them I didn't know who they were. I thought, and these are supposed to be celebrities. And then you realise that they're minor BBC presenters. That's all they are. They had a husband and wife on there, which was very odd. And we used to smoke banana skins, made out we got high, but of course we didn't really, says Janet. I can't believe that people would actually eat banana skins. I mean, if you're going to eat any part of the banana, eat the banana. Eat the banana makes perfect sense, doesn't it, really? Steve, apparently, on the side of the commercial bin lorry, it says there is enough energy in 2 banana skins to charge a phone. Yeah, well, it's like you could also run... It's not true, but you can also run cars on vegetable oil, can't you? I believe. It's got to be cheaper, isn't it, using vegetable oil, Mary, in Oxford. Another one, and somebody else pointing out, actually, that you can also put hummus in pitta with salad. I've never done hummus. I didn't like taras malata, which was cod's roe. I thought that was cod's roe. I thought that was yucky. Although, strange enough, I do actually like pate. I like pate, you know, so all sorts of different pates, but I wouldn't do taras malata. And hummus I've never done at all, which is very odd. Down to London this morning, Steve. McDonald's breakfast on the way down because I've got more shoulder injections. Brown sauce with my bacon roll. Are the bacon rolls okay in there? I quite like them in Greggs. I think they're actually quite, especially if you go extra bacon. That makes such a difference, actually. Such a difference. Another one here. It says, a lot of people tell me about stuffed mussels. I'll tell you what I had once, which I quite liked, actually. Stuffed vine leaves. They were quite nice. You get the vine leaf and then you wrap it round the meat, I think, or something like that. Oh, it's quite nice. I didn't object to that. It's a very odd food around, isn't there, really? Some people, eat all sorts of things. And, Steve, I couldn't get through to the doctors. Couldn't get through. Oh, I've lost it. Couldn't get through to the doctors out there because apparently people are still having problems getting hold of doctors, which is a bit of a shame. As I say, I don't have any problem at all with getting through to the doctor, and I think they're really, really good actually. But now I've got to wait for an appointment because it's one of those things that you can't get straight away, says Carol. When I did no appointment, left the phone back next week, went to the GP surgery, got a phone appointment for the following week. Well, my next appointment, actually, is on the telephone. Now, whether or not it'll be with pictures and we'll do Zoom or something like that. I've done link-ups where there's been a panel of about 3 or 4 people and me, and I quite like that. I didn't think it was going to work, but we actually had a meeting at home with the managing agent. So we did it on Zoom. So we all sat round the screen and we could see ourselves. It was really good, actually. Very nice. Prue Leith reveals Paul did pop the question, not to her. Not to her. EasyJet have revealed they've got record bookings. Everybody wants to go on holiday. Everybody wants to go away for the sun. Everybody wants to go away to sit on a beach and dangle your toes in the water and have drinks and lovely food. And how do you fancy kicking off this year properly? I know we're coming to the end of January, by winning 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives. You and a friend or a partner will stay in a beautiful beach bungalow at the Kuramathi Resort with speedboat transfers and return flights. You could go snorkeling, spotting turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. All of that thanks to Kuoni Travel. For your chance to win, all you have to do is text the word HOLIDAY, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise charity. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over, please, to see the list of participating Global stations, and full terms and conditions go to makesomenoise.com. So simply text the word HOLIDAY, HOLIDAY, it could be you, holiday, and send it to 84850. And as they say on all the best programmes, good luck. Let's take a short break, shall we? 6:15. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, banana skins take 2 years to decompose. They say good luck with that one. I thought it was a rather odd thing. Why would you want to eat banana skins? I don't think there's anything good in it, is there really? The goodness is the inside bit. That's the whole idea. Steve, Charmaine in Hanwell says, I love terrace malata on toast. You see, people are addicted to it. I had it for breakfast yesterday and I'll be having it again today. See, I don't have a problem with that. It's just that I don't want to eat it. I don't. And Albert in Croydon says, I witnessed a black bus inspector asking to see bus passes. Do you know, you get that very rarely. Only, I think, twice in the last 10 years have I got on the bus. And the last one who did it to me, he said, can I see you? He said, I know who you are, Steve. And I went, thank you very much indeed. But yesterday, no, not yesterday, day before at Twickenham Police Station, they were having one of their let's check people. And so there was about 20 police officers down there. And they're on the platform and they're up by the barriers checking people, because once people see the police, they go, I think I'll go back on the train and go in another way. And they had one of these things that you go through, which goes beep, 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 as you wander through it, and checking people's tickets and everything else on the barriers. So that was quite good. I normally stick around and watch just to see how many people they actually catch. It's amazing how many students from the local colleges are using children's passes, or failing that, not even bothering with a ticket. It really is quite disgraceful. 84850 Steve at LBC just got co.uk. Steve, I just saw that green comet on Tuesday morning. It was 6:50 a.m. whilst listening to you. Magnificent. 84850. And somebody says, if you like stuffed vine leaves, you'll love the Polish dish, which is stuffed cabbage leaves. And so that sounds quite nice. Quite nice. Apparently, Vesta curries and chow mains are still sold in Tesco. It's amazing this 1970s product is still available. I know. It really is. I mean, when you consider you can go and buy a curry now. A friend of mine told me they went to a market a short while ago. I think it was at North Weald. And they had the most beautiful Indian food there because they have lots of fast food places. And they said the Indian food with Afghani overtones was, they said, the best they've ever had. They said, of course, we didn't go there. Where did we go? We went to Five Guys. We should have gone all the way back to the market because we've been to the market before and had Chinese. There's a place that does sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork, special fried rice, chicken curries and everything. And it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. I would recommend it. You know, we don't go for the burgers and the sausages because they look like they've been sitting there for years. But we go for all the other stuff. All the other stuff. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And somebody likes Greg's sausage and bacon baguette. Oh, I like this sausage and bacon baguettes. They're very popular. You can eat them on the bus as well, which is really annoying. Tony in Woodford says, your texter who mentioned egg banjos took me back. My dad was in the RAF, 33 years. And, honestly, it's the trouble is you start reading these blooming things and all of a sudden it disappears because another load of texts come in. So it takes me for ages and ages and ages. But anyway, so he was in the RAF, so he knows exactly what it was like. And he said he introduced us to the chip and egg banjo in 1974 because you hold it away from your body. That's why it's called the banjo, so that when you bite into it, the egg doesn't go all over the place because otherwise you're going to look very silly. Very silly. There seem to be many burst water mains. Actually, I've not noticed any burst water mains at all. I've noticed a lot of plants that look like they've keeled over in this weather because it has been so cold. It has been so cold. You know, you can't do anything about it. There's a story on the front of the Express today about a lady called Barbara Bolton. Barbara was 87. She died of hypothermia because she was worried about the cost of heating her little terraced house. And as ambulance workers have now revealed, they take the elderly to hospital, fearing otherwise they will die of the cold. And we saw somebody the other day, didn't we, a war veteran, who was sitting there with a hat on, gloves on, a coat, blanket. And this was sitting at home because people are frightened to put the heating on because they don't know how much it's going to cost them. And they can end up... I spoke to somebody the other day, and I said, have you had any of your bills in? They said, yes. Then it went quiet. And I said, how much was the bill? They said, well, the electric and the gas... just over the 1,000. I said, you're joking. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And yet the price of gas is supposed to have come down. Supposed to. We'll wait and see whether or not it changes. Because that's why people are frightened to put the heating on. And also, they did a piece in one of the... Now, where was that piece in a paper? I thought to myself, I must mention it because I keep seeing these adverts. And I get them through onto my telephone. Where they get your number from, I've got no idea. But these things turn up. And this particular one was for little heaters. Little heaters that you plug in, they go, oh, they're very cheap. And they said, don't buy them. Don't buy them. They're not fully tested, a lot of these things. And also, they're not as cheap as you think they are, because people think they're little, and they go, oh, a little thing like this will heat a room of so-and-so, so-and-so, and they listed a name of the companies who are offering them, because I keep getting these things through onto my telephone, and they go, oh, you should get one of these things. They're normally, £79. We're doing them for £50. And so people go, oh, that's a good bargain. And of course, anything to keep the price down of your heating, and not just your heating but also your electric and stuff like that. So they were listing all these different places where you should really not be buying these little tiny heaters because they weren't exactly much cop. I remember buying one some years ago and you plugged it into a 3-pin socket and to be honest with you, you'd have to be living in a matchbox for this thing to make any difference at all. But people buy them. You see people going to markets and staggering back with these heaters, these ones which sort of, it's like a halogen heater. And you think to yourself, I don't think that's going to do the job, really. I really don't. Also, they've got in the paper today, what was the thing that I was interested in? Oh, yes. They say, could a breakthrough jab every 12 weeks help banish the misery of migraines? Now, I must be really lucky. A, I don't get migraines. Secondly, I don't get headaches. I haven't had a headache in 40 years. I don't really know where, even after alcohol, I just don't get headaches. But they say here the lives of thousands of migraine sufferers are set to be transformed by this life-changing drug, which is approved for use on the NHS. There's about 164,000 adults who've tried 3 previous preventative treatments which have failed, who will actually be qualifying for this. It was given as an intravenous infusion every 12 weeks in hospitals, has been found to reduce both frequency and severity of migraine attacks. I'm quite grateful I don't get them. They sound absolutely dreadful. But a lot of people's lives are currently being severely impacted by migraine, and these people are eligible for these treatments, but they can't get hold of them at the moment. You have to ask. You have to go to your doctor and say, listen, there is this drug here. I told you I tried some years ago. There was a new injection that came out, which was an appetite suppressant, and it was designed for type 2 diabetics who were reliant on weight and things like this. And so you took this injection, exactly the same as you would take your insulin, and it worked as an appetite suppressant. So in other words, you almost, for the whole day, I forgot to eat. For the whole day, but of course, that's not the answer to losing weight. But then it had side effects, and the side effects were just, really bizarre. Really bizarre, so I had to stop taking it. But I discovered it in the fridge the other day. Not that my fridge is so big you can lose yourself in it, but I did have a whole box of these injections. Before you write in, no, you can't. Okay. Apparently Lidl sell tins of stuffed vine leaves, says Frank in Bristol. Yes, I'm assuming you can get all sorts of things, actually, which would be quite nice. You can have them. Whenever they have a Greek-themed sale on, they're in olive oil. Well, that sounds quite nice. So there they go. Vine leaves stuffed with rice. £1.49. See, that's not how these supermarkets make this stuff for this price. And I'm assuming you have it. Do you heat it up, vine leaves? or do you have them cold? I don't know. I'm a little bit naive when it comes to anything like that. I'm assuming you have them sort of heated up. I think you just put them into a cooker and then heat them up and then sort of eat them. Because they sound, to be honest with you, vine leaves sound healthy to me. But there again, you're listening to somebody who sort of maybe hasn't eaten the best that I could have done over the years. The potassium in bananas is an enhancer of cognitive functioning. It speeds up muscle memory and so makes tennis shots more automatic, says Rob. Oh, wait, I've always seen tennis players as eating bananas, but not the skin, I think you just eat the bananas. But I remember somebody telling me once, they said, oh, I've just eaten 6 bananas. And I said, really? I do like a banana. We used to get as a kid, we'd have them on toast. That's how poor we were. And Steve, having a horrendous week at work, says Scott. Listening to your chatter cheers me up. Positive vibes only. And he says, it's the day after Burns Day. Haggis, anybody? I know, I should imagine there must be loads of it left around, but I still never tried it, actually. Have you seen the stage musical Kips? Hoping to see it long enough. Kips. Oh, that was half a sixpence is better than half a penny is better than. Yes, he was Kips. Very, very good. Very, very good indeed. But again, all these things, they're not around for an awful lot of time. You have to sort of grab them very, very quickly. We'll celebrate some birthdays in a moment. One of them, how on earth it made the...
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
List, I've got no idea. And a story from 1996. Plus, the cold snap which dumped 2 inches of snow on the holiday hotspots. When you look at Mallorca, Sierra de Tramontana mountains, they're just covered in snow. Funny, isn't it? The way it goes. Coming up to 6:30 is the time. Let's get the news headlines for you this morning with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So what have we got? Oh, birthdays today. Col Needham, the Lancashire-born film buff who founded IMDb, which he sold to Amazon for a reported £44 million, which actually in this day and age seems a bit cheap, really, 44 million. And also Tiger Drew Honey, the Surrey-born actor whose father is a porn star. That's what the family business is. His mother and his father are both in porn, because his father's called... I can't remember what his father's called, actually, but he's very famous. And somebody was sort of saying, he appeared in some television programme, and somebody said, oh, you know who his father is? His father makes porn, apparently, in this country. He's been doing it for years. It's nothing new. He's called Ben. Right. So there you go. But the more interesting story is in 1996, a killer used one of America's oldest laws to insist on execution by firing squad rather than the lethal injection. I mean, to be honest with you, if you were given the choice, you've committed murder, and they go, OK, you can decide on how you're going to end your life. And it was either a lethal injection or a firing squad. I'm afraid I'd have to go for the lethal injection. So you just go to sleep. The idea of a firing squad didn't appeal to me in the slightest. But he was denied his last wish. What do you think his last wish was, which was denied him? A cigarette. And the reason he was denied a cigarette, it was one of Utah's newest laws. He wanted to smoke with his pizza and cola, but the prison chiefs told him smoking indoors was barred. So they didn't let him have a cigarette, because they always say, what would you like as your last meal? And for some reason, he was so imaginative, he went for pizza and Coca-Cola. I mean, that was it. But he couldn't have the cigarette. You can imagine how upset you'd be. Well, I'm not going to be executed then. Pooh to the lot of you. You know, you can whistle. Amazing, isn't it, really? Steve, my daughter received, says Bev, her utility bill last week for £864, which was an estimate. She pays some each month and gets the government cost of living allowance. When she sent them the meter readings, they owed her £54. I got the same. I got a bill in for 520, I think, for the electric. And I remember thinking, blimey. And so that was an estimation. So I then read the meter, sent it back to them whilst I was waiting for my car one morning, and they revised it. It didn't take them long to send the bill back, let me tell you. And it came back in at 320, which I thought was doable. It was, you know, not nice, but it was certainly doable. So I'm just sort of watching. I'm keeping an eye on it. I don't want to sort of, you know, overextend myself, but I'm being quite good with it. You know, I'm subscribing to my own thoughts, which are, you know, if you're cold, put a coat on. Although you do feel such a fool, don't you, sitting in front of the television with a coat on, blanket over. I mean, the blanket bit, I don't mind, actually. I don't mind. See, Dave in Grimsby, bad. Banana sandwiches with sugar. See, the trouble is you fall into that category. You must be, you know, getting on a bit, I should imagine. Because when we used to pull into the motorway service stations, you'd sit at the table and they would have either sugar cubes, and you would automatically pick them up and put them on your tongue. You know, small wonder people's teeth were falling out. And then they put sugar in little bags, and so you'd open up the little bag, and you'd either tip it straight into your mouth, or you'd put it onto a piece of bread and butter. I mean, to be honest with you, how we got away with it, I'll never know. But we did. You see people, and you sort of think, oh, no, you shouldn't be eating all of this. And sugar was terrible. But it was the sugar cubes. I used to think sugar cubes were fab. Pop a couple of sugar cubes in your mouth. 1961. Who was number one in the charts? 1961. Who do you think would be number one? Big star. The Beatles, no, but close. Elvis Presley, with a song called Are You Lonesome Tonight? Da, 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 da. And in 2020, you'll remember this one, the US basketball star Kobe Bryant died along with his daughter and 7 others in a helicopter crash in California. It's the only thing that frightens me, helicopters. I've seen a few helicopter crashes, you know, on the news and stuff like that, and I've always thought, maybe not. Stefan says, my family are Greek, and they make stuffed vine leaves all the time. And delicious. They are best served warm. So have a look and see if you can find a Greek supermarket near where you live, and you'll find fresh there. So I just think it sounds healthy. Vine leaves, warmed up, and you've got sort of rice inside them. Well, I mean, I think that sounds healthy, and I'm not, the most healthy person. Alex in Norwich says, morning, Steve. Big second date tonight. It'll fail miserably. You know what it'll be like. They get you boring. I've watched all these programmes on the television, and the one I just can't get my head around, you've got a secret admirer, and you sit in the restaurant, and then this person, turns up. I mean, why would you even bother going to the restaurant in the first place? A secret, it could be dreadful. Do you remember that famous American television programme? And they brought this guy on, and he had a secret admirer. And the secret admirer turned out to be a gay guy, and he shot him. They had to cancel the show after that, because he was so humiliated on national television that the person who fancied him, he was sitting there doing all this kind of big up, I am, and it turned out to be a gay guy. Because that is the danger. There was another one. I can't remember which show it was it Jenny Jones or something like that? And they had a woman sitting on the stage. Well, unless you were blind, you'd have known it was drag. And the guy that he'd been seeing, and it was, I think it was Jerry Springer, and the show was I've Got a Secret. Well, the moment you saw this woman, you knew what the secret was. The secret was, I'm a bloke. But anyway, so she's been going out, or he'd been going out, with this bloke on the programme. And Jerry Springer was saying, so you've known each other a while and doing all this kind of stuff. And he went, yeah. How are you going? Oh, it's getting on really well. Well, she has a secret for you. And so she comes on, and she's sitting there, and she goes, I have a secret, honey. And he goes, yeah, what's that? And she stands up and takes the wig off. Well, you've never seen anybody freak out so much. It was serious. The audience, of course, loved it. The audience thought this was bear baiting of the best possible kind. Very bizarre, very bizarre. But another one says, I used to roll balls of butter in sugar and eat them. Well, you could have sugar sandwiches. It would be butter, sugar on the top, other bit of bread on there, or just folded over. Oh, yeah, that was quite naughty. And when you think about it, thank God we didn't go down the route that the Americans go down, where, I mean, they've got serious obesity problems. I know we have a few people in this country, not half as many as they have in America. Manuka honey, says Shane, and peanut butter. He said, I'll send you a jar. Please don't. Please don't. I'm not supposed to eat honey. I have it for medicinal purposes, but only if I'm ill. But luckily, as you can tell, I'm very rarely ill. I'm quite a healthy little person when you consider the age I am and the illnesses I've had. But I'm reasonably healthy, actually. But Manuka honey, the best Manuka honey, in a glass of hot water or a cup of hot water, a little bit of turmeric, and that sorts you out. I promise you. But it's not cheap. But I'm not sure about Manuka honey and peanut butter. I'm sure even as a child, we didn't have honey sandwiches or honey on toast or anything. I don't remember having that. But luckily, the boys have got some nice muesli today. Who ended up with the muesli? We haven't decided. Oh, God, there's going to be an argument. You can tell. They haven't decided. And they've got licorice. Licorice is good for... Licorice is very good for you, actually. It's like jelly. Jelly is very good, apparently, for nails. I don't know why. There must be something in it. But that's good. And there's some fruit bars as well. It's what you'll be eating today, isn't it? Yeah, the marmalade. The marmalade looked lovely. I haven't eaten marmalade for donkey's years. And there was jam as well. What a treat, honestly. What a treat. Goodness sake, honestly. And no ice cream. No ice cream. But it doesn't matter. Sorry? Day off because if you eat ice cream every day, it kind of spoils the treat. And I think you should have a treat like that every so often. Talking about 70s food, Steve. Well, we weren't. And we don't want to go down there. We're not local BBC. I just want to point that out to you. We aren't that shallow. I can imagine there must be, people sort of listening going, oh, I think I shall phone up the local vicar today. The local vicar's doing a thing on, what's your favourite harvest festival song. Steve, Jerry Sprinter is a fake programme. Well, I mean, they used to find these guests. There was an agency for these guests. So if you were looking for example, a one-armed, lesbian who only ate fig leaves or something like that, there'd be an agency to find these people and they would put them on the television. It happened over here, I think, on the Vanessa Feltz programme. It turns out that the guests were sort of primed into what they were supposed to be doing, and I think it sort of became known as Fakegate or something. Whatever it was bizarre, because people would say anything to appear on the television, which I used to think was really peculiar. Really peculiar. And Naomi says, I'm your faithful lady listener from Bath. God forbid I use the word woman. Anyway, I'm very jealous of titles of Pete the Pool Man and Kevin the Milkman. Could I be known as Housekeeper Naomi? No, you can't. No, absolutely not. It's no. The boys have said no, and we have to make that decision. You have to earn it over a period of time. That's why we've got Kevin the Milkman, and we've got Ian the Ice, and we've got Pete the Pool Man. There's a few other people as well, but no, it's earned. It's earned. If you want to be part of the groovy gang on the Steve Allen Show, you've got to be in the know. You can't just sort of pop up and go, oh, could I be? No, it doesn't work like that. We have to put it to a vote, which means we'll have to go out and get drunk, and we'll have to sit in a restaurant, and then Jack will stand up and say, I say, should we allow... No, and we all go, sit down, Jack, please, you're embarrassing yourself. We're still on the bus. We haven't got as far as the restaurant yet. You know what he's like. You know what he's like. Anyway, Stella says cheese and jam sandwiches in white bread. Cheese and jam. I'll have to try and get my head around that one. 6:45 is the time. On the button, the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Apparently food, it's not about being healthy or good or bad. It either has less or more nutrients and depends on the overall diet, especially calories. Well, it's the thing for, going out there and saying, I want to lose weight. And you go, but, you've got, if you want to lose weight, you've got to do exercise. You've got to do a bit of exercise. I mean, I'm not saying you have to literally pound the streets, but you have to do a certain amount of exercise. Steve, when I went to a state fair in California, they were selling fried butter on a stick, dipped in sugar, says Johnny the Stonemason. Well, strangely enough, in Vienna, in the Prater, they serve over there, it's like a giant poppadom, which they deep fry, and they paint it with garlic butter. Literally, they have a paintbrush and they paint this stuff on, and they give it to you in like you're eating a giant crisp. And you look at this thing and you think, who eats those? Everybody. Everybody's walking around eating these giant poppadoms with the painted on garlic butter. Have to be careful with these things. Linda in Beverley, who is apparently a 1954 baby, like your good self. Outrageous. How dare you make such a statement? 1950? What are you on about? 54? I'm a 1990s baby. Pfft, I wish. Treacle sandwiches. Oh, I did try treacle. I think my mother used to put it into something, because we used to have a tin of it in the cupboard. Black treacle or the golden treacle. And it was I couldn't eat it now. Peanut butter and Marmite sandwiches we know about because they do make it actually as a mix. And Jason the Bailiff says, listen for many years from the 4am Spike. He says, I'll always be Jason the Bailiff. Do you know, we at one time, strangely, Jason, we used to get a lot of bailiffs listening. You know why? Because they were up in the morning to get round to people's houses to lift the car, which was being repossessed, before the people had woken up. And so I was ideal fodder. But in fact, we lost a couple. They actually died. We had a couple of bailiffs who sort of, and somebody wrote in and said, oh, so-and-so's died. But we found it fascinating that people would be up early in the morning. I kept thinking, why would they be up early? And the answer is they would go to the person's house. You'd have a repossession order on the car. They'd find the car. They'd lift it half. Then they go and press the doorbell, and they go, because otherwise if you lift it and say, oh, they hadn't lifted it, then they rung the doorbell. You have to make sure it's half off the ground, and they'd say, we're taking it away unless you pay this. And they go, can I pay you tomorrow? They say, listen, if we come back tomorrow, it's going to cost you another £400, because they don't come back and then go again, because that's costing money. So a lot of bailiffs out there, because I used to love the bailiff programmes. Mr. McCracken we liked a lot. So we would watch all the bailiff programmes, and I just thought they were good. It was only people who who basically had sort of reneged on deals. You know, somebody sells you a car and they go, I'm not paying. And you think, come on. Steve, it's an honour to be part of the groovy gang. Better than a knighthood, says Pete. See? That's what we like on LBC. We like loyalty. We like loyalty. And Stefan says, listening to all the talk about food has been really making me want sticky toffee pudding and custard. What, for breakfast? Breakfast? I'm not even sure, actually, whether or not you could have things like that for breakfast. That doesn't sound too good. I'm hoping that your weight is particularly good. Cheese and Marmite sandwiches are great. Yes, I've had that before. They do a panini in Starbucks, which is cheese and Marmite. And that's quite nice, actually. I've had 2 of those before now. Not for ages. I think the prices of these things is so expensive. You go and buy cheese and Marmite panini, which is good. Naomi says, okay, so tell me what I've got to do. And in my defence, I've been listening to you for 8 years. Give a girl a break. Yeah, I can't send ice creams, but I can send those cheeky boys a duster each. Listen, it's all that, but we can't even get them to sort of mop up my spills in the studio, for goodness sake. We'll have to ponder on it over the weekend, but at least it'll guarantee you'll be back with us on Monday morning, because we like that. We like people sort of going, you know, I always say to people at the end of the programme on the what day are we up to? We're up to Thursday, aren't we? Yes, so tomorrow's Friday. And I always like to say, have a good weekend, because do something. Do something for the weekend. I know it's going to be cold. And yeah, if you do something, you feel as though you've achieved something. I mean, one of my team this morning, Jack, is thinking of going to Budapest for the weekend. And I've said to him, just be aware that, you know, single young man in a city, don't get me wrong, Budapest is lovely, but it has become the place where all the hen parties and the stag parties go to. And, you know, alcohol makes people do strange things, so just be aware of it. But he said you can get a flight for £30. So, I mean, it's cheap, isn't it? It is cheap, £30 to go over there. And you should always do it. Dale and I always used to do things at least twice a month. We'd either go for a weekend up to Sheffield, where a lot of his family came from, or we'd go to Glasgow, or we'd go to Edinburgh, we'd go to Manchester, all sorts of different places, just for something to do. Just for something to do. And we would either take the train, which we did on a lot of occasions, so we go down to Euston. The only thing we never did is use the Eurostar, and you know I'm a huge fan of the Eurostar. We love all the girls down there who work there, but they're not running at full capacity at the moment, so you have to go and use Eurostar, because that's something you can do. You can do a day trip out to, you know, Brussels and Paris and different places. Do something, which is good. Chloe says, on the way to my solicitor's exam, I'm a 90s baby, and it's golden syrup and black treacle. Woo! They are condensed milk on bread. And Lorraine the fishmonger. Do you know, it's funny, I know a few fishmongers now. But my friend Stuart owns his own fishmongers in Twickenham. Lorraine says, Steve, I have an idea. Why don't you have an honours list twice a year? You see? You've got all the brilliant ideas. We just have to sort of try and weave it into the show. I don't want to push too much on the boys, you know, because it's too much stress for them. You know, it's bad enough trying to cope with the sandwich in the mornings. It's a good idea. We should have an honours list or something like that. So we'll think about that one. And Steve says, Liz, I remember Mum making us white bread soaked in hot milk and sugar for breakfast. There was a lot of that going on. We didn't have that. We didn't have a lot of money. I mean, our idea of pudding at lunchtime was a yoghurt. That's what it was like for us, because we didn't have much money. You know, everybody thinks, oh, yeah, you've got loads of money and all the rest of it. No, we didn't have, you know, both my parents worked, and you know, we had to be frugal. Don't get me wrong, we didn't sort of go without anything. We sort of went with all the right things, but at the same time, it's a case that, you know, we had a house. But I mean, when you look at the price of houses, my parents paid $6,250 for this semi-detached 4-bedroom house in Berkshire with a lovely big garden, a garage, some sheds, a drive. I mean, you know, it was for £6,500, $6,250, I think it was. The only problem for us was nobody used the front door, because you drove up the drive and then parked around the back, so you went into the kitchen. Ridiculous, isn't it? Honestly, people have to think about these things nowadays, but it was lovely. We had everything. And the bus stopped literally outside. So I used to run to see, so people could see me going up the drive at the side of the house. I'm like, We've got a house with a drive, which is good. Good luck with the solicitor's exam today. And hope you do. But I can't think of anything worse, actually. Mind you, I hated exams at school. I never liked exams. People would say, oh, you got an exam today. Oh, God, what for? I never thought, actually. I was one of the last people who was able to leave school at 15. Because the rest of the people had to stay there, so I didn't have to do exams or anything. I was delighted. I was just rubbish at exams. It's like people who say years ago, have you ever made a demonstration tape to be on the radio? And I used to say, nope. Much easier.